Dear esteemed guests, speakers, participants, a very good morning to one and all. It is with a great pleasure and enthusiasm I extend a warm welcome to each one of you to the second day of International Conference on Recent Advances in Horticulture Research, that is ICRAHoR 2024. So far, we have listened to the two sessions wherein we have discussed different areas of the horticulture, and we have also listened to the horticulture production being the highest for the past like 12 years, exceeding the production of the food grains. But if you look into the post-harvest losses of fruits and vegetables, it is still high of about 30 to 40, 20 to 40%. As we come together in this forum, we recognize the critical importance of post-harvest technology in ensuring the efficient handling, storage, processing, and distribution of agricultural produce. Over the next few hours during the session on advances in post-harvest management, we'll have the opportunity to engage in thought-provoking discussions, share the best practices, showcase cutting-edge research and technologies that are revolutionizing the way we approach the post-harvest management. From novel packaging materials to the cold chain management and to the innovative preservation methods and quality control measures, this conference promises to be a catalyst for a meaningful collaboration and knowledgeable exchange. Without taking much of the time, I would like to extend my warm welcome to the chair of our session, Dr. Ram Astre, Professor and Principal Scientist, ICRAHoR, Indian Agriculture Research Institute, New Delhi. Dr. Ramastri started his professional career from Central Institute of Post-Harvest Engineering and Technology, CIFET, Ludhiana, as an ARS. Presently, he is working as a principal scientist and professor in the Division of Food Science and Post-Harvest Technology, ICRAHoR. Dr. Astria has made significant contribution in the field of pre- and post-harvest management of horticultural crops. His major work includes the post-harvest handling protocols for strawberry packaging and transportation, pomegranate bagging, low-cost desapping sanitizers for the mango fruits, standardization of ethylene doses for the commercial important mango varieties, UVC-assisted treatment for shelf life extension of fruits and vegetables. During his 25 years of teaching and research career, Dr. Asre has published more than 115 research papers in international and national journals of repute. He has authored 2 books on post-harvest management of horticultural crops, and he is a recipient of ICRAHoR Best Teacher Award, SK Mitra Gold Medal, JC Anand Gold Medal, Fellow of IHS, and Fellow of International Society of Noni Science. Dr. Asre is also the board member of University of Forestry and Horticulture Sciences, Uttarakhand, Maharishi Dayanand University, Rohtak, and Rajiv Gandhi Central University, Arunachal Pradesh. Sir, it's with the pride I would like to invite you for this session, and now the session is all yours.
So, good morning to all of you, respected Dr. Nutan, Dr. Salni Gaur, Dipakshi, Ishmati Jarajan, esteemed faculty member present over here in August gathering, and at last and the most beloved student of this prestigious university. It's a great pleasure to be here in this wonderful morning and chair the session on advances in post-harvest management of horticultural crops. So in this session, we have the four key note addresses, including myself and Dr. Salini Gaur, Dr. Sunil Parikh, and Dr. Nasir. One more fellow was about to join. That was from he was from Spain, but I think she might be speaking later on. So, not taking up much time because I have to deliver one lecture. I'll start with the lectures on how to we best manage the fresh produce. So, so please, with this, I'll go on podium and start my talk. One more thing I would like to say that everyone should stick to time, including myself. The time allotted to me is, I think, 20 minutes, 5 minutes more than others. So one speaker is missing over here, so others might be getting 15 minutes each. So please. I'm sorry, my colleague Dr. Parikh is joining online. So Dr. Saab, you are welcome if you are hearing me. And
thank you, sir. Thank you. Thank you.
Hello, Dr. Parikh.
Yeah, thank you, sir. I am hearing you.
Okay, sir. Okay, thank you. Can you introduce Dr. Smriti to Dr. Parikh to our
Yes.
audience?
Yes, sir. I'm delighted to welcome the co-chair of our session, Dr. Sunil Parikh, Dean and Professor NIFTM. Dr. Sunil Parikh is Professor and Dean, Department of Agriculture and Environmental Sciences at NIFTM. He has completed several research projects supported by ICR, World Bank, Ministry of Tribal Development, Rajasthan Mission on Livelihood, and DST. He generated technologies for extension of shelf life of fruits and vegetables, fresh cuts, and their processed products. Dr. Parikh has published more than 85 research papers, 10 books, 3 manuals, 6 technical bulletins, 50 popular articles, and 50 book chapters to his credit. Dr. Sunil Parikh contributed immensely in agriculture and allied sector policy making of Government of India. Dr. Parikh is a series of editor for Innovations in Post-Harvest Technology from CRC Press, Taylor and Francis, USA and UK. Dr. Parikh has delivered more than 300 invited keynote lectures throughout the world. He is a member of various statutory bodies and important companies. He is a recipient of several fellow awards and fellowships and scientific awards also. Welcome, sir. Now I would like to invite the chair of our session to share his view on post-harvest management.
इसको स्क्रीन पे इधर देखिएगा ये आपका पॉइंटर है कुछ अच्छा ओके so once again welcome to all present in this August gathering. The topic allotted to me is a post-harvest treatment of fresh produce, basically the fruits and vegetables. What's the latest trend going on for treatment of these fresh fruits and vegetables? So before I start and come on the main topic, I would like to say that India is the you can say largest producer in some of the commodities like cabbage, ginger, okra, potato, onion, so on and so forth. Coming to right hand side, fruits, banana, mango, guava, papaya. These are some of the tropical fruits, and we are the leader in the production of all these fruit and vegetables. And I would like to say that's we are having huge production of fruits and vegetables. That's 350 million tons plus. And the losses in fresh produce fruit and vegetable have come down. That's not 30 or 40 like that. Earlier we used to like say, that's official figure is 15% only. So that's a great achievement to all our you can say persons who are in this framework and working for the reduction of the post-harvest losses. And still, we are not making a dent in the export of fruit and vegetable. So something is lacking, whether we are not able to handle our fresh produce properly. So we are not getting that much access in foreign market for our fruits and vegetables. So I would like to share some of the slides related to export of fruits. If you could say that's pomegranate, grapes, mango, banana, oranges, we are exporting to all these many countries abroad. So is the case for this vegetables. We are exporting lot more fresh onion, potato, tomato, and green chilies to different countries. But the very grim situation is that if you could see the trade balance, what we are exporting and what we are importing. So you could see if you come to right from 2021 to 2023. So our trade deficit is 101 US billion dollars. So what we are exporting, so more than that we are importing. So that's you can say not you can say a good situation for all us. We are importing much, whatever that we are exporting. Most of the data you will not get in public domain because it's not you can say surmounting information, or you can say good information for all of us. That's why you casually or very with difficulty you will get such data. So we are in trade deficit. Moving to vegetables, of course, in vegetables we are exporting a bit. We are a trade surplus in case of vegetable. Whatever we are exporting and what importing. So in the vegetable front, we have a bit you can say good situations. So some of the reason is that we are not able to handle our fruits and vegetable properly. We are not given the very clean treatment or handling practices to our produce. That's our consignment. Our fruits and vegetable are not accepted much in other countries. So what should be an ideal treatment? How we have to treat? Now we are in the era of SDG, Sustainable Development Goal. There are 17 Sustainable Development Goal, and our this treatment, they should touching upon all these four at somewhere somehow. Then your produce is welcome abroad much more. So what's the global trend in post-harvest treatment, especially the fresh fruit and vegetable? I have analyzed 240 research papers that are starting from November 2023 to April 2024 in the top-notch journal. That's a PHBT, Post-Harvest Biology and Technology. That's you can say topmost journal have you can say very grand standing in handling the fresh produce. So that trend showed that's a physical illicitors. You can say topping over here. You can say 75% of physical illicit means most of the trend is going towards use of UV radiation or this UVC treatment or ozonation water, so on and so forth. So physical illicitors are going to gain momentum much more than coming to chemical treatments or antibiotics like that. So that's a reducing. Again, this is a biological part or biological treatment, especially the application of plant-based product or this bioagent, thus gaining momentum. So and natural preservatives. So that's a trend. You could see that's application of chemical-based sanitizers or treatment, thus dipping down drastically, and this all other safe treatment they are gaining momentum. So, what are the post-harvest treatment, physical treatments, chemical treatments, and biological treatments? Broadly, we can categorize them into these three. And moving to these I have categorized adaptable technology and upcoming technologies. Adaptable technology which are ready and we can upscale them right now, and some others they are upcoming, means they are lying in the you can say academic domain, but we can say this science or research of today is the technology for tomorrow. So we can't say that's whatever we are doing and I will bear the fruit immediately. It will take time. It takes time, and it may take times even some decades together to convert into practical technology. So again, to some of the chemical treatments, adaptable technologies, we can say this different types of salt and salicylic acid, methyl jasmonate, edible coatings, chitosan, BAN-MCP. These are already adapted, or you can say in the adaptable category, and upcoming they are this hydrogen peroxide, of course, that's a being, but not that much use. Melatonin, nitric oxide, and peracetic acidic electrolyte water. So these are the, you can say upcoming technology. And I could say, I would like to say this: melatonin is a very wonderful biomolecules that's coming up. If you are writing any research paper, and that's on melatonin, every top notch journal they would like to welcome that if it's have something over there. So these you can say wonderful molecules, and figuring like anything. So coming to this biological treatment, I'll not go in details. The slides will be with you. You can go. And I would share some of the scalable technologies where we have worked upon. Our students have worked, and you could see what are the results. And for delaying of senescence, our students, some of the students, they have worked, and they used this ethanol in you can say padding material, and placed in package this in package CFB boxes, and we got the very good results over there, and we have published this ethanol padding material as a this reducing the spoilage and delays the ripening. It's a very useful and wonderful material. So moving on, others that's in package application of KMNO4 or other, you can say, impregnated materials are being used in package to bring down the senescence. That's a widely used and upcoming technology, and everyone is very used to easy to use. So, and UV radiation, of course, it's a very useful and low cost safe technology, and very shortly I think it will get the you can say commercial scale status in days to come. So our student they have worked on this bitter gourds, very wonderful working over there to enhance the shelf life and retaining the phytochemicals for longer duration. And it's not you can say used for all. You could see this is a papaya. One of my student, he worked on this, and we found that the fruits or vegetables which are having the latex, they are not going to support this UV radiation. Very you can say adverse result we found over there. You could see that pitting is there, or oozing of latex. So that's not working well for this all. So I concluded that even the support is not working over there. So you could see the adverse effect of this UV radiation in papaya. Ethylene based ripening chambers, of course, very clean technology, and we have to popularize it. Of course, some of the states, they have made it mandatory to put up some establishment at mandi levels where the farmers can use this technology for ripening of fruits and vegetables. In that, Punjab and Haryana and Gujarat, they are some pioneering state where they have established such facilities over there. And of course, it's not required at all, calcium carbide band, but still we are facing the menace of this calcium carbide application, edible coating. Of course, it's very promising and bright area, and some commercial formulations already we have in the market. We have listed over here. like Sempress, Brillo so on and so forth, and they are available in the market and commercially being used for application and use of irradiation technology. Of course, so it's a very useful, and it's commercially used right now in this onion and this garlic, and of course in sweet potato, elephant food. It's a very useful, and it's required to be explored in other fruit and vegetable. And one more, most of the countries, especially the our consignment, which are we are sending to US, that's mandatory to treat with this UV radiation and biological control. I hinted that's getting a momentum. It's a very clean and effective. Of course, not that much effective as the chemical treatment. If you use in permutation and combination with all other treatment, it's giving a wonderful result. So these are some commercial formulation of the bioagents. Or this is the work on echinomandin, one of my student, and we got the Divariomyces hansenis, but working wonderful against blue mold rot and green mold rot. And of course, biocontrol agents application in strawberry, soft rot, and rhizopus rots, giving very good result. Ozonation technology, very clean and economical, means very cheap. If you are treating this your fresh produce with ozonated water, hardly 8 paisa or 10 paisa per kg treatment cost is coming. So very of course BST is the very old, but you can say still golden technology we are using, and we will keep on going. Any fruits and vegetables we are sending to Japan, they ask for this BST treatment, and ethanol post harvest application, very useful, and especially the carrots nowadays. The farmers, smart farmers, they are infusing the ethanol vapor inside this storage chambers, and they are getting rid of this soft rot in carrot. And so with this, I flashed some of the idea before you, how you can go about, and what's the way forward. Here, skilled human resource. Skilled human resource, very can say useful, and we are lacking badly in that. Suppose that any farmers who is having 20 acres land of the strawberry, I could see the pickers of strawberry, they will go with, you can say, grown nails, and they are bearing the metallic this rings in their hand, and they are picking the strawberry. So strawberry is very delicate. So we have to have trained our human resource how to pick up the fruits and vegetable right wise. There is a need to educate our this handlers, especially this vendors, how to treat. We are providing the training to smallies, gardeners, how to grow the plant, how to grow the flowering annuals like that. But we are not we are not providing the training to our this handlers, especially this vendors who are handling the very delicate fruit and vegetable. So there is urgent need. We should start the training for them how to handle this delicate fruit and vegetable. Then we can make a dent for the safer produce. That's a great way, I could say. And customized post harvesting. Customization means you should not go alone. Suppose that you have given any physical treatment. If you are putting together any salts over there, suppose the calcium salt is there, a sodium salt is there, potassium salt is there, its efficacy, or with the synergy of that, we can increase or enhance the efficacy of the treatment. So in that way, optimal post harvest handling practices, I have already flagged as issue. Sustainable food system, that's required to be addressed very proactively, strongly. Sustainable food system means everywhere you have to go with caution. You have to have take in account that steps are technologies are not going to harm our environment, our water bodies, our this land, so on and so forth. So with this, I finished my talk, and especially I'll thanks to Professor Nutan for giving me chance to be over here and interact with this morning with wonderful faculty and students over here. Thank you. Thanks,
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you.
So now we have the another talk from Dr. Sunil Parik. Is he ready? Dr. Parik, can you hear? If not, then I'll invite to Dr. Salni. Before she start with, I request to Srimati kindly introduce to a speaker, please, to audience.
Dr. Shalini Gaur-Rudra is an accomplished senior scientist from ICRAHoR with a H index of 24 and ITEN index of 38 in the area of food science and technology. She is an alumnus of Delhi University, Guru Nanak Dev University, and SLIET. She has a wide range of experience in teaching, training, and research. She has worked in various capacities in organizations like Punjab University, Thapar Institute, IGNO, National Productivity Council before joining the scientist at ICRAHoR. She is a certified lead auditor for ISO 22000 from APO Tokyo. She has been working in the field of food science and post-harvest technology for shelf life enhancement of horticulture produce, characterizing the processing of millets, pulses, and pseudo cereals. Having worked in the area of edible coating, nanofibers, nanoemulsions, extrusion processing, baking, and waste valorization, she has more than 100 technical and scientific papers to her credit. She has guided more than 10 master's students and one doctoral student so far. She enjoys training the farm women and is involved in the project for capacity building of farm women across the North India. I would like to invite ma'am for her talk. Before the technical gift starts, let me just begin my address. We'll take this opportunity to thank the organizers for calling me here, and it is always a very emotional moment for me to come over here. Since when I came to Delhi, this was the first place where I got a start for my career, and thankfully I've seen the good career ahead. So with the blessings of MET, I moved on, and I've been able to achieve a good amount in my career, and hope to keep on doing so. And again, like with Dr. Newton, Dr. Smriti, and so many others, I've shared a close bond across the years. In case of until these slides, yeah, this is Ivan. Okay, so issues sorted. So I'll be talking on. I'll continue from where my senior Dr. Ramasre had started, and he very well delved upon the various types of treatments which can be given to fruits and vegetables to prolong their shelf life. And एक slide में 40 सेकंड okay, no worries. So so the changing paradigm of the post-harvest technology, what are the various recent techniques which have been adopted to enhance the shelf life of fruits and vegetables, and gradually they are being slides not moving, and gradually they are being adopted across the industry also. So we are catering to the needs of the Sustainable Development Goals 12
That is, we have to halve the amount of wastage of fruits and vegetables across the world, and particularly in the South Asian countries, when where we are having a very good climate for production of most of the bounty of nature. However, we are having the subtropical climate condition, that is very high temperatures and high humidity, which आप उधर डिस्कस कर लीजिए, मैं स्लाइड्स को मूव करती हूँ. ठीक है, नहीं हो रहा है, then I'll stop the share, right?
दोबारा लगा दो उसको, साल नहीं उसमें दोबारा डायरेक्ट उससे एक्सेस कर दो तो चेंज हो गया.
हो गया. Fine. So we are dealing. Sir, my tiring should start now. So we are dealing we are dealing with the subtropical climate, rising number of resistant strains, high temperatures, high humidity, and also the strains have become resistant. The pathogenic strains have they become resistant to the existing practices. And on the other hand, people are looking for clean labels. They want lesser and lesser amount of chemical loads on their fruits and vegetables, particularly because that is they're being consumed for health purposes. We have been making use of the age-old good practices and approaches like harvesting in cooler temperatures, on-farm cooling, maintaining high humidity with the use of straw, cool storage, transportation at mature stage, correct stage of identification for harvest. KMNO4 sachets are being used for scrubbing or scavenging the ethylene from the packages, and edible coatings. These have been going on for the past decade, and are still good, hold true and hold good in practice. However, many developments have taken place in the area of edible coatings, and that is going to be the main thrust of my lecture today. So the market for edible coatings is a $1,097 plus $1 million plus market, and has a very good potential for enhancing the shelf life of fruits and vegetables. Many developments in the case of edible coatings have come up, like composite films based on protein carboxymethyl cellulose, based on chitosan, which can be low, medium, or high molecular weight. They have different behavior on different fruits, and which molecular weight is going to suit which commodity under which condition, that needs to be researched upon. Layer by layer coating, again by the use of electrostatic charges, the two layers are holding together the composite films. Use of natural emulsifiers, that has been researched upon by our in our lab, using Rita, that is Sapindus. The use of natural emulsifiers also for emulsifying the nano emulsions. Post-biotic coatings, as Dr. Asre said, that use of bioagents for enhancing the shelf life and reducing the pathogenic decay. Use of essential oils from plants, spices, and medicinal plants, which India is home to. And use of nanomaterials for packaging. Various antimicrobial agents like niacin, natamycin, biological extracts of plants like natural seed extracts, phenolics, use of salicylic acid. They are all the various types of developments which have taken place across the field of edible coatings recently. And sorry, but there were beautiful pictures also in the slides, but somehow they're missing. But let's like this is it's not the blank slide, but the slides had the beautiful pictures. Somehow you're going to miss that. So I've shared that with Dr. Smriti. She can share it with you later. So there are various reactions for composite coatings which are there, and chemical bond reactions to enhance the reinforcement of the composite materials. That is the area which is upcoming, and recently a very good paper by Arnon Rips, who have used covalent linkage by shift based reaction of vanillin and trans-cinnamaldehyde, which is bound to chitosan, that has been that has been tested on fresh cut melons, and the antimicrobial effect was 6 log reduction. And such type of reactive coatings, reactive shift based reactions for reinforcing the coatings are in four. Aloe vera based coatings are also on the rise. India has a very high amount of aloe vera produced, and that can be used to coat the fruits and vegetables along with other materials like CMC or titanium dioxide nanoparticles that has been used in tomatoes, with HPMC, lemon essential oil for fresh cut kiwis, the pomegranate peel extract, asparagus waste extract, all have been used along with aloe vera coatings. Uh, Nanotechnology again is a very important area of in which a lot of applications are coming up in the area of edible coatings also, in the form of nano emulsions, nanoparticles, nanocomposites, nanolaminates, nanolaminate coatings. And the nanolaminate coatings again, because of the successive deposition of the layers, there is the molecules of gas which are because of the respiration, the molecules of gas face a longer and tortuous pathway to escape, and that is why the water vapor transmission rate and oxygen transmission rate for the nanolaminate coatings are much higher. If you see in this table, yeah, you're able to see that. So if you see in this table, you can see that for starch and lambda carrageenan, the water vapor transmission rate is 17.7 and 11. And for kappa carrageenan and chitosan, or alginate and chitosan, or pectin and chitosan, the water vapor transmission rate decreases to less than 1. And same is the case for oxygen transmission also, and whereas the thickness of the films is very less. So the nanolaminates include the polyelectrolyte solutions of alginate and chitosan or some other materials which are oppositely charged, and they are deposited on the fruit surface, and you can see a very thin layer of coating on the surface of the fruit, here mango. Similar nanolaminate coatings have been prepared with kappa carrageenan and lysozyme. Also, it has been used with alginate and chitosan on fresh cut tomato, on papayas. हाँ जी, मेरी पिक्चर्स भी नहीं आ रही है पूरी इसमें।
वो उसके उस पे था ना।
Okay, I hope you're able to see it better now. We in our lab we have worked on nanofibers, also the encapsulation of ethylene scavengers and essential oils in electrospun nanofibers, and they have been found effective for a fruit which is very highly respiring. That is sapota. That is sapota. You all know that it ripens within 3 to 4 days, and it is a very highly respiring crop, and that is why it was used as an indicator crop for testing the efficacy of our nanofibers, which were encapsulated with palladium chloride, ethylene scavenger, and essential oils from basil and thyme. Similarly, other similar applications, they have been there on encapsulation of resveratrol for in zine nanofibers, in cellulose acetate based fibers, sodium metabisulfite, electrospun nanofibers, and again such developments are taking place. Use of silk fibroin plus curcumin has been used on green banana and apples. Bacterial celluloses are also being used. Um, Liposomes are again another material which can be used for delivery of hydrophobic materials like like essential oils and various extracts of tea tree oil like nitrosyl, citral nanoemulsions, etc. And they have been found very effective in reducing the post-harvest decay of fresh fruits and vegetables. There are also use of starches in edible coatings, and even modified sweet potato starch along with cumin essential oil, then use of starch with nistose, tamarind seed gum and guar gum. In fact, Dr. Asre has done that work. Mango kernel starch based coatings, starch from waste byproducts from horticulture, they are being put to use for developing edible coatings which are going to reduce the post harvest decay of the fruits and vegetables. Again, the cold plasma is another application where we can use the various reactions by active nitrides, oxides, charged particles, um, for disrupting the membranes of fruit of microbes and generate antimicrobial effect. Uh, the schematic diagram was here, but it's not visible. Sorry. Then you have various applications for microbial decontamination of fruit surfaces, packages of the fruits by etching and modifying the functionality of food materials. Pulsed electric field is another promising technology where electric field strength, treatment time, pulse frequency can be modified to suit the various treatments for fruits. It can be used for plant seed extraction, plant oil extraction, juice processing, microbial decontamination, sugar processing, etc. Hyperspectral imaging is another technique which is gaining popularity for determining the composition, ripening stage, etc. of the fruits. Again, the slides are not there. Then E-nose is another one in which we can use the volatile compounds to identify um, the correct maturity stage, or whether any spoilage is taking place in the fruits and vegetables to actually determine the quality of the fruits during storage, and then determine the real time analysis of when to take out the produce from the cold store, and also to identify various diseases. There are many metal oxide based detectors and others sensor arrays to determine the volatile fingerprint for as a biomarker for fruits. I'm currently working in the area of vacuum frying, which is to develop crisps from fruits and vegetables by low temperature frying. And these are some of the products which you can see, which we have developed in our lab. So hopefully, yeah, thankfully you're able to see this. I'm really thankful to you all for your patient listening, and I hope that you're going to adopt some or the other technology from my slides to develop a newer paradigm in the area of food research. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Salini, for addressing on a very important topic to August gathering over here. Now it comes to Dr. Nasir. Is he here? Dr. Nasir?
Good morning.
Okay. So before you start, I request Dr. Smriti kindly introduce to speaker to our August gathering over here. Please, Dr. Smriti.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, sir. Dr. Nazir is a Tunisian scientist with a background in experimental sciences, agronomy, and plant microbiology. He has held various positions, including senior engineer at the Center of Biotechnology of Port Said Riyadh Assistant Professor, Associate Professor, and Technical Coordinator of the ASCO projects. He has also taught at the Higher Institute of Technology, Education, and Lifelong Learning and the Higher Institute of Environmental Sciences and Technology. He has almost 20 years of experience in teaching. Dr. Nasir has received international training in phytopathology, initiation courses, and a 21-day training at the University of Hohenheim. He has also participated in international workshops on weed management in agriculture, integrated pest management in agriculture, and genetic transformation of the fungi by Agrobacterium tumefaciens. He has published numerous scientific publications on defense mechanism against disease in plants, such as garlic production from in vitro and conventionally propagated seeds. He has also studied disease of grapevines in Tunisia, and identified fungi naturally associated with Raphanus in northern Tunisia. Dr. Debjali has also participated in training for the accreditation of the measurement and calibration laboratories according to ISO 17025 and ISO 7218 standard on food safety. Sir, dice is all yours.
So, Dr. Nasir, hello, hello, can you hear me? Dr. Nasir, hello,
Yes.
can you hear me, please?
Hello. Yeah,
So, Dr. Nasir, greetings from India in this very wonderful morning. You please start your talk and stick to your time. Please carry on.
okay, okay. Thank you, thank you. I will share my slide.
Sure, sure.
Okay. Do you see my slides? It's okay.
Yes, yes.
Okay.
Mr. Dimple, please.
Okay. Thank you. First of all, I will thanks my dear colleague Nutan Koshik, Professor Nutan, for this invitation. So this were wonderful congress. So I will speak today about the control of anthracnose disease of citrus by using aromatic plant essential oils. So
Dr. Nasir, sorry to interrupt. Sir, can you please put the slideshow mode?
it's okay.
Yeah, it's coming soon. Full screen, sir. Full. Sir, you have pressed on.
Yes, it's full screen in my computer. It's okay for you.
Sir, right now also it's not in slideshow mode.
Dr. Nasir, you can do one thing. You can increase the if it's not coming full size, you can increase the base. Yes, yeah.
Yeah.
A bit.
This?
Okay, I think
It's okay.
it will work. I think. Or you can try. You can leave. Then you rejoin. Then it may work.
I will do that. Excuse me for this.
Okay.
I will share again.
Yes.
It's okay now?
I think it's okay. Please go ahead.
Okay. So, yes. I don't see. Okay, so the sector of citrus in Tunisia. You see the slides, please.
Yes, Mr. Bridgewell, please.
Okay, so the sector of citrus in Tunisia is of great importance to our country because we have big productions for this culture. So we produce on average 400 million tons per year, and we export mainly this production to, as you see here, to European countries, to Canada, many countries in Africa and in Russia also. So this sector is of great importance to our country, but unfortunately we have many diseases, and so we particularly we have an emergent disease which is anthracnosis, which can cause in fact infection on leaves, as you see here, and on fruits, and these infections can develop at post-harvest level and can cause rotting of the fruits when they are stored or they are transported to be exported to other countries. So the main control strategies against this disease is by using chemicals, as you see here, quinone outside inhibitors, type of fungicides like azoxystrobin, trifloxystrobin, and others. And also we can use copper and zinc sulfides. But as you know, these chemicals can induce, in fact, resistance in the pathogen, and they are harmful towards the environment and the human health. We at the post-harvest level, we can use hot water, for example, to fight against the development of this pathogen on fruits. But unfortunately, we don't have biocontrol methods, in fact, to fight against this pathogen. This is particularly interesting for us because we export the fruits of citrus, and we don't like to have some residues of pesticides on them, so they can be in fact not exported when they have residues of these chemicals. So it is interesting to have a biological method for controlling this pathogen. So the objective of this study was, in fact, to investigate the antifungal activity of different essential oil against the anthracnose, and also to identify the composition of this essential oil by using GCMS analysis. So the first step of this study was, in fact, to isolate the pathogens from different fields in Tunisia, mainly in the Capon region, which is the area in which the citrus are grown. So we isolated from 4 localities 20 strains, And in fact, we did infections on leaves and fruits to see if in fact, to select the most aggressive strains on both of these organs, and to see if the same strains are the most aggressive on leaves and fruits, or different strains may be aggressive, very aggressive to fruits in comparison to leaves. So the infections on you see here on leaves, we have different aggressiveness of the strains. And when we did, in fact, inoculation also on fruits, we showed that the pattern of aggressiveness of the strain changed. So we did not, in fact, the most, that's to say that the most aggressive strains on leaves are not the same on the fruits, and we did not, in fact, found a correlation between the aggressiveness on leaves and fruits, and for that reason, for the antifungal activities, we selected the most two most aggressive strains on fruits and two most aggressive on leaves, and we selected the most aggressive strain on both organs to do the antifungal tests. So this is to show that all of our strains were sequenced through the gene ETS. So they were belong to the Horticulture gliosporides strain. All the strain belong to the same species. So then we use it, in fact, 11, as you see here, 11 plants, and we extracted their essential oils. Certain plants from fruits, and for other from vegetative parts, as you see here, anise, cumin, black pepper, juniper, cypress, thyme, eucalyptus, and different species that are found in Tunisia, and also that are imported from other countries. So these essential oil were used against 5 strains, as I explained. 2 strains very aggressive on leaves, on fruits, and 1 combining aggressiveness on those two organs. So this is a slide to show that we used the essential oil to different concentrations against Horticulture gliosporides, and this to show that Thymus capitatus, which is in the red square triangle, is the most, in fact, active against the 5 strains, as you see here, and at all used concentrations. So this essential oil of Thymus capitatus show the most powerful antifungal activity against all the used strains, the 5 strains, at all concentration used as you see here, as low as 50 milligram per ml of this essential oil. So then we performed, in fact, in vivo antifungal test on leaves and fruits by spraying first the leaves or the fruits with the essential oil, and then infecting them with the pathogen, with the 5 pathogens selected, and we used the essential oil, the Thymus capitatus essential oil, at the minimal inhibitory concentration that, in fact, inhibit 50% of the fungal growth, and we used the double of this concentration, as you see here, and we showed that on leaves, as you see, significant decrease by using the MIC concentration and the double of this concentration on leaves, and we show also the same activity when using fruits. So this is a very good candidate for to fight against quality trichome at post-harvest level on lemon fruits. So the identifications of the volatile compound of these essential oils, especially for the thymus, which is the most interesting essential oil for us, was the carvacrol. So we prospect, in fact, in future to use this compound and to study its post-harvest antifungal activity against anthracnose of citrus on lemon particularly and other varieties. So I would finally I will thank my students, especially Jihad Dawini for this work, and my colleague and all Nutan Koshik and all committee staff for honoring me in 2022 for as honorary professor at Amity University. And thank you.
Thank you, Professor Nasser.
I apologize for this technical issue, but I hope that you understand my message.
Sure. We could understand your talk on how to suppress the fungal disease in citrus by different plant extracts, and wonderfully you addressed that. We enjoyed your talk. Thank you, Dr.
Thank you.
So now I would like to invite Professor Parikh Shab. He is professor and dean over there in NIPTEM. Dr. Parikh, can you hear me, please?
Yes, sir.
So, Dr. welcome to you, and without wasting time, I request to Ismati invite to Dr. Parikh for his wonderful talk, please. Ismati, please invite him.
Dr. Sunil Parikh is a professor and dean, Department of Agriculture and Environmental Sciences, NIFTM. He has completed several research projects supported by ICR, World Bank, Ministry of Tribal Development, Rajasthan Mission on Livelihood, and DST. He generated technologies on extension of shelf life of fruits and vegetables, fresh cuts, and their processed products. Dr. Parikh has published more than 85 research papers, 10 books, 3 manuals, 6 technical bulletins, 500 popular articles, and 50 book chapters to his credit. Dr. Sunil Parikh contributed immensely in agriculture and allied sector policies of Government of India. Dr. Parikh is a series editor of Innovations in Post-Harvest Technology from CRC Press, Taylor and Francis, USA and UK. Dr. Parikh has delivered more than 300 invited keynote lead lectures throughout the world. He is the member of various statutory bodies and important committees. He is a recipient of several awards, fellow awards, fellowships, and scientific awards. Sir, we would like to welcome you for the next speak.
Thank you very much. Thank you, sir. With the permission of the chairs and organizers, first.
It's our pleasure to hear you. Please do start with, please.
Yeah. So, in continuation to the earlier 3 talks on the post-harvest session, now I concentrate on the specific topic on the melatonins. So, in the first talk given by the chair only, and he discussed something about the melatonin. So, nowadays, if you see the literature on the post-harvest molecules, then you find that every 3rd or the 4th paper is on the melatonins. When we start the research on the melatonins for 5 years back, then it was the very new subject. So we see that the post-harvest chilling injury is the major problem during the supply chain and the storage of the fruits and vegetables. And for that, there are the various chemicals and the various physical treatments have been used. But now we are trying for the use of the melatonins and standardizing the melatonins and find out its pathways, that how it works. Only then we can come up with the technology. So if you see the melatonins are just like as the auxins, and it has the efficacy with the auxins only. And these are the acetamides, you can say, where the hydrogen atoms are attached with the nitrogens are replaced, and the 2,5-methoxy 1H indole 3Y ethyl groups are there. So in this, if you see the biosynthesis of the melatonins, then just like as the auxins, where here the tryptophan is the precursor, and from the tryptophan, tryptamine and the serotonin, and finally the melatonins are formed. So in the work of the melatonins, that how they are worked, and how these efficacy is there, it has the various crosstalks with the other phytohormones also, like your gibberellic acids or the auxins, abscisic acids, cytokinin, salicylic acids, jasmonic acids or indole acetic acids, melandialdehydes, MDAs also. So it has the various crosstalks in the plant cell itself, and that's why its efficacy is different in the different parts of the plant, as well as in the different species. So here it is the chronology, that how we are struggling with the chilling injury treatments, and right from the modified atmospheres to the methyl jasmonates, or even the 2,4-D has been tried, nitrous oxides have been tried, and various other coatings has also been tried. But even to date, we don't have any full-fledged technology that can work for the chilling injury tolerance. Now there is the chemical, that is the melatonin, which is used for that, and in that way we had the series of experiments on the melatonins with the different objectives, in the particularly in the mango. So first we started the experiment with the determination of the optimum concentrations and the dipping time with the exogenous MT application for the chilling tolerance in the mangoes itself, and we find that in the 2 hours dipping, that is the too long, and now we are working that how we can reduce that dipping time also at the 100 micromole concentration. And for that standardization, we tested all these related parameters, like the chilling injury index or the firmness, or your biochemical parameters, enzymatic parameters, and everything. And then we came to conclusion that the 100 micromole is the standard dose which can work against the chilling injury tolerance. After standardizing this dose and the dipping time, we worked on to assess the effects of the exogenous application of the melatonins on the post-harvest physiology, biochemicals, and the quality of the selected mango cultivars, where we had 4 cultivars like the Dashari or the Chosa or Langda and the Gulab Jamun. So all these 4 mango varieties having the different characteristics regarding the tolerance of the chilling injury. And here we also tested for the physiological parameters like respiration rates or the ethylene evolution rates, likewise the biochemical parameters and some of the enzymes related with that. And then there is we find that it behaves even in the same fruit differently in the different cultivars also, and that is related with the skin thickness majorly. Then in the other experiment, we find out the chilling tolerance mechanisms which can be induced by the exogenous MT application in mango fruit through augmenting the antioxidant capacities. So to find out these antioxidant capacity in the different cultivars also, along with these total antioxidants or the FRAP or the TESC, we also analyze the enzymatic parameters, related parameters like SOD, CAT, or the peroxidase, phenylamines, and other enzymes. Then in the next experiment, we did the work on the cell wall disassembly. So how the melatonins has worked in the mango skin, particularly for the cell wall disassembly, and all these enzymatic parameters like exo-PG or the endo-PG or your e-gaze or the pectin esterase enzymes. We have worked on that, and then finally in the last experiment, we worked on the intracellular energy and the intercellular energy status, which affects the membrane unsaturation status. And by this lipidomic approach and the energy approach in the cell itself, that is the ATP, ADP, and the AMP analysis, as well as the related enzymes and the unsaturated fatty acids and saturated fatty acid ratios. And then finally we came on the conclusion. After that, we see that it can be worked through the GABA shunt pathways, and therefore we additionally worked on the GABA shunt pathways also, and all these essential enzymatic parameters which affects these pathways we have analyzed along with the polyamines, prolines, and the GABA contents. And then finally we came the conclusion that how this melatonin affects the chilling injury tolerance. Here is the sum of the post-harvest quality parameters which are affected by the melatonin applications. And in the different fruits, you can see that there is the different dosage standardized, and it is ranged from the 50 micromole even up to the 1000 micromole, and in some of the cases 100 micromoles or the 500 micromoles also there, and its effect is more or less similar, but the high dose is and the dipping time is the still issue which has to be sorted out. Likewise, there is the correlation with the ethylene production also, and in all the cases ethylene evolution rates are reduced by almost 15% to the 50%, or even in one case it has been reported to the 65%. There is the effect on the firmness also in the different fruits, effect on the weight losses also, that it finally affects the say, water loss particularly. Then the browning index, there is this some experiments has been conducted by the various workers, and in the lychee and the plums and even in the pomegranate arils, there is this some problem of the browning along with the chilling injury, and it can be sorted out by the use of the melatonins. Then there is the application of the melatonins and its correlation with the chilling injury, and in each and every case there is the reduction in the chilling injury almost by the 25 to the 50%, and even in some of the cases, in our case also, we find that it lowers the chilling injury, particularly in the one variety langda, by the 80%, even at the 5 degrees Celsius temperature. So it is the very wonderful biochemical which has the good potential to reduce the chilling injury and increase the shelf life of the say, fruits and the vegetables. Likewise, there are the various other are correlated parameters which directly or the indirectly affects the chilling injury, and one of them is the electrolyte leakage. So in the electrolyte leakage also it affects in a large variety, and the range is almost from 4% to the 33.3%. So further investigation is required that in one case it is only lower down the 4%, and in some of the cases it lower down by the 33%. So again there is the issue of the mechanisms that how it works in the different fruits and the vegetables. Then the enzymatic and the non-enzymatic antioxidant system, and it definitely work all with these pathways, that it affects the enzymatic and the non-enzymatic pathways, and various your enzymes are increased or the decreased along with the application of the melatonins. Then your S2O2 is the another related compound which is related with the chilling injury index. and chilling injury index is always lower down with the lower values of the S2O2. And here we find that in the various studies, there is the almost 20% to the 30% reduction in the S2O2 content by the use of these melatonins. So in our study also, with all the 6 or the 7 experiments, the action mechanism is through the maintaining of the membrane structure and the sufficient energy supply. Then we find that it enhancing the antioxidant system, both your enzymatic as well as non-enzymatic systems. Then it activates the GABA shunt pathways, exogenous MT provides the arginine pathway also. Then oxidative pentose phosphate and the schematic acid pathway promotions. Finally, the interaction with the NO biosynthesis and the proline metabolisms are some of the promising pathways. Maintaining membrane structure and sufficient energy supply, if you see, we find that the membrane intactness which enables the normal production of the ATPs and its related enzymes are also affected, like yours in ATPase or the HATPase or CCO or the SDS also. Then in the another pathway, that is through the antioxidant systems, your enzymatic antioxidant systems like your CAT or the SOT enzyme or the MDHAR enzymes, DHAR enzymes, or the non-enzymatic antioxidant systems through the flavonoids, vitamins and the phenols. All they are increased with the use of the melatonins, and finally they contributed in the tolerance of the chilling injuries. The third pathway, that is the gamma aminobutyric acid shunt pathway, and it works in the respiration system with the tricarboxylic acid cycles, and here the succinic semi-aldehyde dehydrogenase and the glutamic decarboxylase, and finally the gamma transminase is worked, and it produces the GABA in the system, and that works against the stress conditions. The other one is the to promote the arginine pathways. So in the arginine
Professor Parikh Shah,
Yeah,
can
yeah.
I request you be brief and finish in time? Others are waiting for their turn. Please.
Yeah. So in the arginine pathway, again, there is the correlation with the prolines and the anodes. And now our next student is working on this aspect only with the calcium as well as the ano interactions with the melatonins. And finally, I think that we will come up with some of the technology also and with the processes also, that how it works along with the oxidative pentose pathways also, ano biosynthesis and the proline metabolism systems. And proline is definitely works in the drought conditions and other stress environment in the agronomic crops also. Therefore, we tested it for with the melatonins, and we find that there is the definite correlation with the melatonin applications. And here you can see that how it works and how these interactions are working with the melatonins with the various types of the antioxidative and the oxidative enzyme systems. So finally we can say that this cold stress can be mitigated by the melatonin application in the different cultivars and in the different fruits. And now we know the basic mechanism that how it works. Then our next target is to study on the omics at the genetic levels, that how it works. And after that we can even come up with some technology that how the melatonin can be applied through the say your coating treatments or with some powder in form of some powders or like that. So there is the many ways which we can go. We have published many papers on these aspects, like in the post harvest PBT, also in the antioxidants, in the frontiers also, EEV also, then food frontiers or the crop science, etc. So we are working on this, and we are continuing with this to explore the basic nature of the melatonin, that how it works. So with this, I thanks to the organizers, I thanks to the chair for giving me the time and patience hearing. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Parikh. You very wonderfully deliver the talk, a very synthesized talk of melatonin, how it's affecting the pathway of physical, biochemical, and all that. And with a special focus on how it's going to reduce the chilling injury in tropical and subtropical fruits with a special emphasis on mango. So thank you very much, Dr. Saab, for delivering a wonderful talk over here. So I think we have finished all keynote talks, and now I will move on some oral presentation. And the first one is Dr. It's finished already over. So I will move now. Mayuri Rastogi, Arpita Bhattacharya. Sorry, Arpita Bhattacharya. Is she there? So please do come before she start. I request Dr. Smriti kindly introduce shortly within 1 or 2 lines about the speaker. Okay, okay. So I think for saving the time, we will not go for all this introduction sort of things, and I'll request to Arpita, please do start her talk. And one request to all the students, kindly observe the silence while the presentation is going on.
Very good morning to all present here. Myself, Professor Arpita Bhattacharya from Amity Institute of Nanotechnology. I'm just going to present a topic related to packaging material. The topic is effect of citronella oil on silver PVA nanocomposite for food packaging application. So actually, food packaging is very much important for any kind of food, basically for the protection or to improve the shelf life of the food. Any kind of food materials needs the packaging material actually. So there are different type of packaging materials starting from paper, metal, ceramic, as well as the plastic packaging system, among which the most important is the plastic packaging system. About 60% of the total packaging material is plastic packaging. They actually protect any kind of food material from deterioration from the environmental factors like moisture, then air, and as well as heat, other than the microorganisms. So nowadays, nanotechnology has a wide role in this packaging film for the protection of food material. So a special kind of the materials, food packaging materials are barrier packaging, biodegradable packaging, antimicrobial packaging, and active and smart packaging system. In all these, we can utilize different types of nanomaterials. This is the barrier packaging film. Actually, the plastic films, what we see for the packaging material, has lot of pores. We can't see it using our normal eye, but the pores are there which allow the moisture and air to enter into the packaged food. If we use the clay material, nano clay material in it will cover the pores and restrict the passage of this moisture, air, and other microorganisms in the packed food. So the clay-based polymer packaging system is the barrier packaging, which will improve the shelf life of the food. Other than these environmental factors, the microbes, they deteriorate the quality of the food, and especially for these post-harvest technology where the food and vegetables, their life can be enhanced using these nanomaterials. So there are comparison as with the chemical fungicides or any other bactericide with the nanomaterials. The fungicides, chemical fungicides are hazardous to health as well as to the environment. But this nanomaterial based packaging film has provided a new roadmap for the packaging material to improve the shelf life. Like it can restrict these detrimental factors as well as improve the different sensor which will indicate the quality of the food from outside of the packaging system. Active packaging system and smart packaging systems. These are the new area of the packaging materials where different nanomaterials can be used to improve active packaging materials where the nanomaterial take the action against the food spoilage, and smart nano packaging material or the smart packaging system, they indicates the using the different biosensor based on nanotechnology, different stages of the food material and their quality. Say leakage indicator, which indicates there are some dye which is in presence of nanomaterial changes the color and indicates the quality of this food material, whether there is any leakage is there in the package, although it may not be checked by the naked eyes. Then time temperature sensors. Here some dye is absorbed in mesoporous silica, and when the temperature is increased, then the dye will come out and show the color. And from that, it can be checked whether the food material, fruits or vegetables were kept in the proper temperature condition or not. Then ripeness sensor. Here also, the with the release of these gases coming out from the different stage of the fruit materials during the ripening, it indicates what is the actual stage of ripening. So with this nano-based sensor, we can get the quality of the material from the packaging system. Among which most common is the antimicrobial packaging system. Here, antimicrobial nanomaterials are mostly used is nano silver. Other than these, zinc oxide, CNT, chitosan, etc. are used. This is the basic mechanism of the silver-based antimicrobial system. Here, the silver nanoparticle is embedded in the polymer film, packaging film, and when it comes in contact with the microorganism, the silver nanoparticle is released and it can kill the microorganisms. Here, my work here is the effect of essential oil on silver PVA nanofilm. Essential oil, there are many essential oils like citronella, clove, eucalyptus, etc., which comes from the different plant source. Here I have taken the citronella oil, which will improve the quality, mechanical strength, as well as antimicrobial property of this packaging system. Actually, essential oil improves the barrier property, improves hydrophobicity, and it is also antimicrobial agent. So usually tensile strength of the packaging film can be improved by these essential oils, because essential oil, the component, mainly this is a phenol based compound which cross-link with the polymer film and improve the tensile strength. Here we have in our lab, we synthesize silver nanoparticle by reduction method using silver nitrate and sodium borohydride, the reducing agent. Then with this silver nanoparticle, we prepared the packaging film. We characterized the silver nanoparticles by UV visible spectrophotometer, where we lambda max we got around 420 nanometer, which is the characteristics peak for silver nanoparticles, and size is around 180 nanometer. We mix this material with the PVA, polyvinyl alcohol, and get the film. But that PVA silver film is brittle, cannot be used for the packaging application. We have checked it with glycerol, which improve the elasticity of the film. And when we add the citronella oil in it, it improves elasticity, mechanical strength, as well as it improves the antimicrobial property. So this is the film shown here, which is based on PVA, silver, and citronella oil. We have checked the tensile strength. The tensile strength obtained is 1.35 kgf per 30 millimeter white film, and it is quite good for using as a packaging film. The elongation obtained from
Dr.
this
Arpita?
measurement- Yes.
You are requested kindly finish within next 3 minutes.
9 millimeter elongation around the total film length was 4 centimeter original film, and it is elongated up to 9 millimeter upon this tensile strength before breaking. This is the antibacterial activities of the PVA based film. So PVA glycerol, PVA glycerol and silver. Then similarly another set PVA, polyvinyl alcohol film, polyvinyl citronella and polyvinyl citronella silver. The last one shows that bottom corner shows that the best inhibition zone with this E. coli gram negative bacteria, as well as I didn't show here the gram positive bacteria also. So for this film, the antibacterial property is very good. So conclusion, this citronella oil based silver PVA film showed excellent mechanical property for packaging film, as well as it gives a very good antibacterial property. Thank you.
So thank you, Dr. Arpita. We have one more presentation in this session. Dr. Somnath Das is here. Okay. Dr. Somnath, can you hear me, please? He's on. Dr. Somnath, do you have his number? Please give a call to him. If not so, then we will find out this.
सोमनाथ दास है?
दास
है तो पढ़ना बोल क्यों नहीं? है तो
Hello.
है ऑनलाइन है? ऐसे देता हूँ पास.
Hello.
सोमनाथ दास है?
Hello.
Dr. Somnath Das. Dr. Somnath Das, can you hear me? Okay.
Sure.
Acha, he's
So-
sharing. He's sharing. Started.
Dr. Somnath, your audio is not working, I think. Hello. Hello. Hello.
Dr. Somnath, you're not audible.
Switch on your audio, please. I think you are mute. Hello. It's not working, then I will find it out. So, so finally, we reached that end, and this session advances in post-harvest management. We have seen the presentation of six presenters, including me. I spoke on how recent trends are going on in the post-harvest treatment of fresh fruits and vegetables, followed by Dr. Salini Gaur Rudra. She spoke on different micro and macro biomolecules, how they are being used safely for coating and waxing and for enhancing the shelf life of fresh produce. After that, Dr. Parikh elucidated us on application of melatonin in alleviating the chilling injury in the tropical and subtropical fruits. Of course, we have one foreign presentation from Nasir. He spoke on how to manage the citrus fruit diseases by the application of volatile oil, bioagents, and their combination thereof. So he very nicely spoke on that part. And after that, Dr. Somnath Das could not speak on that. And Dr. Arpita Bhattacharya, she elaborated on different packaging material, what is the requirement, how we are moving on advancement of the packaging material with the application of sensors and biomolecules and their amalgam. So these were the talks, and really we enjoyed the talks, and of course the student they can learn, they can take down some lessons out of this presentation. They can bank on some of these emerging areas, take the MSc or PhD thesis topic on these emerging issues, and can take the benefit of that. And of course, if you are not coming up in these new areas, your work cannot be recognized, especially in the publication. It's a very difficult. If you are working on routine topics, routine things, even the we can say low grade journals, they are not going to accept your publication. So that's, you can say, good feed for the student, especially they can take some of this thing back to their home. So with this, I profusely thanks Dr. Nutan and all the officials of MET for giving us a chance to be over here in this wonderful morning. And especially my colleagues sitting side by Dr. Smriti, Dr. Dipakshi, Dr. Salni, and all that. I could see some of our seniors and our colleagues like PK Singh is here, and all that faculty members. So with this, I profusely thanks once again to all of you.
Now I would like to invite Dr. Deepshika Thakur for delivering the vote of thanks.
Very good afternoon, everyone. I'm Dr. Deepshika Thakur, and on behalf of Amit University and organizing team of ICRAHoR, it gives me immense pleasure to deliver a vote of thanks for this fruitful session, Advances in Post-Harvest Management. First of all, I express my gratitude to our Honorable Founder President, Dr. Ashok Chauhan Sir, Honorable Chancellor, Dr. Atul Chauhan Sir, and our Honorable Vice Chancellor, Dr. Balvinder Shukla Ma'am, for their constant support and guidance. I also thank our Director General, Dr. Nutan Kaushik Ma'am, for this great initiative and opportunity and the platform that she has provided to all of us. Next, I thank our joint coordinators, Dr. Sangeeta Pandya Ma'am and Dr. Durgesh Kumar Tripathi Sir, for their support. I deeply thank Dr. Ram Asre Sir for chairing this event and providing us with his great knowledge and research updates throughout the session. I'm also grateful to Dr. Sunil Parikh Sir for his remarkable co-chairing and for sharing his knowledge and research experience with us. A heartfelt thanks to Dr. Nasir and Dr. Shalini Gaur Ma'am for their insightful presentations and enlightening discussions. Your contributions have enriched our understanding of the latest advancements in the technology in the post-harvest management. I also express great appreciation to all the participants for their active engagement and thoughtful contributions, which have made this event a success. At last, I extend my heartfelt gratitude to everyone who is present here with us for your invaluable contributions in today's discussions on advances in post-harvest management. Thank you and have a good day. And with this, I would like to invite Dr. Nutan ma'am for felicitation and Dr. Ram Asre sir. Dr. Durge sir, please come. Thank you so much.
Thank you. I could see Dr. Lakhan Singh over here. Dr. Saab, welcome. And one thing I would like to share with all of you, we used to write here and there that post-harvest losses of fresh fruit and vegetable are in the tune of 30 or 40%. That's not true. That official figure is today's 15%. So please do quote that figure. That's the official figure. So that's you can say survey by the Ministry of Food Processing, and it's ratified by the Ministry of Agriculture and ICR. So I'll give the relevant source. Sure.
Thank you, sir, for sharing this information. Very relevant because in post-harvest losses, so far, very few reports have been done, and I think this is one of the most authentic source from where we are getting this information. So please do quote only 15%, not beyond that. And we will provide the source of information. Dr. will provide to us, and I will circulate to all. Yes. Huh. Because, yeah. Who, sir? Yeah. So please provide the source so that we can quote that source. Because just by quoting somebody's speech, we cannot use this figure. We cannot go by this figure by quoting somebody's speech. So if it is written somewhere, that source, if you can provide it, that will be, even if it is a report, that should be good enough. That would be good enough. Yeah. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you all. Now we will begin with the next session. Thank you very much, sir, for being here. Dr. Shalini and Dr. Ram Asre. They have been very good friend of us, and they have been already supporting us and promote like working with Amity with very closely. So thank you so much, sir, for your constant support. That's very important because our students get benefited by that, and our faculty get benefited by the knowledge which you share. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you. Mm.
अभी नहीं सर, अभी आएंगे, हमको बुलाएंगे सर. So, welcome back to the fourth session. The fourth session is on urban and backyard farming. The fourth session is on urban farming, vertical farming, rooftop farming, and we are very much proud and delightful to invite our chairperson, sir, Dr. P.K. Tripathi, sir. Please take the seat, sir. Please take the seat on the dais. Dr. P.K. Tripathi, sir, graduated, post-graduated, and PhD from Allahabad Agriculture Institute, Prayagraj, the holy place of Sangam Prayagraj. Many scientists are working from the Prayagraj, the holy river. Professor Dr. P.K. Tripathi is the Deputy Director General of Horticulture, Central Public Work Department, Government of India, which is the topmost post in the Department of Horticulture, Ministry of Housing and Urban Affairs, New Delhi. He has vast experience of more than 40 years in the field of horticulture and ornamental plant, gardening, landscaping in the field of horticultural sciences. He has contributed in the publications Delhi Schedule of Rates, Landscaping and Horticulture, CPWD, Handbook of Horticultural Sciences. He has published huge number of research publications in the International Journal of Repute. He has gained international training on urban greenery and park administration at Osaka, Japan, conducted by JICA. He is member of reputed professional organizations, including Horticulture Society of India. He has vast expertise in strategic management, sustainability research, project planning, management. Today, the session is for urban farming, how land prices are affecting the urban farming, how high energy demand is there in the field of urban farming, what are inbuilt indoor environment, how to develop ecosystem, how to manage waste management. So over to you, sir, for the chair is for you, sir. And we invite the esteemed speakers, keynote speakers. Dr. P.K. Singh, sir. Sri S. Chelaiya, sir. To take over the dash. So over to you, sir. Our first speaker is Patwardi Sumthong Namki. Yes, sir. So online Patwardi Sumthong Namki.
Good afternoon, everyone. Do you hear me from Thailand? I turned on already my video and with the microphone. Will you allow me to share my presentation from here? Then I can press the next slide by myself.
Hello. Yes.
Hi.
First, tell the speaker to wait for the few minutes. Yeah, I would like to speak some of my experiences with truth. I'm not going to present any paper, but since horticulture fraternity is here, we have got so many things to discuss. Like in urban greenery and park administration, see, we are working between the engineers and architects. So when our people, there is a vast gap between education and industry. So when the students go out, they feel lot of problems. And whole landscaping and urban greenery world is dominated by engineers, isn't it? And landscape architects. When our agriculture graduates and horticulture people go, they feel lot of difficulties. So there is a lacking in education. Dr. Nutan, if you note down, please, and put in your curriculum. our people are not able to meet the expectations of the outside of the world.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, because they are totally confined to these slide presentation, micro dosage and all. And that is not at all applicable in the field. Dr. Singh, kindly you also notice these things. So this is whole world. Our people, they go and they talk in acres and hectares. Our engineers talk in millimeters. So, and we are the pioneer in the landscaping and horticulture, CPWD. We are working in the engineers. They are the top bosses. Our budget is very low. You see, 1 rupees is ours. They are dealing in thousands. So this much difference is there. So our say is nil there in programs and policy. So you have to design your curriculum like that. So engineering's input should be there. Then only our people can go and succeed. And another thing is this agriculture and horticulture is having so many vast syllabus and so many things which are not at all practicable in the field. So put the things accordingly. Our people are not well versed with the rules and procedures laid down by different agencies and this engineering as well as landscape organizations. We are not landscape architects nor engineers. In between, we are totally research oriented people and mainly based on cultivation. How much yield, how much fertilizer, spacing and all and varieties. And you see lot of, fantasy. Things have come in the landscaping and all. People are searching in the Google and getting the things. So we have to come up with all these expectations. And regarding, we are formulating the procedures. We have got Delhi schedule of rates, which is applicable all over the India. Private, public sector, everybody is following that. You should follow that, and you should give your inputs so that we can improve it. I keep on circulating into the industry and private sector. No, nobody gives the feedback. That is lack of communication. So why our people are not meeting up to the expectation? These are the burning points. So, these all were my experiences with truth. I thought to share with the audience. So you people kindly follow these things and put in the curriculum and try to improve yourself.
Well,
Thank you very much.
But before you start, I would like to just comment here. Our program in horticulture is specializing in post-harvest technology, but we will definitely like to start this landscaping course per se. Landscaping as a certificate course, we will. I'll discuss with you, and then we'll start because that itself is a huge scope. That's why we have put at this session so that to learn from you what all are there and how profitable this particular what is a scenario of the landscaping as far as horticulture is concerned. Yeah, thank you.
So thank you very much, sir, for valuable suggestions. Our keynote address, first speaker is Dr. Patavarthi Sumthong Namki. She is Assistant Professor, Faculty of Science, Sri Racha, Kasart University, Sriracha. Graduated master degree from Kasart University, Bangkok, Thailand, and doctoral degree from Linden University, the Netherlands. May I invite Dr. Sumthong Namki for his lecture, please. Over to you, ma'am.
Good afternoon, honorable guests. I am Patharavati from Thailand. Will you allow us to share the slide from here?
Thank you, Natmi. Welcome.
Hi, Nutan. Nice seeing you.
See you. Yeah, nice to see you.
And I hope that some of your students and staff will be here also in this conference room.
Yes,
So,
they are there.
I will start then.
Yeah,
Today I'm going to talk Yeah, fine. I'm going to talk about Melaleuca cajeput leaf extract that can inhibit weed species, many different weed species in Thailand. So actually in Thailand, we grow plants mixture together from tree, shrub, and herbs. And from this point, we knew that in natural way, they have their own natural products or secondary metabolized from plants that can help each other in the field, in the garden. Then for our agricultural farming, this is the best way to protect the plants, leaf, and vegetables. The natural products are the source of numerous compounds with antimicrobial pesticides and allelopathic properties. And allelopathy is the ability of the plant to inhibit and stimulate the growth of other organisms. It is environment released allelochemical compounds. And the allelochemical can inhibit other plant species by plant-plant interaction. The natural herbicides serve benefit over synthetic compounds. For example, because they have a short half-life and considered to be safe for the environment and low toxicity. You can see from this screen that how allelopathy as a bioherbicide for sustainable agricultural and food safety. If we choose to use allelochemical compound from plant extract or plant powder for agricultural field, then we got the good product and clean product, safe product for the agricultural market. Then we get healthy food, we get good health, and also safety environment. But if we add the overdose of chemical herbicides to agricultural field, then we have high risk of food for contamination of chemical reagent, and we less healthy when we eat those food. And of course, the herbicide residue can be affect to the soil and natural water source, not only the river, the canal, but also go to the sea and the underground water that will be affect for the seafood, the fish, and other food in the water. Then in this case, that's why we continue and try to work on these allelochemical compounds. And we found that Melaleuca cajeput plant, which is located in the Southeast Asia, and this plant is grown close to the beach and the swamp forest in the mangrove forest. So as my campus is located in Chonburi, close to the beach area, we are at the east part of Thailand. If you know Pattaya, then we are close to Pattaya for half an hour. And after Pattaya, we have Rayong province, which have this plant a lot. So I collect the plant and check the leaf and the branch for the experiment. We don't use the bark, just to see that how it look for the tree. The whole tree is like this. And the goal of this study is to evaluate the inhibition of Melaleuca cajeput leaf and branch extract and their powder to use and for the peel compound to compare for seed germination of 12 weed species. And we work on petidid and soil bed experiment, of course, including in-field experiment. We pick up weed species from the cornfield of research station of my university, Kasetsart University, have the cornfield research station, and we have a really best test of sweet corn. We located, the station located at the northeast of Thailand is 3 kilometers far from Bangkok. So we collect the weed species from this field and we collect the seed for the test of this experiment. They are in broadleaf wheat and also narrowleaf wheat species. And of course, we check for phytochemical constituents by using GCMS. And for the next experiment that we have been done already, but waiting for publication, we use also LCMS and HPLC to check other compounds. I will tell you later that why we have to check many different compounds for phytochemical constituents in Melaleuca cajeput leaf. And the inhibition of seed germination, we use to test for the compound, the extract, but not the powder. In soil bed experiment, we use in the pot experiment growing corn, and we use powder compared with the plant extract put in the different concentration from 2% to 6% that it possible to do it real in the field. And compare with paraquat dichloride, it is the chemical herbicides that actually is forbidden in Europe and US already many years ago, and it still have in some place in Asia that can use and you can buy it, but actually almost forbidden in everywhere because we found the residue of paraquat dichloride in underground water, and many people still use underground water for their life. And the field experiment we use for the cornfield experiment have done for 120 days until we get the kernel of the corn. And of course, statistical analysis. So see the result now. You can see the control of one of the wheat species. This is a monocot species. And adding the extract, you may wonder how to put the extract. We dissolve in methanol. We let the methanol completely die. And then we add water to let the seed grow. Okay, just simple way. And we see this is a typical seed germination that is affected by the crude extract. When we put more crude extract until 1 gram in each petidit, we see that is too much. It's not grow. 0.5 is also already inhibit a lot. And in the pot experiment with this dicotyledon wheat, this control A and branch extract B, C, and D, higher concentration from 2 to 6%. E, F, G is the extract from leaf, higher concentration from 2 to 6%. You see, 4 and 6% is already give good result compared to paraquat dichloride, the H1, that 0.2% paraquat. So from this result, you can imagine that we can use it in the field, right? From the result, so we want other people to get the benefit from this know-how that we study and we do the research. So we compare with broadleaf and narrowleaf wheat that from concentration of 0.1 to 1% in the lab experiment, we get higher percentage of inhibition until 100% inhibition of broadleaf and narrowleaf seed germination and also for shoot growth as well. In the chart here, you can see the blue line is for broadleaf wheat inhibition, and for the orange line is narrowleaf wheat inhibition. One other thing is that when you increase the concentration from 0.1 to 1%, you see the inhibition is almost the same. So we have the discussion about this. Let's go to the next result first. After GCMS analysis, we found many terpenoid compounds from this plant extract, and the best result is from leaf, not from branch. So we use GCMS to see the component in leaf extract. We found like cymene and caryophyllene, and of course eugenol quite a lot in this plant extract. So the inhibition of some wheat species show that when we test the eugenol with the concentration from 0.01 until 0.1 molar, for the seed germination is over 75%. For the shoot growth is over 85% and root growth as well. So eugenol is one of the active compound in this plant extract Melaleuca caciput that also have high percent concentration that inhibit wheat germination and seedling growth as well. From this result, we can see that higher percent and branch and leaf compare. So leaf powder and leaf extract give the best result. And for the field experiment from 0 until 120 days, we see the wheat reduction, the percentage of wheat reduction is low and is good result from 50% of leaf extract, and the powder is not bad. When you see here, the powder is also have high percent of wheat reduction here as well at 120 days. So even from 30 days to 120 days, the result still good for powder and
Who is
leaf
timekeeper,
extract.
please? Who is timekeeper? I think She's running out of time.
Am I still continue? And of course, the extract is not affect to the corn yield. You see the corn yield, the biomass of the tree, the corn is equal, whatever leaf or branch extract or the powder. And of course, the kernel and the corn ear, the production, let's say like that, are the same. Even you use leaf extract, branch extract, or the control or the dry powder. So it's amazing result that we can use allelochemical from Melaleuca casuput, or we can synthesize the compound that contained in this plant extract for the field experiment or for commercial product. But I want to tell you that other results say that normally they inhibit narrow leaf better than broad leaf, but in this case, because of the anatomy of the plant, they inhibit broad leaf better. And the concentration, when it's higher concentration, is optimum, reach to the optimum concentration. The inhibition was the same because maybe it's effect to gibberellin, that this hormone is involved with the seed germination. And the high use of this plant can use as natural herbicides. Leaf extract and leaf powder perform the different because in leaf extract you have more concentrate of the compound, but in leaf powder you have synergistic effect of more than one compound. This is always happen in nature, and for the low price of using this in agricultural field, agricultural production, I will recommend to use the extract or the powder. That the powder is the cheapest, of course. But for the pure compound, if we do for commercial, eugenol is one of the good compound for weed control. And because of the mechanical of action in natural products herbicides, there are many mode of action, many mechanisms such as inhibition of cell division, nutrient uptake, extension to growth, effect to the photosynthesis, membrane permeability, protein synthesis, and enzyme activities. Go to the summary of this work. So it inhibits both broadleaf and narrowleaf, many different species. Eugenol is one of the major components that also inhibit the weed growth, and its leaf product is better inhibit than branch, and the powder is for the lowest price of the production. So our team, thank you for all members in my Kasetsart University. And this is the publication for this plant. You can find from Google Scholar. And the discussion of this is that this plant can also use for pesticides and can use for antimicrobial activity. So it can protect plant in agricultural field in many different ways. That will be the further study, and also other compounds in these plants seem to be active as well. That's why the plant powder in some weed species is inhibited. So thank you so much for your attention. And if you have any question, you can pass by, or you can say now or pass by Dr. Nutan to talk to me later. Thank you.
Hello. Next speaker is Dr. P.K. Singh, Principal Scientist, Center for Protected Cultivation Technology, IRA. Dr. Saab, kindly stick to the time. You got 50 minutes to speak.
The principal scientist, Center for Protected Cultivation Technology, Indian Agriculture Research Institute, New Delhi. May I invite Dr. Singh, sir, over to you, sir. Thank you so much.
Now Dr. Singh himself will give his introduction.
So, thank you, Dr. Respected Chair, Co-Chair, and DG MIT, Dr. Nutan Kaushik. First of all, I would like to say thanks to the organizers, particularly Dr. Nutan Kaushik, Madam, for her invitation to deliver this talk. MET लिखा होगा है, देखो कहीं है. And whatever the biodata picked up from internet, it is 10 months old actually. I was there in CPCT up to 7th of May. Yeah. And on 8th of May, I have joined as head division of plant exploration and germplasm collection at ICRAHOR-2024 New Delhi. So it is a additional new responsibility, not additional.
That's why you have been told to update yourself.
So although I worked there for almost more than 8 years in protected cultivation, and
There are two updates from this conference. One is post-harvest loss is 15%, and then has moved to NBPGR. Thank you so much, sir. So,
I did my graduation from Kanpur, then post-graduation from Punjab Agriculture University, Ludhiana.
बाकी पास तो वही होगा ना, पास तो वही रह के पास्ट भी चेंज हो गया है.
नहीं, I'm just telling all these things actually.
Thank you.
So, and after doing this, my masters, I joined industry, and I served there up to mid-management level in corporate sector with my co in seed industry. Basically, I am a vegetable breeder. So, and after that, leaving university, I joined this university, Rajasthan Agriculture University, for 4 years because I was the BT lead in BT vegetables for my co. So I worked there in university for 4 years in tissue culture. And after that, I joined as senior scientist at Indian Institute of Vegetable Research, Varanasi in 2008. And in 2015, I got transferred to IRI and got posted here in Center for Protected Cultivation Technology. चेंज नहीं हो रहा क्यों भाई? ये कुछ लिखा आ रहा है, आपका क्या है? Next. It's problem है. कॉपी कर लो आप, इस पे डेस्कटॉप पे लगा दो. So actually, I'm sorry, and I think you people will bear with us. So, dear students, friends, and press and media, I will be talking on the urban this backyard farming through protected cultivation technology. Actually, I was not at all aware that this is the name of the session. So I just put that my title of my talk, urban and backyard farming. So if you see this protected cultivation technology, although people say it is new to the country, but I don't think it is new to the country. If you go to, when I see my childhood, and if you go to the river banks, there were always protected cultivation technology, although it was in primitive form. And our people, they were used to force to grow vegetables early in the season. And now it is called off-season vegetable cultivation. If you go through the this river Ganges from this Muradabad, even Muradabad to Prayagraj, even further. So everywhere there is riverbed cultivation, that is called Diyara. And people were used to put saccharum species. There is some grass, saccharum species.
Thatchage.
They were used to make thatchage also, but they were put just to protect the crop from the frost. And people were used to put this trenchage, and the seeds were sown inside the trenchage. If you see the Ladakh conditions, they are similar, not in you see climatically, but the practice is the same. There also people dug the trenchage, then sow the seed inside the trenchage. Here also in river banks, we dug the trenchage, then put the seeds inside just to save them from the cold waves. And we get the early harvest around 30 days earlier from the normal crop. So it was existing, but it was not documented, and it was in its primitive form. So this Center of Protected Cultivation Technology, it was established in 1997 with the government of with the help of the government of Israel. It was on 50% equity from government of Israel and 50% from the government of India. In 2004, this MOU between the two nations, it was over, and this center was redesignated as Center for Protected Cultivation Technology. Earlier, it was called as Indo-Israel Project. After 2004, there were different state governments. They signed MOU with government of Israel. So this Center of Excellence on different crops. There were crop-specific Center of Excellence also, and there were some mixed type of Center of Excellences also. So they were established. In today's scenario, if you see, there are 28 Center of Excellence. They are in place. They are on different crops. Some are on dates, some on mango, some on pomegranate, so some on vegetables also. And the first one was a Center of Excellence on vegetables. It was in Gharonda, Karnal. So then this story starts from 1997. In 1996, it was the foundation stone. It was laid down, and at that time, the then President, His Excellency Ijar Vijman, he himself visited, and this foundation stone was laid. Why we need this protected cultivation technology? So there are some advantages of this protected cultivation technology. That's why we need it. Advantages are at one side, but why? Our population is day by day, every day it is increasing, but land is decreasing. Land is not decreasing, land holding is decreasing. Land is the same, but its use is, it is converting it, we are converting its use. So that land holding for agriculture, that is decreasing, and we need more and more of food, and even awareness is increasing, so people need quality food. पहले होता था कि we want to fill our belly, but now हमें delicious food चाहिए, हमें थोड़ा nutrient rich food चाहिए. So इसलिए we need protected cultivation technology. What we do in this technology, actually we provide at such an atmosphere to the plants so they can beautifully grow, they can yield maximum, and there is some cladding material. On that basis, we call it, this is glass house, this is greenhouse, this is something, poly house, etc. So it is the same, its relevance. One more thing, that our younger generation, they are going away from the agriculture. So this is the clean, not blue collar job. So this is white collar type of job. You can opt it. So these are some prevalent structures: poly trenches, floating covers, tunnels, rain shelters, net screens, plastic houses, glass houses. So these we use in protected cultivation. At CPCT, we are having climate controlled poly houses, then semi-climate controlled, then naturally ventilated, nursery structures, insect proof net houses, low tunnels, walk-in tunnels, open fields, and of course solar powered poly houses. When we talk about this urban horticulture, urban agriculture, or backyard farming, somebody else told, and I think 2 years back, ma'am, you organized one seminar on vertical farming. I know, in NAS complex next to my office at that time. So all these things, actually they are made just to provide entrepreneurship and develop in this employment generation. So if you see, this talk is in 4 parts. One is nursery. So it is one of the best option for urban horticulture, urban agriculture. And it reminds me way back of 2002, when I visited Baroda. There is a place called Padra, and it is famous for cauliflower cultivation. And at that time, there was a person called Praveen Bhai Patel. He was growing nursery in 5 acres, and it was a customized nursery. If you need seedling of such variety, he will provide you the seedling of that variety. So At that time, this plug tray nursery was not that popular because it was introduced in 1997 in Delhi, and after that it spread to across the country. So here we grow this plug tray nurseries in soilless medium. So we do not use soil. And as you know, the hybrid seeds, they are very costly. And particularly if you grow inside the poly houses, almost all of your varieties, they are imported. And their seed cost, if you talk of cucumber, it costs from 5 rupees, 6 rupees to 11, 12 rupees single seed. So then it is very, very necessary to take care of your nursery. Then production of healthy seedlings, that is more important, because this disease spread starts from nursery only. Even your whatever this soil borne diseases, they come from nursery only. Then it goes to the field. So this all sort of things you can prevent your nursery from spreading all these things. So this could be one option for a nursery production. And such trays, they are being used, and there is a cocopeat perlite vermiculite mixture in 3:1:1 ratio, volume by volume. You take 3 kg of cocopeat, 1 kg perlite, 1 kg vermiculite in 3:1:1 ratio. And this cocopeat, it comes in two form. One is in mixture, and there another one is in the this brick form. And if you dip the brick overnight in the water, it will be ready for mixing. So you simply fill these trays and put the seeds, and then keep on piling. And after that, once seeds, they take some special time for emerging. Like cucumber, it emerges on 3rd day. If tomato, it takes 5 to 6 days. Cucumber, it is this capsicum again on 5-7 days. So on that basis, you can spread the trays. So you can see these are some pictures. There are different type of plug trays, they are available. So you can use either of these. Then they are recyclable. Many farmers, they are not using this benches, but they are doing this plug tray nursery business, and these can be recycled. Then nursery mechanization is also in place. You can use dibblers, vacuum seeders, and there are, if you go to Haryana Agriculture University, there is on PPP board, there is a nursery with VNR nursery, and they are using all that. Even in Chaudhary Shravan Kumar Palampur Agriculture University, Palampur, they are also doing. Even Tamil Nadu Agriculture University, they are also doing the same. Then grafting. Yeah, it is earlier you people have heard that seedling, the saplings, fruit plants, they are grafted fruit plants are available. But nowadays grafted vegetable seedlings are available, and they are on larger scale. Even there is one KVK near Baramati. They are selling more than 20 lakhs of seedlings, grafted seedlings. So we are using some wild relative of that particular crop or species for root stock, and good variety as cyan. So you can utilize the barren lands. There some problem is there, or some sick soil that can be used for production. So you can see this round melon is grafted on bottle guard. Then crop cultivation. There are some few things like choice of crops, then crop sequence, then how will you grow this crop, all that. If you talk about protected cultivation, the crops are very limited. You can grow tomatoes, then cherry tomatoes, parthenocarpic cucumbers, some people call it European cucumbers, then colored capsicum, specialty melons, seedless brinjals, then leafy vegetables, and of course some of the floricultural crops. If you talk about growing methods, there are individual grow bags. You can fill the mixture and you can grow. Then 1 meter long grow bags, they are ready-made grow bags, they are available, but they are costly. Third is the cement structures. High investment is there, but they are long lasting and easy to maintain. Then recirculation of water is there. Then soilless grow bag with coco peats. If you use this coco peat for soilless cultivation, there are 2-3 things. If first one, that you use the standard medium, then replace 50% by the half-burned rice husk or sawdust. But if you are using sawdust, there is always chances of termite attack. So be careful while using this sawdust. Then this container gardening is also nowadays in practice in the big cities. Although if you go out of the country, it is in practice in European countries or even in US. So people grow in pots, and these plants, they are on the container, like a lorry. We are carrying cars, so such lorries are there, and these crops are there, and they goes to there are places called vegetable markets. So you can go and harvest your fresh vegetables. If in India we see, this is the crop in the net house, not insect proof net house. This is 40 mesh net house is being used, and any person who is trying to grow crop inside the this protected structures, he should start from insect proof net house only. But in my personal opinion, I would always suggest that he should go for a modified insect proof net house. Their roof should be of poly and side should be of so that cost will be low, and almost if you see the cost benefit ratio, they are almost, say, if you see the initial investment. Then cherry tomatoes, there are a number of cherry tomatoes, they are available, but their market share, that the market is in some upper segment, because mostly people use it in salad. But for a common person in the society, cherry tomatoes and salad, normal tomatoes, they don't matter much. So we are having some varieties from our institute, IRI. This is a yellow colored cherry tomato, and this picture is from Jodhpur. So this, they have made costing 1 lakh rupees of net house, and in first year only they have 1,20,000 rupees from the cherry tomatoes. So this was grown in the low cost poly houses, and Dr. Paroda, he shared this picture in his talk. So there are some other varieties like this cocktail tomato, cherry tomato is there, then golden cherry tomato, then colored capsicums. So if somebody wants to grow these vegetables, he can he or her can get seeds from the institute. There are some prasanskrit is there. If somebody is going for processing of tomato, then he can take this Pusa prasanskrit. It is particularly for processing purpose. Then colored capsicum red Pusha Preet is there. Then I was talking about this cucumber. So this DPC6 is the such variety which is available in 2.5 rupees 2.5 per seed. Another variety is Punjab Khira 1. It is also available at the cost of 2.5 rupees per seed from Ludhiana. So that can be taken. Then this pak choi, it is also very good for urban horticulture. Almost all pak choi seeds, they are imported. And if you see in the market, it costs around 20,000 to 24,000 rupees a kg. But our this IRI, we are selling it on 3,000 rupees a kg. It is the first variety of the country. So I will just escape all these things. So there are some this small segment for small capsicum. It is increasing. Earlier it was thought that capsicum, colored capsicum, minimum weight should be 300 gram, 400 gram, not more than less than 250 grams. But now scenario is changing, and people are even ladies, when they go to the market, they feel that there should be a small 80 grams, 100 gram of capsicum. So instead of one, they can buy 4 capsicum for stuffing. So this new segment is for a smaller capsicum segment. So this is called one white capsicum. So you can finish it in 1 bite only. Then this cucumber, here we use this 25 days of old seedling, and it is planted on 60 by 30 dimension. So this is a view of the cucumber growing. Then this is a low cost polyhouse. It is in Gorakhpur. One of our trained farmer from Gorakhpur, he made this wooden polyhouse, and he is growing capsicum, and he is supplying to the nearby cities in Lucknow and Varanasi. So this can be made by using local material. If you see the comparison of open field and protected cultivation, So there are many-fold increase in the protected cultivation. There are some ornamental crops also, they can also be grown. Rose is one of them. Then chrysanthemum. Only one variety, Gemla. If you see, it is although Israeli variety, but somehow it.
Dr. Singh, if you can sum up.
Sir, sir. So it has introduced by not legal means, but it is in the country. And now see in the Delhi NCR region, it is occupying even I think more than 25,000 acres. And it is fetching very good price. Then Jarvera is one crop, then another is Carnation. If you see the cost benefit ratio, so maximum is in chrysanthemum. You can grow this chrysanthemum in open field also. Then the off-season bitter gourd cultivation, one variety Pusha Rasdar can be grown, and it is fetching good price in December month. Then low tunnels. When you talk about the low cost this protected structures, so low tunnel is the one. It is costing around 5 to 8 rupees per square meter. If you go for the walk-in tunnels, it costs around 1,000 rupees per square meter. And if you go further, so the cost is increasing. If you go for this naturally ventilated poly houses, then cost is around 14 lakhs for 10,000 square meter. Oh, 1,000 square meter. So these are the poly tunnels, they are being used. If you go to Chandigarh in November, December, and from Chandigarh to any place going towards Haryana or Ludhiana, so if you see on all those roads, this you will see these white poly seeds are there. So inside the polythenes, people are growing cucumber, all cucurbits crops mostly, and the Chappan Kaddu, summer squash is the promising crop there. Then this is the cost benefit ratio. So then this is the walk-in tunnels. I will just skip the. Then the retractable roofed greenhouses, they are actually very costly, and in Delhi NCR only 4 are there. Then this soilless, just I told about soilless cultivation nursery. So if you go for this standardization of pot media and nutrients, you can grow all these vegetables. And if you are having a 3 feet wide and 10 feet long balcony, you can grow your own vegetables almost for a year for a nuclear family, 10 months. So such structures are there. You can use those structures and you can grow your safe vegetables. These are some pictures of. Then if you want to grow this lettuce in hydroponic system, there are different systems. This is NFT. So because actually these structures, they are crop specific. If you want to grow leafy vegetables, then structures are different because their pipe size, that has to be very, you have to make it very different sizes of pipe you have to use. For leafy vegetables, because root volume is less. If you want to grow capsicum or cucumber, then root volume is more. So you have to change the structures. Then aeroponics is there. Aeroponics is a simple structure. There are some jets are on the bottom, and they are spraying the mixture of water and fertilizers at some interval, and that is on IoT based. So on different interval, you get the spray on the roots. So it is based. It is a patented technology of Central Potato Research Institute, Shimla, for multiplication of virus-free potatoes. So this is aeroponic potato production. Then aquaponics. Aquaponics is also very old practice. In Bengal, Assam, people are growing this fish along with the paddy. So it is that concept that has turned into mechanized form now. So here you need not to apply nutrient for plants, because whatever feed you feed to the fishes, that excreta is being utilized by the plants. So this is the small model. Then the seed production is one of the option in urban areas, and it is very profitable like a nursery. So I will not take much. There are some success stories too in Delhi NCR region where people who left their jobs are some. This is engineering graduate and he opted for protected cultivation. Likewise in Alwar district. So I'll just go through. This is a lady who is earning her livelihood from nursery only, and she got the Farm Women Innovators Award in 2012 by ICR. So we are also creating some awareness programs for this. But this is only possible when there is research, government policies, and of course the human resource development is there, and that research that should go to the for people, they will who are the end users, then only this is possible. So thank you very much for giving me this opportunity.
Yeah, Dr. Saab, have given very good talk, thought-provoking talk, right from the era technology to aerophonics, Internet of Things, from ground to balcony. Yeah, one thing slightly came in my mind that since you have worked in industry, research, the era and all, how you correlate it. Just sum up within 2
Sir, I am a complete farmer in nutshell.
Thank you. Thanks a lot. Our next speaker is Mr. Yash Chalaiya. He is a director, Archaeological Survey of India. He has been to NDMC and all. And he is one of the men. Nowadays, you are Mr. Chalaiya, may I have your attention, please? Nowadays, you are seeing tulip on Delhi roads and roundabouts. He was one of the men. He started when he had been in the NDMC. So now Kashmir came to Delhi. Chennai Chalaiya is the one of the men.
So we welcome Dr. Selamurthy Chalaiya, post-graduated in horticulture from Tamil Nadu Agriculture University. He is the Director of Horticulture, New Delhi Municipal Council, Government of India, currently serving as Director. Archaeological Survey of India, Government of India. Under his able guidance as Director Horticulture, many annuals, perennials, seasonals were planted in the New Delhi Municipal Corporation. Dr. Chalaiya painstaking takes the responsibility of the planting pattern, color schemes and design in all the parks and roundabouts. With the limited staff of New Delhi Municipal Corporation, he has made New Delhi evergreen. It is His Excellencies we see our New Delhi green, new parks and avenues. Greeneries are there all over. Welcome to you, sir, and over to you, sir. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah. One more slide. Yes. Direct. Namaskar, Ram Ram, Radhe Radhe, Vanakkam. So all our students, faculties also. Okay, good to know. And really, because the vibrant face, I feel very happy and feel proud to be here, the MIT University. I came here, I think, 15 years back for one seminar in the biotechnology, sustainable, agriculture aspects. Now, again, I got this chance to deliver my presentation in front of you. Oh, slides, let's make it. जूम पे देना ना, जूम पे पीछे ऑनलाइन ये है। Now it's okay. So I can change it off. Everybody in a very hungry mode. We are going to make a presentation, you know. Not coming. Sir, my time is very late because of this. Otherwise, I can talk, leaving this, skipping this, no problem. I can talk hours and hours. You know.
There are some
Yes.
by the time
Zoom पे? Yeah, Zoom पे. Respected Chair Dr. P.K. Tripathi sir and Dr. P.K. Singh sir and Sitranjan ji and Mr. Srikant ji and Honorable DG ma'am, Dr. Nutan Kaushik ma'am and other dignitaries. Really, this moment, today, I am going to present about the urban horticulture because the urban horticulture is gaining momentum today. If you take urban horticulture, there are a lot of wing is there. The landscaping, the vertical gardening, urban forest, and home gardening, terrace gardening, kitchen gardening, backyard gardening, and flower decorations. There are n number of things I can add it in the urban horticulture aspects. Today, we are all very proud to be Indian because across the world, the India, our country image is gaining. Because our country is growing towards the developed nation. We got transformation. We are into transformation towards the developed nations. We have been as a such achieved Swachh Bharat and Swasth Bharat and Digital India, Atma Nirmal Bharat, Make in India and industrial transformation. Now, we are all in a very transforming stage. Everything getting transformation. But unless otherwise, agriculture is transformed, we cannot become the stressed Bharat, strong Bharat. एक भारत अगर होते स्ट्रांग भारत होना चाहिए उसी के लिए जो until agriculture is become industry, it's not possible. Because you are the students, you must think about not only research, you should be from the farmer's point of view and from the citizen point of view. Then only you can achieve. Mostly the students are just thinking about the curriculum activities. We should think about them still in the broader way. Then only we can go, we can achieve what the country is required now. Unless otherwise, agriculture is become industry, the farmers is still in the debt chapter, and doubling of income may not be possible. And even the land is limited. The land is, whatever the quantity exists, the same, but fragmenting. 5 years or 15 years back, one generation back, एक परिवार के पास 50 एकड़ था. Then next generation आया, 4-5 बच्चे हो गया, 5 एकड़ आया, फिर तीसरा 14 generation आ गया. अभी everybody having 1 acre, 2 acre. So the farmers are unable to cope up with the technology. We have technology. We have enough technology. No doubt at all. PK sir, just like a PK film के तरफ उन्होंने technology दिखा दिया. Every technology he has shown. Aquaponics, hydroponics, and whatever technology is still technology is there. But where is we are lacking in the productivity and productions? You have to think that aspects. Even the production, we are lacking again. Which field? The post-harvest technology. You have to think about that. Post-harvest technology. How to do the grading. How to do the packing. You should think about the marketing aspects. You don't think about just mere students and after passing we have to go for the job. Don't think that aspects, because I feel you are all in the reputed university, Amity University, one of the most popular university in the northern area and even across the world also. You people, sir, you must think about how to make agriculture as an industry and agriculture as a business. And you should choose them as an entrepreneur, agriculture entrepreneur. Then only our country will flourish. Again, technology is there. We are able to, whether the technology, available technology, we are able to cope up in the field. Whether we are able to implement the technology in the field. Again, you have to think about what is lack now. Because students, I expect your attention. Because you are all coming future, you are the future generation, you are the pillar of the country. You think in a very strongly how to, contribute towards the country development. Technology available, but technology ki leke field mein jaane ke liye do you have the skilled labor? Today country facing the labor issue. After studying 8th standard, 10th standard, everybody looking for white collar job and migrating to city. Then again farmers are unable to get the labor timely. Again that affects the productivity and production of the land. Just you think about that, how to make the agriculture or the village labor into smart farmer. Because social stigma is there. कपड़ा पहनेंगे, बनियान पहनेंगे, काम करेंगे, बच्चे कोई पसंद नहीं कर रहा है, कोई भी पसंद नहीं कर रहा है. Social stigma, because no income. अरे क्या कर रहे हैं लेबर? क्या है लेबर इनकम कर रहे हैं? This is that. You should make them smart farmer. How? Through smart dress. Inculcate the training. How to adopt the technology. Smart dress with the mechanized. Physical work come karo. You have to think about how to reduce the physical intervention of the every man in the village. So that the people will remain in the village and they will concentrate in agriculture and the agriculture productivity increase. Then if the productivity increase, they will go for the technology and marketing, all those things. Non-matriculate, matriculate youth in our country is a larger population. We have to utilize that potential, the human potential. That aspect. Second, I am coming to that. Urban horticulture. The urban horticulture today for the landscaping, we need the skilled labor. Everybody asking the skilled gardener. Do you have? Because this sector is still unorganized sector. Labor is only in the available labor choke. The labor choke, laborers are not skilled people to cope up this, what is required, the work skilled. So, we need the skilled gardener. We don't have any institute. We don't have any organization. We don't have any institute or we have university to train them. So, you must think about that gap, how to bridge that gap. Today, when I am assessing the demand of the gardener, smart gardener, is around 5 million to cover the 4,500 smart cities. We are into smart cities. We are into such. We are into all the transformation. But still this sector is unorganized sector, but untapped, unexplored. We have to explore that. You people think about that, how to make the gardener into smart gardener. Because the Mali, social stigma. If you say Mali gardener, if you say the gardener, they feel happy. If you say Mali, then again that is a social stigma. Nobody like to come and nobody like to work. So sustainability of the green project is still, today is the question. Why? Why? Because we don't have smart gardener. You have to inculcate that labor into smart gardener. Reduce the physical work. पावड़ा गेती से काम करने के आजकल तो कोई नहीं आएगा. You think about that manpower, how to convert it into the just like a smart gardener with the machinery. Use the tools, small machinery and smart looking. Then our country tap this, non-matriculate and matriculate people, those who are available in the village, all those area, so that they can train them, they can work interestingly, because we need to eliminate that social stigma. We have the potential, but nobody exploring. You think about that. If you think that is possible. Now I am coming to say towards what NDMC did, New Delhi Municipal Council, how the urban transformation we did. I would like to show some of the slides, and that will give you certain ideas how we can go for that. Because I have so many ideas, so many presentations, but that all are not going to be useful for that. I will for the just related to urban farming, vertical farming, backyard farming. I have introduced a lot of things in the city with the dedication and with the interest that I will show you a little slides. You can see here some of the slides. I brought a lot of transformation in the landscape and flower bed formation, even in the display in the public area. Instead of 2D, I brought a 3D effect, so that the image of the cities, the happening of the city, the view of the cities, visual impact of the cities will enhanced. Previously, you might have seen that the flower bed means small fragmented flower bed with the height a different height, and the blooming time also different time. So the scenario, today's strategy is, we changed. Accordingly, we have to change our landscape concept also. See, last year we have introduced in the Central Park some of the new structures that I am going to show you, because even in the concrete also, you might have seen in the Barakamba Road between Connaught Place to Mandi House, it is a concrete road. It is a concrete road. You see here how I made it into the flower valley around 500 meters. You just see that. Just with a simple intervention. See, another slides. These are the nothing but a big technology is not needed, but your dedication, your determination is required. These kind of the technology, we can use it in the terrace also. Terrace. My wife is growing today more than 100 variety in my terrace. Lettuce, 5 variety, more than 5 varieties lettuce. Rocket, celeries, strawberry, and even what not else. Tomato, brinjal, chili, and cucumber, muskmelon. We are growing strawberry in the pipe, up of the pipe just half cut and put it in the side wall. So everything is possible. Because time constraint, that's why I'm just skipping all those. You see these slides. Can you use it for the urban kitchen garden productions? You just think about that. You must take this as a special projects. All the students must think about that, because terrace, small community garden. Why don't you go with this structure? Even in the farmer field, why don't you go with this structure? Because now the land is small, fixed, but you need to increase the productivity. How you will increase the productivity? Just think about this kind of the structure. You can grow rocket, lettuce, coriander, and even coriander and methi, and salads, and even cucumber, cherry, tomato, everything. It's a low-cost technology. These are the slides. Just I opened your ideas and concepts on minds. Sorry, I'm sorry. Backside. Students, just have a glance of this. How the urban horticulture is enhancing the beauty of the city. That is important. If the city is beauty, then city people will enjoy. If the people enjoy, the health of the people will be in the very superb way. They will feel happy and vibrant. That is important. These are all very simple fabrications. So nothing more than more cost. You have to think. If you think every problem has every solutions, but you need to think about problem solving approach. That is important. I introduced you across the Indian Sea area. Now all these introductions, what I made in the last 5 years, now becoming the best practices, and the entire country is following across the corporations, across the cities, across the landscaping projects. That you need to think about, and the students must think about how to tap this kind of the work into as a business. That is important, because you can do the business. You don't depend on only for going into the government job. You can just tap how to make innovations. How to make innovation. If you think everything every time, make innovation, customizations to the fit to the city, to the fit to the farmers. Everything is possible. If you can keep these kind of structures in this terrace, you can grow enormous fruits and vegetables, strawberry, all those things. So obviously, we can reduce the food mile. Now the most important is the food mile reductions, because we need to save the all the food products and food mile reduction. Otherwise, post-towards technology is there, but the following that practices, that technology is costly again. The small one single farmer cannot do. That's why I am telling India, tab tak agriculture is becoming industry, then it is not possible. Farmers agitating, obvious, but they need the technology. Corporate farming, then cooperative farming, pool the land and do the mechanization, involve them as a worker, and all the margin, all these income, you just give the dividend back to the landowner. That is possible. Noida, 1980, it was just like agriculture field. Today, in the NCR region, across the country, nobody can say, I don't know Noida. Everybody having the interest to have the office in the Noida. How it is possible? It's a very good and satellite city. Strong determination. Strong determination. If the country having the strong determination to agriculture, to change the agriculture into industry, it is possible. Now the city is controlled by RERA authority, like that. It is possible. Pool the land, make a corporate and cooperative farming. It's possible. It's possible. 1980 Noida started, but now is booming. Like that, if you take a small steps, it will boom. And another 20 years, agriculture sector will be the thrust code. Only is a futuristic. Because none of the sector is there. Unless otherwise, agriculture, 70% of the our country employment is dependent on agriculture. So you must tap that potential. अगर agriculture अगर सही नहीं अच्छी तरह का नहीं जाता है, फिर whatever industry growth, whatever that won't make develop. If you want to go for the developed nation, then it has to be changed as an industry. Yes. Now, yes, these are the structures. I have see just only photos and glance, and you just have it, because I know, because I understood that the problem is how the problem is with the chair, because he has to manage all the I have introduced last year, just to have a glance at, that's all, because that will trigger your mind. That's all my intention is. Because if you have the determination, you can change the city view. That is the only things. These are all the small fabrication I did last year, and I introduced it at a different location. Now people are enjoying and making selfie, all those things. That's a very satisfaction. Media all are. See, cycle rickshaw, just a cycle rim. How I waste into one made into superb display. Cycle rim waste. Just think about that. I have introduced this structure in the Mandi house also. Now last year it went viral. Students, I hope you could at least, if you want any links, all those things, I will share it so that, ma'am will, share to you. And I have introduced the tulip now that everybody talking about the tulip in the Delhi and even across the country also. So, Sandipat, Talgadora garden also, and shade landscaping, what I did, I can share it. These are all the roundabouts. And because the tree pruning, how it is important, what machinery we are using, that also. You can just around the Kannad place and all the roads, we did the tree pruning last year. And waste management, and we have the high-tech nursery also. And within the high-tech nursery, we used to produce, more number of quantity of the plants which is required for our maintenance. And plantation activities and tree surgery activities we are doing. And we have introduced that QR coding in the trees and tree sensors also. And vertical gardens. We have introduced first government agency, thereafter now is across the country, all the metro pillar, all this area is spread. So these are the opportunity I got in the जो Trump India आया था उस समय राष्ट्रपति भवन के decoration करने के लिए मौका मिला. So ये this kind of the flower boards I made it and they have enjoyed and I got the appreciation and even all the decoration, all those things within in-house. Can you believe it? None of the organization in India has the own team to do all those things, but we are doing.
Great.
How we are doing, that's a determination and a strong team. So that kind of things we need to back up because these are all the medias, how they have appreciated. Thank you so much. And so many foreigners, how they came and the school of gardening, we have the school of gardening also to train the people. So thank you so much because there are a lot of, thank you so much for this opportunity, great opportunity. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
Also, yeah, thank you very much, Mr. Chalaiya. Chalaiya has given very good his experiences with truth. Have got any point?
Yes, actually, founder president has requested that he would like to intervene for 2 minutes.
Yeah, Mr. Chalaiya.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Chalaiya, it was wonderful lecture. बहुत कमाल का बोले हो.
Sir, thank you so much.
और बोल के अपने लिए मुसीबत कर दी क्योंकि मैं अब अक्सर कहूँ नूतन से कहूँगा आपको बुलाया करे और आप कुल स्टूडेंट ओरिएंटेड बोलते हो और देखिए ना कल ही मैंने मिशन बनाया है मिशन हॉर्टिकल्चर इस एरिया में देश के लिए इतना करने को है और नूतन कौशल जैसा बंदा दूसरा कोई दुनिया में है नहीं शी सो रिसर्च ओरिएंटेड सच ए लीडर और हमारे लखनऊ में भी कैंपस है इसी काम के लिए तो जस्ट आई वांटेड टू से माय कॉम्प्लीमेंट you spoke very well and all my student delegates there are a lot of delegates I'll meet them all because I want to make a revolutionary crusade in the area of horticulture. Nutan ji agree karti ho?
Thank you so much for your lovely words and that's I feel very happy but I'm really remain humble and that all the credit goes to those who are all worked under me as a team with the spirit and with the determinations. It's a single man can't do anything. It's a teamwork. Thank you so much for your lovely compliment and appreciation. Thank you, sir.
I'm attending 4 meetings at a time.
And now we will. I think now we have to think that how to collaborate with NDMC.
Correct. And ये चलैया जी NDMC and ये चलैया जी. But thank you. मैं afternoon में आऊँगा एड्रेस करूँगा नूतन कौशिक. I will the online in the afternoon.
जी, thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you.
Yeah, one question, Mr. Chalaiya. You have put lot of efforts and did lot of renovations, the things, as I mentioned earlier. What reward did you get for these things which you did? Yeah, that also I am pinpointing you so that you can mention and people should know our people are, once I addressed that our people, horticulture people, fraternity people are working like Fauji, like CPWD, we are doing the Independence Day, Republic Day, everywhere, all VIPs, we are daily. But are we getting proper recognition?
Sir, Dr. Tripathi sir का जो feel, it's really, I know, but I don't want to disclose all those things because I'm here to motivate you people. I'm not to show what I facing my challenges. Lot of challenges there. If you want especially talking about the challenges in the urban horticulture and how the peoples are facing struggle and problems, I can talk hours and hours. But every field has its own challenges, own problem. Every people, everybody, either in the family or either working in the government sector or anywhere. It's challenges, but you have to try to excel every time.
Anyway, thank you very much.
Every time.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
Yeah. So there are so many problems in horticulture patently unless the policy and planners think about the horticulture increasing and doing it organized. See, we are the oldest in the lot
Yes,
and still not organized. You see?
Yes.
Yeah. So what you can do?
Sir, sir is rightly pointed out that this sector is unorganized sector. Yes, absolutely. I am fighting for that only. I am now lot of things I am bringing out how to make it an organized sector.
Just a minute. As long as our flowers are blooming, we have been recognized. That's all. See, there he put petunia, that is for 15-20 days, and your recognition is over, Mr. Chalaya. And I invite the next speaker, and is Dr. Vijay Kumar Dayal. So I am not exaggerating anything. My experience is the truth, and we have to accept the truth.
Thank you, sir.
Madam, I would like to leave at 2 p.m., please. I have to leave since I've got a meeting. So Mr. Chalaya will take over. Chair. Thank you.
आपको संभालना पड़ेगा पैटर्न फिर आप देखिए मैं तो ऑनलाइन ही प्रेजेंट करने वाला था इसलिए तो मैंने कहा
आप वहाँ जाइए स्ट्रीट फोटो खिंचवा के
मैडम को बोला था कि मैं होगा हेलो am I audible? Okay. Mister? Now, very good afternoon to everybody. I welcome Dr. Vijay Kumar Dalal sir. He is from Dayal Bagh Educational Institute, Dayal Bagh, Agra, and he is going to give his oral talk on his urban backyard cultivation and hydroponics. And start, sir, please. Okay, thank you, sir. A very good afternoon to all of you present here. I welcome the dignitaries present on the dais and across the table. And I welcome the students of Amity University Horticulture departments. After such a nice presentation by Mr. Chaleya, I feel humbled to present my this research work. So my topic of the research is hydroponics cultivation of tomato. Can I have another mic? Yeah, please have it. This one. So as you all might be knowing what is hydroponics. Hydroponics is the cultivation of plants without soil, and the nutrition is provided in the dissolved form by dissolving the various nutrients into the water and dipping the roots of the plants in that water. So what is the requirement of hydroponics? So these are some of the needs or benefits of hydroponics. The most common and most prominent benefit is it saves water. It saves around 80 to 90% water. Sir, your topic is very fantastic, no doubt at all. But this topic has been already covered by Mr. PK Singh, doctor, and many people from the morning we are seeing. I think hopefully the students can give the time to interact about this hydroponics so that it may lively. Because now the time is in the just like in the lunch hours, and you can definitely, I know you are the expert, okay, so that your knowledge can be shared to the students. Students, I hope, I request you to be a participative and make a more questions and interactions. So sir is very expert in the hydroponics, and PK Singh, Dr. PK Singh also available. If anybody wants to talk about or a question, asking the question related to hydroponics, aquaponics, please. Okay. Thank you.
First is water saving. I don't agree with this.
So just I even
नहीं मेरी आवाज
okay, sir. Why you do not agree with water saving?
90%. So
Because
if you calculate the water inside the plants, that will be more than that.
No. Like in flooding system, we flood the field, but here the water is being circulated. It is not going.
It is 60% saving.
Okay.
Maximum that to up to very optimum conditions.
Okay, sir. There might be yes, some.
But Arun Chopra is there in your institute. Huh?
Arun Chopra, yes, sir. And Arun Sikarwar. Arun Chopra is. Okay, just if anybody having the question, Okay, or otherwise just application sites, you can just tell. Please, sir.
Okay, I'll discuss some research result. So I'll skip the introduction. So we had put a pilot scale NFT hydroponic system which comprises of 500 plants, and we grew the tomato in this hydroponic system. It is in the pipes, and these are the objectives. With these objectives, we started this pilot project. One is to compare the growth parameters in hydroponics and soil cultivation inside polyhouse. And second is estimation of pigment content, which are chlorophyll, carotenoids, anthocyanin, other pigments. Then there is a big problem in the hydroponics cultivation that they accumulate more of nitrate ions. So nitrate ions, when it is above a threshold limit, then it causes some disease. So we have to see that which composition of media reduces the nitrate composition of the leaves. And the next is to evaluate the photosynthesis to see if everything is good in the hydroponic system. So this is the methodology followed. These plants nursery was raised in the coco peat, and these are the nutrients which were supplied in the concentration is given for each nutrient. And we try to maintain the EC between, which is electrical conductivity, between 1.2 to 2.2 millisiemens per centimeter. Then it is important to maintain the pH in the hydroponics, and around pH of 6 is best for the plants. So we try to maintain around that point. And next is the oxygen level. So if there is a decrease in the levels of oxygen in the nutrient solution, it will result into the infection by the fungus, and the roots may die. So these are the temperature conditions in the months of September, October, November, December, when we carried out these experiments. And temperature was higher in the month of September, and in December it came to 25 degrees Celsius. And you see the SPED readings, which indicate about the chlorophyll content of the plants. So it is mostly similar to hydroponics, but slightly higher. The leaf size is lesser in the hydroponics, and the height of plants is more in the hydroponic system. It is a result of longer internode length. So we don't know why it is so. And the number of flowers is also increased in hydroponic system. And the nitrate content is, as expected, it is higher than the soil grown plants, but it is still way below the permissible levels, which are around 6,000. So these are the two photosynthetic parameters. One is photosynthesis, which is increased in the hydroponics plants, and another is stomatal conductance. So these are because the time is restricted. So these are the conclusion of my talk, that our data suggest that in the hydroponic system, because photosynthesis is more, so it may lead to higher yield, but we have not completed the experiment. So in future we will be able to tell that thing. And the nitrate accumulation is higher as compared to soil, but it is still way below the permissible levels. And photosynthesis increased, stomatal conductance decreased. So before making this presentation, we also got some other results which are not included here, which is about ascorbate and antioxidant contents. So that were lesser in the hydroponics plants. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Your presentations is so fantastic and very short and very Very nice presentation, sir. Thank you, Dalal sir, Dr. Dalal sir. Dayal sir. Thank you, sir. I'm sorry. And students, are any participants in the online? Anybody having any questions? You may interact with within 3 minutes. Students must come. Yeah, please. Please give the mic to. Yes, the same question he asked. Yes, whether it is the general questions everywhere. People having this concept whether the hydroponics is organic or inorganic. What do you think about that, sir? That question.
Yeah, there is a debate in this. Some people call it organic, but it is not organic because we are anyway we are including the fertilizers, nutrients. If we add nutrients, fertilizer in the soil, then it is not called hydroponic, not called organic. So here also we add nutrients. So it is not organic completely, but the benefit is we don't use pesticides. So this way we can call it organic.
So and again,
because it is isolated system, we try to prevent the disease. No, it is circulating water in the.
There will be root cause diseases are there. Is there leaf blotch is there in hydroponics only. And you have not compared your studies with the Hogland solution. Whatever you have made this solution, it is not compared with Hogland. And what is the cost benefit ratio?
Sir, those things we will do in the future. There are so many things that can be
so
done,
many
but
because then we cannot cover it because then we have the very complicated issues with when comparing with other factors, so many factors. So it's okay because specifically research means we can focus on the only small areas only. It's a good and what I feel the presentation hydroponics. Because hydroponics is the nutrients whatever required for the each and every plant is already formulated, which is required for essential growth. That nutrients only it's incorporated. With nitrogen, how much ppm is required, phosphorus, how much major nutrients is required, and potash, how much required, and micronutrient, how much required. So already is set. The crop most efficiency productions. What is the requirement of the nutrients? When it is only we are giving whatever the required, then how it can go as inorganic?
yes.
Because if it is anything goes more than that, what is the required level, then it may cause the health of the people. When it is only feeding what is the required for the essential growth, then how it can be called as inorganic? It's again the debating. We will discuss later on. Thank you for this.
Thank you. You are giving organic or inorganic. They will absorb in some form. So if you are giving nitrogen by urea or by FY, but they will take only in the nitrate form.
Yes.
So I'm not just concerned with this organic or inorganic, but there should be judicious use of whether it is chemicals.
Yes, Anushi, Dr. Anushi.
That should be.
Thank you, sir. Dale, sir. Very good interaction. Even I'm very much happy the students interacted. So nice and keep it up. Thank you so much. And again, now I would like to invite Mrs. Anushi from Anshi, Chandrasekhar Azad University of Agriculture, Tech and Technology, Kanpur. Please welcome and present. We are limit to your talk, oral presentation for 5 minutes. Thank you.
For next session, please upload your presentation during the lunchtime. Okay, please do so. Whosoever has the presentation, please upload it during the lunchtime and test it.
I know that students' interest also is now enhanced. Unless otherwise for participation anywhere, I remain the boredom.
The session is organized for the benefit of the students community to ignite your minds. So make use of this, all the experts, whether good interactions. This kind of a chance never come, actually. Many of the experts are different university, different post experience. Please.
Something is happening. Have to run. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Anushi. Currently, I'm pursuing PhD in Horticulture Fruit Science from Chandrasekhar Azad University of Agriculture and Technology. I did my graduation from Ayodhya University and my master's also from the same university. And the topic of my presentation is organic fruits and vegetable production at home, a sustainable approach to safe and healthy life through urban farming. Being a PhD student and also an agriculturist, I have been practicing urban farming for last 10 years. And here I am sharing my own success story. Very begin with, okay, then why urban farming? So the utmost importance is that it ensure your health and wellness. Urban redevelopment, it ensure that there is less food wastage. Urban farming needs less investment. You can get your fresh food all around the year. Myself, I can ensure about 80 to 85% of our daily need by this urban farming only. It decreases air and soil pollution and reduces the uses of chemical fertilizers and pesticides. And you can see in the picture that we have these continuous visitors, peacocks and cats. Not only this, we have monkeys, aves all around my home and gardens. So there are three basic elements when it comes to garden. First is seeds, plants, and weather. And if I tell you that I belong to Kanpur, the first thing which pop up in the mind is that Kanpur is the most dirtiest cities. But it's not so now. We have seen drastic changes in the environment. We have seen drastic changes in the land, and many ecosystem has been preserved till now. This is my blueprint of my house. So you can see we have not paved, we have not made the house on whole land. We have saved around 60% of our land and we have converted into the urban farms. Even if there is some pavement, I have put it the potted pots so that we can get all round flowers. First comes the field preparation. So we do field preparation twice a year. Once in September to October, that is after the rain, and the other is in April to May, that is before the rain. And this ensures that we capture the most of the rain, and also it ensures that we have the proper soil conservation. Also, we prepare these beds just by the means of simple tools, that is spade and towels. And you can see in the pictures that in just in 1 month of our planting, our field converts from this to this. And this is the best thing which we are doing with our lives. The manures and fertilizer which we use is all we use is just the organic fertilizers. Vermicompost, we use neem-based organic fertilizers. We use Azectobacter PSB. We have powders forms also, and we have liquid forms. Both we are using. We use organic mulch, paddy straws. Vegetable peels we use as a dried meals. We use trichoderma powder for our fungal diseases. We don't put any pesticide in our crops. And we also use microbial solubilizing nutrients. Benefits, I think this section has been discussed most in this entire session, so I will be skipping this one. And this is very important that we procure our local and desi seeds. We don't go for much of hybrid seeds and we try to get it locally. The benefit is that local seeds, they gives more nutrition. They're more climate resilient. So we have to use less of fertilizer and pesticides to produce them. This is the successfully which we have done in urban farming. I have two mango plant trees. I have these mulberries. I have grow strawberries, raspberries, even bale, bananas, citrus fruits, guavas, and we are going this go. And if you see into this picture, this mango, I've been working on this. Basically, this mango, I've collected the just plants from one of my villages, and for last year we have been cultivating this, and soon I'm planning to release it as a variety.
I think Anush, MCG, you can short it and we can leave it to discussion because the urban kitchen gardening is we can discuss because you did a lot of work.
Let me conclude,
Yeah,
then we
yeah,
can
please,
discuss
yeah.
as well. And these are our vegetables which we have successfully grown. We have grown potatoes, we have grown red potatoes, capsicum, cherry tomatoes. You name it and we have it. And the systems which we have developed is trellis systems. We have also developed bowl or pandal systems for our bottle guards and sponge guards. We ensure that our cauliflowers are white by doing blanching. We give stakings to our cherry tomatoes for the support. We also have ornamentals and flowering plants, which gives us this aesthetic value, and it personally gives me mental and emotional health benefits a lot. Okay, the challenges which we are facing in urban farming is that the pavement, people are doing pakka zameen to all our lands. Second is that the costing is very much. Already PK Singh sir has explained that protected cultivation they are doing in urban farming. But with the traditional methods also, we can achieve great successes. So this is my conclusion. Growing your own food is like printing your own money. So I've been doing for past 10 years. I will advise you all to do the same. And this was my cuttings from the newspaper. They have published it into their newspaper. Oh, thank you so much. Any questions? I can take.
Thank you, MCG. You did a lot of work.
My name is Anushi.
Anushi.
Yeah, my name is Anushi.
Anushi ji. Yes, Anushi ji, you did a lot of work. And apart from that, just for the home shaking and hobby shaking, she promoted the kitchen gardening to the others people also. That temperament I'm really appreciating. Because unless otherwise taking this kind of the things to people public, then whatever you do, that's going waste. Because this kind of the kitchen gardening activity that should be promoted. Really excellent. What you did that too in the Kanpur. So thank you so much. Really. Yeah, great. Anybody? Yeah, please.
Yeah, this question is very debatable. But it is true that organic farming actually can meet the demands. Recently, we got this state, Sikkim, as our first 100% organic producing state. So it's not that the organic farming cannot meet the demands of the population. It can meet the demands.
Actually, small efforts, each and everybody making small drops makes share. See, that is the concept. If everybody try to produce for their own needs, then it's in the holistically it will we can achieve. And that's the things. And again, you are asking about the organic farming or what? Yes. Organic farming, yes, this topic we were discussing even in my college BSc Horticulture, whether organic is and inorganic. That is still remain, but organic farming is a very successful. Now we need to think about that. Whether it is going to fulfill or not, that is our mindset. We need to bring this some kind of technology. Now nanotechnology is there. Just go with the replace with the nanotechnology. Instead of providing the broadcasting and nutrients and major nutrient also, go for the nanotechnologies with the fractions and all those things. Nowadays technology is there. Now how best we are taking the technology and adopting the technology in the field for the better productivity. That is demand is big.
And to add in that, I'm doing research in strawberry only, and we have seen that when we are putting these organic fertilizers, our produce is actually good. and our fruits are also have good shelf life. So I am currently doing that research. So I think that organic is the solution for everything. Thank you so much.
I'm just wanted to add. My wife is practicing since last 10 years in the terrace. We grow more than 100 varieties, whatever required for this our home need. Strawberry I introduced in a very superb way. Now getting into the popular news media, all those things covering. So strawberry we are harvesting by own organic means how we feel and feeding the children with organic and vegetables, lettuce, spinach, what not. But you must have the first interest because doing gardening, kitchen gardening is दूर से देखने के अच्छा लगता है कोई भी है दूर से देखने का अच्छा लगता है अनलेस अदरवाइज आप वहीं पर पेन लेके काम नहीं करेंगे ना इतना दिक्कत हो जाता है you have to show your interest. I know what are the difficulties and challenges in the kitchen gardening. Either monkey, either more, or any other labor availability, and terrace में so many issues, water, there are so many other, and even building bylaws, all those things, so many things. We need a policy actually for vertical farming that is lacking. We need to make a policy. Now over to
Actually, when you are growing organics for your own, then it's fine. But once you are going for commercial cultivation, there are several problems, not one. If you are going on commercial scale, from where you will bring this FYM on such a huge quantity? Second, although there are some exceptions are there, people are doing it, but on very limited scale. Anushi was talking about Sikkim.
Okay.
After the Sikkim, when Sikkim was declared as organic state, have you visited there?
I only came across by the news, nothing else.
So there are, I don't record it on, it is off the record. There are many things. So it is happening, but yeah. Otherwise, we have, our situation will be similar like our neighboring countries.
Okay.
Thank you.
Because more farmers started doing organic farming, then they survive in the market.
No, the major problem with Sri Lanka is that the whole country started the organic production at the same time. But with the Sikkim, when they started the production of organic, the whole India was helping to meet their security demands, their security food demands. So,
I would like to add. Now, if you see that there are problem of stray cattle, why it is coming? Agriculture and livestock cannot go differently. It should go
integrated
side by side. If situation will remain the same, it will only be a dream.
Anybody having any other questions? Otherwise, we can conclude and we can call Mr. Dr. Shiv Shankar ji. Thank you, Mr. Ji. Thank you for your presentation and thanks for your interaction and participation, students. Thank you. I invite Mr. Shiv Shankar ji for the oral presentation. Thank you. He is working as the Assistant Director of Horticulture in the Central Public Work Department, and he is looking after the most important place, important area. It's including Lutyens Bangla Zone and Lok Kalyan Marg PM House. He is maintaining that area. So I think Mr. Shiv Shankar ji, please. Shiv Shankar ji, you are going to talk about? Right.
Oral presentation करके ये
And it was started in 2005 when I was in Bikaner.
ऊपर ऊपर वो दे दियो बीजे केवल दे दियो एसडीएम टू बीजे वहां पे मीटिंग के लिए 201 में एसडीएम टू बीजे दे दे अरे एसडीएम टू बीजे कन्वर्टर वहां पे 201 में हैं हैं नहीं वहां पे राधा आएगा ना तो आगे नहीं बढ़ेगा इससे आगे बढ़ाता रहूंगा
plant breeding center. Raj Sheets Washer, Raj
Good afternoon, sir. Ma'am, myself Shiv Shankar Singh. I am working in Central Public Works Department as Assistant Director Horticulture in Honorable Prime Minister House. And I am doing PhD in Amity University as part-time.
Audible?
Yes. My work is impact of air pollution and particulate pollution on avenue trees of urban ecosystem in Delhi.
We are now shortage of the time. Everybody eagerly waiting for their lunch. I think their mind is able to take their lunch. So, Dr. Shrishankarji, accordingly, just see the psychology of the audience and make it your presentation.
Pollution is the spread of pollutants in natural environments that negatively affect the components of the ecosystem, soil, water, plants, and human health. Second, Delhi capital is the second most populous city in the world and ranked first in terms of air pollution growth. Healthy and balanced development of a nation, wealth in the form of material goods is no doubt necessary, but a beautiful environment is also essential. Filtering the air pollutants in Delhi area, develop suitable effective vegetation stems and heavy metals at different sites of Delhi were studied. My objects of this study to study the seasonal variation in physiological and biochemical parameter of selected tree species in polluted and non-polluted areas. To calculate dust contamination in trees from polluted and non-polluted areas. Calculation of APTI in polluted and non-polluted areas, and to categorize the tree species for landscape use in urban ecosystem. Methodology of this to conduct the present study preliminary survey was conducted to identify the trees based on their landscape use. The studies were conducted in 4 locations. First, Lutyens area of Delhi, जो कि low polluted area में है, and next है IRI पूसा. ये 2 sites हमने low polluted areas की चुनी. अगला है आनंद विहार area of Delhi and NTPC बदरपुर area of Delhi. ये कुछ high polluted areas हैं, ठीक है? तो ये 4 sites हमने चुनी. Based on the survey of the commonly occurring 7 plant species, namely Azadirachta indica, Elstonia scolaris, Ficus religious, Terminalia arjuna, Ficus infectoria, Cassia fistula, and Polyantha longifolia. The plants growing at different locations having approximately same size, spread, and age were considered to maintain the uniform. Physiological parameters, leaf area, stomata studies, leaf extract, pH, relative water contents were studied. Biochemical parameters, namely ascorbic acid, total chlorophyll contents, total sugar and phenol was estimated.
Students,
The air pollution,
please concentrate. It is the important topic for the future.
heavy metal analysis by ICRAHoR-2024 in IRI. These are some slides of the result of this work. Conclusions, the studies indicate that Anand Vihar and NTPC Badarpur area was found most polluted sites, whereas the Lutein zone and IRA foods are found least polluted areas. Second, studies show that different physiological environments had significant variation in species of vegetation trees. The biochemical analysis is suggesting an abundance of broadleaf trees are effective in the filtration of air pollution pollutants. The species Alastonia aesculapis recorded lowest value of APTI, followed by Ficus infoctoria, while Terminalia arthuna and Geisha fistula recorded highest value of APTI. Ficus religious was the most effective tree species with respect to filtering air pollutants and particulate matters. The accumulation of dust on leaf was higher under polluted areas as compared to non-polluted areas. Heavy metal determination analysis showed that heavy polluted area dust samples are significantly contaminated by most of the metals as compared to less polluted areas in the study. Some photographs of sample collections. Estimation of heavy metals by ICRAHoR-2024. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your presentation. Really, it is one of the interested topic regards to the urban, horticulture, urban area, and related to the pollution control and the tree selections. Please, if anybody having any question, please interact. I will.
That time, then I was मैंने इसमें फोरेस्टेशन कराया पीएचडी में। तो हमने जो नॉर्थ दिल्ली का पूरा एरिया मुकरवा चौक साइड गंडा बाईपास और ये अपने धौला कुआं इस सबको देखा हमने कितना पॉल्यूशन हो जाता पेड़ों के जो सेंट्रल वर्ड्स की पेड़ ट्रीज हैं तो हमने ध्यान दिया कि आगे चल करके अगर जितना ज्यादा पॉल्यूशन होगा तो कौन सा पेड़ हम सेलेक्ट करें।
Yes.
ऐसी कोई स्टडी करी है जब हम वर्क कर ही रहे
Exactly.
हाइपोथेसिस थी वही तुम्हारा पता है तुम्हें पहले से पता था पूछा में और यहाँ ल्यूटिन जोन में पॉल्यूशन कम है भाई आप पहली लाइन आई उससे कैसे डिपेंड करोगे
एक्चुअली सर सीबीसीबी के डेटा के अनुसार हमने साइट देखी कहाँ ज्यादा पॉल्यूशन होता है कहाँ नॉर्थ दिल्ली कहाँ कम पॉल्यूशन
I hope this topic we were discussed beginning of your research, started, I think, forming the objective of your research also. Yes, we have. Yes.
Take out food trees who can combat air pollution. That is more important.
किसी की पता है कौन सा पेड़ लुटियंस दिल्ली में ज्यादा है नई दिल्ली एरिया में आप कनॉट प्लेस में भी तो विजिट कराया होगा इंडिया गेट सराउंडिंग तो गया हुआ या लोधी गार्डन गया हुआ
पेड़ देखने थोड़े जाते हैं
No, this is agriculturist. We need a more observation capacity.
Yes.
Observation capacity agar nahi hai, we will fail. As far as concerned agriculture, if you want to become the scientist or if you want to become the trend setter in the agriculture, observation is the basic fundamental. You need to inculcate everywhere, whenever you go, what is there in your surrounding, what is happening in your surrounding, that is foremost important. Thank you, though, all the present.
I would like to just mention here, like you mentioned about the Noida a few years back, but 1985 versus now. I would like to mention here that in 2000 there was a this was a national neem network program launched by Noble Good. Under that, a lot of neem seeds were collected for doing this variability studies in the neem oil content, azadirachtin content, and I was the coordinator for doing this evaluation of all the neem collections. Around 2,500 collections were there, and all collections are maintained in vitro at NBPGR, and those were also multiplied. The elite plantations were multiplied, and all the plantations you see in Noida are the plantation done during that project. Entire neem plantation in Noida, which you see near the Noida and Greater Noida, is the work done during the project. So I'm really happy to whenever I see those neem tea, it reminds me of the project which we did a long time back. And now we see the fruiting and setting. So Noida is full of neem, and I'm really proud that I was a part of the project which planted these trees. And likewise, you talked about the trees, like we see the jamun and all those in Lutyens, Delhi, long time back. And the wisdom was that they planted the same tree throughout the avenue. It was not that one tree is something different species, another is a different species. Looking into this, the feasibility of the utilization of those trees. So if you see, there's a Jamun Avenue and the Neem Avenue, Arjuna Avenues. So each avenue has same plantation throughout the avenue. So this is the beauty of the plantations. Nowadays, I see that in this particularly on the highways, particularly on the dividers, I think this scientific evaluation is being done. Any plant is being planted on the as an avenue tree.
Yes.
Any
absolutely.
plant is being planted as on the dividers without even looking into the scientific utility and the scientific validity for that particular location.
Exactly,
So
madam.
this is what we are lacking, and this is where we need to focus on.
Really, ma'am, DG madam, whatever suggested, no, that is absolutely correct. Because today, students, please, just listen, you will benefit. Absolutely, the urban जो planning, central divider, roadside, आप देखिएगा, especially that divider, central verge, as a remind, it's in the worst.
Yeah.
Reason
The
is
causes of
there is no proper planning.
Yeah.
There is no proper planning.
Planning.
There is no consultation with a good horticulturist and good futuristic person. Actually, if you know the growth and pattern of the trees, then you can suggest.
Then you can suggest, yes, of course.
Because now the horticulture sector, agar anybody comes, even they don't know, out of that person, so bureaucrats or anybody, they can suggest, "Arey people laga do, arey cassia laga do, arey panda laga do." So what it shows that is the unprofessional approach. अभी सेंट्रल वेज में देख लो, कई कैसिया लगाते हैं और अल्स्टोनिया लगाते हैं, जो फ्रीक्वेंटली जो
any plant they will
plant, सिल्वर ओक लगाते हैं, कभी गिर जाता है, because whatever that space is required may not be available. That deep rooted है, tap rooted है, वहां पर नीचे कंक्रीट है. सेंट्रल वेज में देखा होता मिट्टी ऊपर आ जाता, पानी देते वो मिट्टी नीचे आ जाता, again it will create the pollution, dust pollution. Proper thinking is still lacking urban planning mein, because the horticulture works are hijacked by the some other non-technical persons. Because of that only this kind of the pollution is again and again aggravating the every cities.
But on the contrary, if you see this Singapore, you go to Singapore,
Yes.
such a beautifully it's a valid profession. It's a professional.
Wherever the professional is respected, they will be devoted for the making the good.
The urban planning is urban landscape planning itself is a very good, highly respected subject, and they're highly paid also.
Yes, I can give n number of examples. I can quote so many things about urban horticulture. What are the challenges? But anyhow, the students are now looking for, I think, something some other interest, so we can conclude this topic. And dears and all the participants in the online as well as in the offline, and the students and the experts, and the DG ma'am and all the presenters, I'm really thank you everyone by wholeheartedly, because those who are all जो presented in this urban horticulture, and they did well. And now Mr. Srikanth will give the vote of thanks.
Good afternoon to all. Good afternoon to all. I am Dr. Perimala Srikanth. Feel honored and privileged to get the opportunity to propose a vote of thanks on this auspicious occasion of Second International Conference on Recent Advances in Horticulture Research. On behalf of the organizing committee, I convey my deep regards, hearty thanks to our Honorable Founder President Sir, Dr. Ashok K. Chauhan Sir, and Honorable Chancellor, Dr. Atul Chauhan Sir, and Honorable Vice Chancellor Ma'am, Professor Dr. Balvinder Shukla Ma'am, for our always encouragement. And I would like to thank the honorable delegates, especially for this urban farming session, Dr. P.K. Tripathi sir, for his valuable suggestions to students to inculcate the techniques which is required for the industry at presently. And I would like to thank to Keynote speaker, Professor Dr. Patarwadi Somtang Namki, ma'am, Kasat University, Thailand, for her presentation on the seed germination. And I would like to thank Dr. P.K. Singh, sir, Principal Scientist, CPCTIARI, for his valuable motivating students and encouraging students uh, to inculcate the techniques, whatever the required the industry is needed right now. And my sincere thanks to Professor Dr. Nutan Kaushik, madam, Director General Horticulture, AFF, for her valuable support and guidance. And finally, I am very thankful to all the faculty colleagues and non-teaching staff members for their support. And I feel proud and thank you for making this urban farming session a very grand success. Thank you to all. And I would like to invite Dr. Nutan Kaushik ma'am for felicitation, Sri Chillai sir and Dr. P.K. Singh sir.
The most important thing which you need is the motivation. It doesn't matter how resourceful you are, how intelligent you are, and how hardworking you are. But if you do not have a proper motivation, you will not achieve that goal. And keeping that spirit in mind, we designed this special session on the theme Horti Entrepreneurship Success Stories, with the goal to inspire our young audiences and to show them that nothing is impossible. One notable name that comes immediately in my mind when we're talking about the success story is Dhanuka Agritech Limited. And we are honored to have Mr. Kamal Kumar, advisor Dhanuka Agritech, with us as the chair of the session. क्या मेरा भी नहीं है, मैं तो बोलूंगा तो ये कंट्रीब्यूशन ये तो बाद में आएगा. Shri Kamal Kumarji is presently working as an advisor Dhanuka Agritech Limited and also associated with AHSR as a member area advisory board. He is life member of National HRD Network and is recipient of Game Changer Award from HR Club Mumbai. He has over 50 years of experience in agrochemicals in crop protection industry. He joined Dhanuka Agritech Limited in 1996 and worked as senior general manager and looked after recruitment and training for the company till December 2018. From January 2019 till date, he is continuing with Dhanuka Agritech as advisor. He is also a guest faculty to some of the B schools in agriculture. Sir, I welcome you again to this session and I invite you please give introductory remarks.
Thank you, Abhishek, for my introduction, which was a little lengthy. I deserve or I don't, this is all up to you. I'm thankful to Amity for organizing this important event covering horticulture, research and advances in horticulture. I'm thankful to the organizing committee. First and foremost is the founder president of this institute, Dr. Ashok Chauhan, and Dr. Nutan Kaushik, who is just sitting in front of me, for her valuable contribution in research. Research which is an ongoing process, and especially in horticulture, where in 1950, just to share small statistics with you, it was 25 million tons in India, only in 1950, wherein food grain production was 50 million tons. In 2022-23, the horticulture production has gone, fruit and horticulture production, fruit and vegetables, to 351 million tons, from 25 million tons to 351 million tons. And food grain from 50 to 329 million tons. That is the achievement, and that is all because of the basic research which was inculcated into the science which was there, put to the farmers to make it practice for proper scientific cultivation. That is how it has gone. Thankful to the present government of India, who has given an honor posthumous to Dr. M.S. Swaminathan, the father of Indian agriculture, and the one who has brought in green revolution to our country. Still, when we are talking about, there is a great hidden potential available in our country for fruit and vegetables. Great hidden potential in our country still, unexplored, untapped. And to just share a few, we are the largest producer of mango in the world. Number one, even though second in fruit and vegetables, next to China, but largest in mango, largest in banana, largest in banana. But when we talk of exports of banana, we are nowhere in front of Ecuador, a small country, very, very small country, Ecuador. So what we have reached a mere just 50 billion of exports, even though a phenomenal growth of 23% during pandemic in export of our agriculture and including horticulture, but the potential is to reach 100 billion. We are very small when it comes to export, and there are many challenges such as Xanthomonas campestris is still a challenge in citrus, where we are trying to find possible solutions. There are many. We have made a very big headway in grapes. especially in the varieties of Anabishai, Thamset seedless, and then Bangalore Blue. We have made a very big headway in pomegranate. Some of the states have made phenomenal growth. But when it comes to entrepreneur and innovation, I think the present just session that we are there in, it is going to talk about entrepreneur and innovation. And Amity has strong belief in innovation. As and when I have heard Dr. Chauhan saying, he is been emphasizing mainly on innovation, and so important. One example which I would like to share with you, a few years back, just 11, 12 years back in Nashik, tomato and both grapes were finding it very difficult for survival. Some of the farmers were finding it difficult because they had problems. One powdery, downy mildew was a very big problem in grapes at that time. And even tomato also, the remunerative price were not being given to the farmers. And farmers were struggling. One gentleman rose, he formed a farmer producing organization, FPO, in Nashik district. The name of that farmer is Mr. Vilas Shinde. He started Shiadri Farms. Today they are doing a business of more than 500 crores. And so much so that such a big giant, Hindustan Unilever, making of Kisan ketchup, was forced, not physically forced, but forced because of the infrastructure that they have developed, because of the innovation that they have brought in Nashik district to set up their manufacturing plant of Kisan ketchup in Nashik. So this is the result of entrepreneurship. We will hear a lot about entrepreneurship from the speakers. They will be coming who are invited. I have gone through some of them, the profile of those, and the amount of work that they are doing. And from a professional, they have gone in for private entrepreneurship and successful model of entrepreneurship. We have number of such models, 10,000 farming producing organizations announced by our finance minister in the last budget. Over and above the startups, I think the maximum number of startups in the world is in the field of agriculture in the last 2-3 years. And out of which India also can boast of having many startups that is coming up despite pandemic, when most of the industry have gone in for negative growth. Agriculture is the only sector which rose by 3.7% as growth. I think you are all very fortunate. I must say, you all here are very fortunate that you have chosen a profession of agriculture. Agriculture is future. Agriculture is future of our country. And some very rightly said, it is the backbone of our economy. And India knows only one culture. Which is that culture? Our former first Prime Minister said, India only knows one culture, and that is agriculture. That was said by Pandit Jawaharlal Nehru ji, our first Prime Minister. I think let us start with a very optimistic note and be very, passionate about listening. All the speakers who will be coming, 3 of them, I have read the profile as well as the work that they are going to carry on. They are carrying on in horticulture. Wish you all the best. Thank you very much. Our first speaker is Professor Naveen Kumar Arora, and he is Fellow of International Society of Environment Botanist, PhD in Microbiology, is currently the Dean of School of Earth and Environmental Science and Dean of School of Engineering and Technology, Baba Saheb Bhimrao Ambedkar University, Lucknow. Professor Arora is a renowned researcher in the field of environmental microbiology and biotechnology. He has more than 100 research articles published, a premier international journal. He is editor of 35 books published by
by Springer Nature and is the serious editor of book series Microorganism for Sustainability, published by Springer Nature. He is the editor-in-chief of the Scopus Index Journal Environmental Sustainability. He has delivered lectures in conferences and seminars around the globe. He has been advisor to 121 postgraduate and 13 doctoral students. He has also received the awards for excellence in research by the Horticulture Governor of Uttar Pradesh, India, Asian PGR Society. Samagra Vikas, Welfare Society and Research and Academic Excellence Award in the discipline of Life Sciences by Babasaheb Bhimrao Ambedkar University. He is the president of the Society for Conservation of Wildlife and he is also secretary of the Society for Environmental Sustainability. Please welcome Professor Naveen Kumar Arora. Dr. Gonzalez from Spain. I'll request Abhishek to read out his profile.
Dr. Gonzalez Coloma is a senior scientific researcher in the Institute of Agriculture Sciences of the CSIC in Spain. Her line of research focuses on the biotechnological production of botanical and fungal biopesticides. She develops research from bioprospection, production and optimization of biopesticide from the flora of various regions of Spain and other parts of the world, as well as agriculture residues. The group of biopesticides that she leads is a multidisciplinary. It screens and identifies metabolites with insecticidal, antifungal and nematicidal effects. She also explores mechanism of action and structure activity relationships, field evaluation of developed products. She has published more than 180 scientific articles in index journals, elaborated patents, 9, and has directed 14 doctoral theses among other contributions. She has led numerous national and international research projects. Ma'am, I welcome you to this session.
Thank you very much. Can you hear me correctly? I hope. I'm going to share my screen right now and show you the presentation. Okay. Okay. This is the title of my talk today is New Nematicidal Agents from Fungal Endophytes. I work for the Spanish Research Council, which is the largest research organization in my country, in Spain, with many institutes, a total of 120 research institutes covering all kinds of scientific disciplines. We are located in Madrid in the Agrarian Sciences Institute, And we work closely to another institute located in the Canary Islands, the Natural Products Institute. We all belong to the same research organization. Our group is called the Biopesticides Group, and we cover the selective screening of raw materials, including plants, residues, and endophytes. We identify the new products that are active against pests and diseases of plants. We try to optimize those extracts and the compounds that are active through synergistic mixtures, fungal biotransformation, fermentation of the fungi, co-culture, and so on. We are also focusing on the sustainability of the process through biotechnological production, conventional production of plants in the field, and the fermentation of the endophytes. So the approach is that we use all the metabolites from the plant which are protecting the plant and against insects, diseases, fungi, and nematodes. All those chemicals are produced by the plant and also from the endophytes that live within the plant. Our scientific objectives are the new biopesticides, the characterization, optimization of something is going on. Okay. And we are within the framework of the United Nations Development Goals, mostly the number 12. The biopesticide market is growing in the world, but in Europe it's a very important growth, mostly because of the European Green Deal and the regulations, which are now a big controversy because of the demonstrations from the agriculture producers who are largely against part of the Green Deal, and we are having a very big controversy about this at this moment. Right now in Spain, we have big demonstrations. People is being manipulated against the European Green Deal, and we will keep talking about this for a long time, I'm afraid. But so far, we have to comply with the regulations, and therefore the biopesticides market, which is imposing the IPM, integrated pest management, needs to have new means of pest control. In our prospection of sources, we start like a funnel-shaped project, and we start with the screening and sourcing. For the sourcing, I'm going to talk today about endophytes. These endophytes we started studying in the Macaronesian area, which is the Canary Islands, which is an archipelago next to the African coast, the western coast of Africa, but they belong to Spain, and therefore they're part of the European community with a high level of biodiversity. This biodiversity is shaped by the geography and location of the islands, which have a very high gradient of altitude and also a north-south range of humidity. The northern side has a very high humidity because of the north trade winds, and the south has very low humidity, and therefore it has shaped many different plant communities, from the cloud layer forest, which is like a relict forest from the tertiary area, to the more succulent and arid African type of flora in the south. Also the high altitude subalpine scrub. So therefore, with all these different plant communities, we have a great deal of biodiversity to work with in a very small area. It's very interesting. It's what is called a biodiversity hotspot. We started working for a long time ago in the floral forest, which is this relict forest maintained by the humidity from the trade winds. This forest is dominated by Lauraceae species, and one of the Lauraceae species, which is Persea indica, which is like an ancient grandparent of the avocado tree, the Persea americana. Persea indica was very interesting because of different situations found in the forest, and one of them was an interaction with rats and poisoning animals, and therefore, a long time ago, we started a chemical ecology work that led us to isolate a group of compounds, very interesting compounds, ryanodines, which are very insecticidal. This is and they are related to ryanodine, which is already a botanical pesticide from another different plant family, completely different. This led us to think that this plant, we know this plant is very interesting from a chemical ecology point of view. Therefore, we use the plant as the source of endophytes, looking for endophytes that could produce any of those compounds or some interesting compounds from this plant. We isolated endophytes from Persea indica. Okay, the isolation. The endophytes were very interesting. Okay, we isolated a large collection of endophytes from this tree, Persea indica, and we also studied the distribution, spatial distribution of these endophytes from different parts and times of the year. Therefore, we proceeded with the biological valorization of these endophytes. We did something is really weird. Anyway, we did the extract valorization and selection, the bioassay with fungal phytopathogens, phytoparasitic nematodes, and insect pests. And we found out the Gygnardia mangiferae, for example, which is not Gygnardia mangiferae anymore. I'll tell you about that later. Among many of these, in these different fungi were active against the different targets. And we selected this one because it was active against all the targets that we took. And we proceeded with the bio-guided chemical study. Doing a much larger fermentation, we got a very nice extract. We chromatographed the extract and isolated the pure compounds for identification. We proceeded with the identification through the regular, preparative HPLC, column chromatography, TLC, and then the spectroscopic determination of the structures with NMR and high resolution mass spectra. With these techniques, and this is the result of the bio-guided chemical study of these fungi. We isolated a series of compounds, but only the active compounds were the ones we were interested in. These are the active compounds, which are the derivatives of gygnardic acid and derivatives. Active on insects, we found gygnardic acid and methylgygnardic, 1 and 2. And active on nematodes, we found methylgygnardic, compound number 2, gygnardione G, 3, and methoxypengygnardic, compound 4. So we had now identified the active ingredients of the extract. The next step was to determine the in vitro nematicidal effects. And we found that these compounds had very low active efficient concentrations or lethal concentrations when we tested in vitro against Melidogene javanica. Okay, Melidogene javanica is a very important root knot nematode producing root galls in many crop plants. We also tested this extract once we knew the compounds and the compounds 4, 5, 7 and control. We tested on the egg hatching activity, and we also discovered that these compounds were able to inhibit the nematode egg hatching very efficiently at 14 days. And at the end of the experiment, there was very low egg hatching activity. We also tested the extract characterized by chromatography. We knew the composition of this extract from the fungus, and we tested in vivo on nematicides, this nematode on tomato. And then we checked the root infested with J2 by staining the roots. And there was a protection with the compound over 65%, and with the most active product, over 80% of the reduction of the nematode infestation of the roots, which is really amazing. Also, we did the whole population's development of the nematode population in tomatoes for 2 months, which is a long-term experiment, in vivo experiment with the extract. And what we found is the reproduction rate of the Melidogene javanica was really extremely reduced, and it was concentration dependent. So the conclusion is that This fungal endophyte from Persea indica has nematicidal compounds, Grignardionidae, methoxypengarnardic, and methylgrignardic, active on insects, also some of these compounds. And now we have decided that we need a complete genetic study of this compound, of these fungi. This fungi now it has been, we have studied the whole genome. We have now we are assembling the genes and see the genes for the production of these compounds. For the optimization, we have worked on the last year. We have been working on the optimization of this production. We first did some changes in carbon nitrogen ratios, and we found that this was also very important for the production of the active compound. But now what we have done is use microparticle enhanced cultivation with talcum powder and bentonite and filamentous fungal biofilms through metallic mesh and glass wool added to the media. And we checked the production of the compounds. A was with filamentous fungal with glass wool, B was a metallic mesh, C is bentonite, and D is talcum powder. And the medium is sapic dog cheese liquid medium modified with amino acids, which was the same media. When we checked, we saw that the bentonite increased the activity on day 6 and 21, okay, for the antifidan bioassays on Rhopalocifum paddy, which is an insect. But when we checked at the nematicidal action, we found out that glass wool activity was increased from day 6 to 21. When we check on the active compounds, here is the production of the grignardic, methylgrignardic, grignardiol, and methoxypengarnardic. We see that there are very important increases in production on the different days, which are summarized here. Grignardic acid increased 0.77 times, almost 1 time more than versus control, and 9 days earlier in the presence of talcum powder. Methylgrignardic increased 1.8, almost 2 times versus control 9 days earlier in glass wool. Grignardiol G increased a little bit, only 0.43 times at the same time, nothing interesting. And methoxypengarnardic 1 time increased, same time, not shorter time. So the most important effect we have seen is with glass wool incorporated into the growth media, which is just a physical aspect. The fungi need some physical stimulus to grow the mycelium in a way that allows the fungi to produce faster and more compounds that we are interested in obtaining. This is, for now, this is what we have achieved until now, and we are now looking at the genes and looking how we can find out which genes are responsible for the production of these compounds and how we can maybe do some genetic manipulation if that is wise, something we can do, because sometimes manipulating organisms is not a very good idea anyway to use them in agriculture, at least in Europe. I want to thank the group, which is here in the group in Madrid, the group in the Canary Islands, and I want to mention Nicolas Reyes and William Useche, who are both responsible of the last part of the work related to the optimization of the production of the compounds, which is opening really new, interesting ways to increase the production of active compounds. And I want to also thank the funding from the Spanish government, Ministerio de Ciencia e Innovación, and universities. Thank you very much, and please let me know if there are any questions.
Thank you, Azu. Thank you so much for your presentation. So over to you, Chairperson, sir. You can take up some questions, sir. You can, if anybody has some question.
If anybody has a question, I think we'll be more than happy, because that shows your participation and your concentration on the subject.
So student, please ask the question. At least those who are going to join her lab on this Saturday, they should ask the question. So Azu Sena is going to have 3 of our students in her lab for 1 month. So thank you, Azu, for accepting that. So
No, my pleasure.
thank you. Okay. Okay then.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Azu. Thank you.
Thank you all.
Presentation. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. And now the Professor Naveen Kumar Arora is online now. He's a fellow of International Society of Environmental Botanists and currently a dean at School of Earth and Environmental Science and dean at School of Engineering and Technology, Baba Saheb Bhimrao Ambedkar University. Professor Arora is a renowned researcher in the field of environmental microbiology and biotechnology. He has more than 100 research articles published in premium journals. He is the editor of 35 books published by Springer Nature and is the series editor of book Microorganisms for Sustainability. He is the editor-in-chief of the Scopus Index journal Environmental Sustainability. He has been advisor to 121 postgraduate and 13 doctoral students. He has also received awards for excellence in research by the Honorable Governor of Uttar Pradesh, Asian PGPR Society, and Research and Academic Excellence Award in the discipline of Life Sciences by Baba Saheb Bhimrao Ambedkar University. He is the president of Society for Conservation of Wildlife and is also secretary of Society of Environmental Sustainability. Sir, I welcome you again to the session and the dice is all yours, sir. Please.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Abhishek. I hope I am audible.
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. So at the outset, I would like to thank the organizers, especially Professor Nutan and Dr. Abhishek for inviting me to deliver this talk. So I think I have 20 minutes.
Yes, you have 20 minutes, but we'll be more than happy in case if you wrap up in and save 5 minutes. That means 15 minutes.
That is a difficult task to do. I hope my screen is visible.
Yes, it is visible. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So I will discuss about a success story from lab to land, how by using microbial technology we have been able to remediate saline agroecosystems in Uttar Pradesh. So I will skip some of the slides because the chair has asked me to wrap up in 15 minutes. So I will not talk about the introduction part. I will try to skip and move very fast. As we all know, the human population is still increasing, and soil salinity is one of the major issues which can impact, which is already impacting, and it can further impact in future the food security. If we talk about the food security, the situation you can see on this slide that the situation of food, global food security, how it looks like still around 25% of the population is suffering from food insecurity in the world. If we talk about Asia, it is the same situation, is almost the same like the global situation. But in Africa, if you see, it is around 80 to 85% people are suffering from food insecurity. But on the other side, in Europe and in Europe and America, it is only 7%, while in Latin America, it is almost 50%. So this is the situation. It is again like an unequal world. If we talk about food security, right, this slide is stopped to move. Yes. So there are several challenges to food security, and one of them is increasing soil salinity. And in the changing climatic scenario, we have to look into the two most important sectors which impact the climate change, and then climate change impacts the agriculture also. So energy sector and agriculture, if we talk about, if we combine both of them, 92% of the of the CO2 emissions come from these two sectors, the energy sector and the agriculture. So we need to look into agriculture. On the one hand, our agro ecosystems are impacted by the use of agrochemicals and by the climate change and by the land degradation. And on the other hand, agricultural practices are leading to CO2 emissions. And as I am saying it again, 92 to 93% of CO2 emission comes from energy and agriculture sector. So we need to look into this situation and simultaneously improve the food production for the increasing human population. As I was saying a couple of minutes back, that we are still facing 25% of global population is facing food insecurity, and the human population is still increasing. So we need to look into this and increase the production, the agriculture production, through limited resources, and then to reduce the CO2 emission, we need to move towards some sustainable methods like bioagriculture. I will not go in detail what is bioagriculture, what are its benefits, so many benefits. And the silver lining is that the production of biofertilizers is increasing by an annual compound annual growth rate of almost 12%. And the production of biopesticides is increasing by about 15% compound annual growth rate. This is the global data. So if we talk about bioremediation, it is also increasing by 8 and 8.5% compound annual growth rate. United Nations has already declared this decade as decade of restoration. So bioremediation needs to improve further. So success story that we in next 10 minutes is about how we moved from lab to land and remediated completely degraded agroecosystems which are affected by salinity, and there was almost zero productivity. So as I was saying, soil salinity is an increasing problem. It is increasing worldwide. So at present, around 7% of the Earth's land area is suffering from soil salinity, and it is increasing by the day. So, and it is one of the important reasons which impacts food security. See the map, global map of land degradation, and in India also, I know about these Kanpur, Lucknow, now Central Uttar Pradesh districts which suffer from soil salinity. This is the global scenario. I will skip these slides of data, and this is the Indian state-wise scenario of soil salinity. So you can see that almost every state has this problem now, except for say Northeast or the extreme north. Every state has the problem, including Punjab, Haryana, Uttar Pradesh, of soil salinity. So it is increasing by the day. We worked in very saline ecosystems, agroecosystems, which have EC of 8 to 16. In fact, where we worked in last few years, it was having an EC of around more than 10. So we selected some important PGPR, plant growth promoting rhizobacteria, from these very saline ecosystems, including pseudomonads and rhizobium also. I will not discuss about rhizobium because I have only 15 minutes with me, so I will only discuss about pseudomonads and bacilli. We know how these PGPR play the important role as direct and indirect PGPRs. Means they help the plants by various methods, and they also help the plants by say by mitigating the abiotic stresses like drought, salinity, temperature, high temperature or very low temperature. So PGPRs are now known to mitigate the abiotic stresses as well. And you see, we can use them for bioremediation, for bioaccumulation. I am talking about PGPRs, biodegradation, stress management, and to combat climate change. These are the pictures of the fields where we worked with farmers, almost zero productivity. And you know, these farmers migrated from their villages, several of them, because this is showing almost zero productivity. So farmers do not do agriculture. Several of these farmers stopped doing agriculture and they migrated to cities as laborers. So we interacted with them, had meeting with them. We prepared bioformulations using these selected strains, microbial strains, which we isolated from these very regions. And I would like to add one thing. 80% of the legume crops were devoid of nodulation in these regions. So I'm talking about central Uttar Pradesh. We work in Kanpur, Kanpur Dehat, Unnao, Lucknow. We have adopted several villages in these very areas. And 80%, we did one mapping, and this work is published in one international journal. We did this mapping which showed that 80% of these legume crops which were grown in these areas were not showing nodulation. So you can see it is just an indicator that we are losing the microbial diversity, maybe due to salinity, maybe due to the land degradation, maybe due to the use of agrochemicals. So we regularly meet with these farmers and we selected some important strains after a lot of research, largely pseudomonads, bacillus, and rhizobium, and even some fungi like trichoderma. So I will quickly run through these slides. These strains were selected like Pseudomonas fluorescens, EK1. All these strains are submitted in the culture collection centers in India. And we developed bioformulations using these diverse strains, Pseudomonas fluorescens, Pseudomonas entomophila, Pseudomonas putida, Pseudomonas taiwanensis. And you see the crop situation of crop, it is a double hazard. You see double attack. One is the abiotic stress and other is the biotic stress. We also encounter the infection of fungal phytopathogens like Macrophomina faeculina in these very fields, salt tolerant fungal phytopathogen. And we did experiments, and then after after a lot of work in the lab, selection of metabolites, selection of good strains, and the metabolites produced by them, you see, these are the some of the experiments which you can see in this slide. We checked, we selected the potent strains which not only worked against the phytopathogen, were working at a very high salinity. They could inhibit the phytopathogen. They showed the other extra different properties which help the plant, even nitrogen fixation, phosphate solubilization activities, and other activities which mitigate, which help the plant under the salinity stress. So we also purified these metabolites, developed bioformulations. I will not go in detail about the metabolites and bioformulations, how we developed them. We use these bioformulations which involve not only the bacterial cells but also the metabolites like pyocyanin or EPS, exopolysaccharides, metabolites like these to develop these novel bioformulations which were used in farmers' field over the years. So we did experiments with diverse crops including chickpea. You see, when we use them in the field, the productivity increased by more than double and the yields increased. The stress came down on the plant, the soil parameters improved, and we also checked on diverse crops, including sunflower also, because these farmers also grow sunflower, they grow chickpea, they grow wheat, they grow paddy, and sunflower. You see the experiment here, the field experiment. We did in the experiment. These experiments we did in the farmers field, and nowadays we have adopted these villages, and it is not about the experiment. Now we are remediating the soil, and in several villages we have remediated after getting a good amount of fund from Department of Science and Technology, DST, New Delhi. We have been able to remediate around 70 acres of barren saline soil. And this experiment was one of the initial experiments on sunflower. You see nothing growing around, but when we added this bioformulation, this of PF23 strain, it was showing very good results. This is one of the initial experiments. So all this work is published in various journals, and you see on wheat, this is control without any addition of any bioformulation. This is again in farmers field in Kanpur Dehat. with EC of around 10. But when we use our bioformulation of these bacterial strains, including these pseudomonads and bacillus, you see the results. Then the productivity had increased by more than double. So we did experiment on paddy, we did experiment on mustard, we did experiment on wheat, and you see this is the drone picture of the field, farmer's field, where we did experiments. On the left you can see the complete remediation, and on the right, where still the farmers have not joined our project, still the situation is same. It is same barren field with zero productivity. So farmers are now joining with us. Initially, they were reluctant, only a very few joined, but now several, more than 300 families have joined with us in this project. So this was about wheat, where the production has again, you see, more than doubled. This is another project on wheat and paddy, which is funded by BIRAC, where we developed the bioformulation. So now I will skip these slides. I think I have not enough time to discuss about rhizobium. The situation of rhizobium, we isolated some novel strains from these very fields, rhizobial strains. So I will skip. We selected some salt tolerant rhizobial strains, developed bioformulations and EPS based exopolysaccharide based. This is a novel technique which we developed during this study on ICRAHoR testing on ICRAHoR production by the bacterial strains. But I will discuss it on some other time. And exopolysaccharide purification, identification of exopolysaccharide. We checked rhizobium not only on legumes but also on non-legumes like lettuce, which is a very important crop for the farmers, sometimes the cash crop. So it was showing wonderfully good results. It is no point of using chemicals in these fields because they will further deteriorate the situation. So it is better to go for bio farming rather than use chemicals in these very fields I'm showing you a picture about. See the biochemical features, the physicochemical features of the soil, the pH, which was more than around 10, has come down to around 7. EC has decreased from more than 10 to less than 4. Similarly, organic content has improved significantly. Water holding capacity, moisture content have all improved. The soil microbial biomass has improved drastically, and these are the products which we developed during these while working using these microbes. We distribute them to the farmers, and without any cost through this project, DST funded project. And now we have also signed MOU with one of the company known as Siri Bioaesthetics in Hyderabad, which are going to produce our product through their industry and market it. So we give training to the farmers not only in Uttar Pradesh but also in other states, including Himachal Pradesh and Uttarakhand. And we give training to the farmers to use these bioinoculants in BBAU. Also in our university, we invite them every few months. We invite a batch of around 50 farmers in our university to give them training. So these fields have been completely transformed now in 3 years, and from completely barren, their soil has become brown. As I told you, the organic content has improved, microbial biomass has improved, EC has come down, pH has come down, microbial diversity, metagenomic study I am not showing here. Again, it has changed completely. So from white to brown soil with high productivity. Now the farmers are returning back, resulting in reverse migration as well from cities back to their villages, using their land to produce even salt sensitive crops. So this was the outcome of this project, and I thank DST and DBT for the funding. This is the journal Abhishek was talking about, environmental sustainability, which is now indexed in Web of Science as well, Clarivate, and I hope to. It is just a 5-year-old journal, and we hope that it will get impact factor this year. This is my team who regularly accompany me to the villages in these 3 states working. We are working largely in Uttar Pradesh, Uttarakhand, and Himachal Pradesh. So thank you once again to the organizers for inviting me.
Thank you, Dr. Arora. It was wonderful, incredible work that you have performed. And I was, listening very carefully, and 15 minutes were too less for such a mega project that you have taken up with DST, bringing down from 10 to 7 pH level, almost neutral. And all the best is that a barren land has been converted to a fertile cultivable land, that too in Kanpur, where I have worked extensively in Kanpur Dehat, even in the past about 20 years back, where we used to go to Safipur in Unnao district, and all those areas. Safipur was mainly producing potato those days. I do not know today, but Kanpur was more of chilies, and very, very good varieties of chilies were being produced. And your work is incredible. Kudos, and we would like to applaud your tremendous work. Keep going, and we are proud for being a scientist in India. We are proud.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you. Thank you.
Next speaker, Abhishek ji.
The next keynote address is by Dr. Lakhan Singh. He's presently working as professor and advisor at Amity Food and Agriculture Foundation. Earlier, he worked as founder director at ICR Agriculture Technology Application Research Institute, Pune. He has served as head HRD and social science in Indian Institute of Soil and Water Conservation, Dehradun. He has also worked as Dean Agriculture at IIMT University, Meerut. He was awarded PhD degree in Agriculture Extension from IRI. He has experience of over 37 years in research, extension, and training in the discipline. He has experience of working on participatory watershed management, human resource development, empowerment, and motivational development of people. He has also served as senior scientist and principal scientist in Zonal Project Directorate, Kanpur for 14 years. He was engaged in monitoring, evaluating, and coordinating the frontline extension programs and implemented through KVKs in Maharashtra, Gujarat, and Goa. He has received several awards at national level for his outstanding contribution in the field of extension, research, and frontline extension. Sir, I welcome you again, sir.
We all welcome Dr. Lakhan Singh here, and it is proud privilege for all of us that he has joined Amity. Dr. Saab, please.
ये ऊपर में ये कौन सा ये फाइनल कौन सा भी दोनों एक ही इस पे खोलो, इस विंडो में किस पे खोलना किसमें खोलो इन जूम पे देना ना ये
Good afternoon to everybody. Honorable Chairman, Advisor to Hanka Group, Dr. Nutan Kaushik ji, DG MT University, conveners, and all dear participants. Just I would like to take 15 minutes only and just talk about entrepreneurship development and agri-entrepreneurs and horti-entrepreneurs. My topic is successful high-tech horticulture case studies for secondary agriculture. So ये नहीं एरो का एक ये काम नहीं कर रहा है कीबोर्ड आगे बढ़े
नहीं करे अब कर रहा हूँ
Okay. I will not discuss much about this data. Actually, this our Indian agriculture has made rapid progress in terms of agriculture production in agriculture and horticulture also. And Honorable Chairman and other speakers, they have also highlighted the things as we have achieved. Tamarind.
फोन क्या कर रहे थे मेरी टॉक चल रही थी अब खत्म हुई क्या हुआ
And here I would like to discuss some of the challenges here. Climate change, everybody knows there is a drought, flood, high temperature, salinity, and new pathogens even, disease, insect, pest, all these things due to this climate change. And this growing population, declining land and water ratio, as we were also discussing in morning sessions. Food, nutritional and income security. Horticulture does not enjoy a safety net like minimum support price. It is also a challenge. And lack of good cold chain storage and transport networks. And very less or limited input for machinery and equipment. It is also a challenge. And it gets challenging for marginal farmers, small and marginal farmers with high price fluctuation. It is again a challenge for entrepreneurs also. And these are some of the challenges. But here, at last, I want to highlight one thing: developing entrepreneurs with potential enterprises for sustainable income, regular income. That is also a major challenge that I want to highlight here. Few successful entrepreneurs cases I want to highlight here. Here, high-tech farming in grapes. It is the case from Jalna district, from Maharashtra. A young farmer that changes the economy of whole village. In village, there are around 250 to 300 farm families. They have changed their economy. They got socio-economic transformation by adopting this high-tech farming in grapes. Mr. Dattatreya Chavan is 40 years old person. He's intermediate, and I have visited thrice his farm. He's having 20 acres of land. In this area, in this village, there are only 350 millimeter rainfall, average rainfall. That you can imagine the scarcity of water. That is the main thing. That's why I want to highlight this one. And grapes, he's harvesting around 15 tons per acre. And average net income per acre, the farmer is harvesting, earning around 4 lakh, 3 to 4 lakh rupees per acre. One farmer is earning. That you can imagine. And in whole village, per year, 60 to 80 lakh per year they are earning. But how they are earning? They have adopted high-tech farming, high-tech even sensor-based technologies. Simply, he's also a simple technologies. He has adopted moisture that's cost only ₹15. लेकिन ड्रिप टॉप करके कम से कम पानी वो यूज करेगा. He can realize how much water a plant needs. So in that way, small technology the farmer enterprise has adopted, and he's also having agro advisory services on personal way. So in that way, he's using all these technologies. I will not read all these things, but you can see 200 marginal and rural youth, they have come back to that village. That is the impact, I can say impact, output, outcome and impact. That's I will not describe all these things. Similarly, another case, entrepreneurship development through high-tech nursery. It is the case of Nasik. Mr. Madhukar, I have visited many times his farm I have visited. He's intermediate. He got 1 month training from KVK Nashik, and he started this high-tech nursery, and he's producing more than 55 lakh vegetable seedlings, and he's exporting across the country. And he has developed many good facilities. So in that way, he is earning a handsome amount. So that you can imagine, he is also giving opportunity as employment to more than around 300 persons, manpower he has hired. So you can imagine the factors for successful enterprises. He's very committed person. He's very vigilant. He's very calculated risk taker. So that's in that way we have to see how rural youth can be turned up into entrepreneurs. Then integrated fruit orchard model. Rajendra Todkar is a farmer entrepreneur in Pune area. I have also visited Todkar's farm. He has adopted multi-layering farming. Suppose जामुन लंबा ट्री, इसके फिर नीचे कस्टर्ड एप्पल और दूसरा कोई भी पोमग्रेनेट और shade loving plants. In that way, he has adopted multi-layering farming, and he is also having one fish pond. So in that way, from whole farm, he is earning around 12 lakh rupees in a year. So he's also exporting. So in that way, custard apple king, breeder to exporter, Mr. Kaspade, he was the president of Custard Growers Association in Maharashtra, and he is having 20 acres of custard apple and 3 acres high-tech nursery he has developed. And he is producing 7 to 8 lakh saplings, quality saplings, and he is exporting to across the country in different states. And he is earning as net profit. I am telling this as net profit around 2 crores. I was having some doubts. Then today I called him. And I also verified from head KVK Solapur, Dr. Tamre. So he was telling from whole farm he is earning around 2 crores in a year. So in that way, high-tech farming on onion seed production. Mr. Udav Khadekar is also ICR award winner. He is producing 500 kg seed per acre of onion. So in that way, he has adopted this onion seed production as business. So he has connected with the DOGR and he has adopted many technologies, nursery management, ornament, and these are the repeated some of the cases. This is the case from Junnar, Pune. This case I want to highlight here, organic products branding through FPOs. Mrs. Swati Singhade, she is MSc Agriculture in Soil Science from MPKV Rahori. She was inspector in police. And after some time, she resigned from the job and she started this organic products business. And she has also established one FPO. And she has also established some 5 or 6 outlets in Bombay, in Pune, and other cities also. And she is having more than 50 lakh rupees turnover. It is older data because 2 years back data, but now she is having around 1 crores. And this food processing and market of agro waste products. Again, Mr. Praveen Gangav, he is BTech. He was having 15 to 20 lakh rupees package in some company. Then he resigned from the job, and now he has started this on business, on food processing. And you can see he is producing more than 20 products. And he is giving more focus on branding, marketing, exporting, value addition, and he has also formed one FPO. And during he has connected that you can say India Mart, Amazon, Flipkart, Big Basket, Big Bazaars. So in that way, one entrepreneur has to connect with the market. He should be very vigilant. He should know where we have to sell the product. So in that way, he is very successful. And this India's first fig processing startup, Mr. Sameer Dombe. I was visiting one village nearby Pune. Then I met him, and he has coordinated the farmers, make a group of farmers, and he on 500-acre area, fig farming is there. He is providing technology. He is also purchasing, and he has started this processing. And because his name is Sameer Dombe, so Dombe wine. He has also developed this branding. He has given Pavitrik name, and he's earning around 15 lakh rupees, and he's going to expand further. This fruit processing jamun, last year I visited this farmer. He has also started exporting and processing and value addition. Again, then value addition in sorghum, because our government of India is giving more focus on millets. In ICR has started one project that is ARYA, attracting and retaining youth in agriculture. How we can retain and attract the rural youth in villages, that is a challenge. But in this area, this sorghum, they have started many products out of this sorghum, and 13 rural youth, they got training from ICR and KVKs and started as entrepreneurs. Then this income generating from this beekeeping. He is Mr. Dinkar Patel from Latur. He has started this beekeeping unit, and 2,000 boxes he is having, and around 15 to 16 lakh rupees in a year he is earning from beekeeping unit. That you can realize. I have also visited his farm, and Madhusakti honeyman, again KVK Narayanagam Pune, they have started this Madhusakti program, and they trained 500 rural women in a tribal area, and it is one of the very good successful entrepreneurship development. And factors for successful enterprise was utilizing specialized commodities for this one, and brand development. Branding is very, very important, and equipped with sustainable
Dr. Saab, due
machinery.
to paucity of time,
Okay.
another 3 minutes,
Okay.
please try to.
And last, I would like to tell, because it is my concluding slide, what are the suggestive measures to develop the horticulture entrepreneurship? Entrepreneurial motivation is one of the important thing. Commitment to the goal, and vigilant. He should be very vigilant. He should be very calculative risk taker, and he should be very vigilant towards the market and quality aspect, branding, value addition, all these things. Thank you for listening me peacefully.
Thank you, Dr. Saab. It was a great learning for all of us. Students, do you have any questions from Dr. Saab? Please raise your hands in case if you do have. Otherwise, you can always, because he is part of you, you can keep asking any query that you have in your mind. And with such a knowledgeable, vast experience, I think it will be a great honor, not only for us to be, that you are associated with us, but even for the students also, that they will take the privilege of asking questions from you.
Our next speaker is Dr. Shalini, the director of Sumaco Agro Foods Private Limited. She did PhD from IIT Delhi. Prior to her doctorate, Dr. Shalini worked in ICMR. Based on her academic performance, she received several fellowships and awards. She is a gold medalist both in her undergraduate and postgraduate programs. She has also served as consultant in one of the government technical centers under the aegis of Ministry of Health and Family Welfare. Dr. Shalini founded Sumaco Agro Foods Private Limited in the year 2022, and since then has been continuously working on her venture. She pivoted her business model in the last year and established linkages with secondary public offerings to raise capital. The venture was awarded twice by the US Consultate under Association of Women Entrepreneurs in collaboration with Startup India. The venture currently focuses on producing ready-to-eat food items that are micronutrient specific for toddlers and preschoolers. In the coming year, the venture envisages touching the online market. Dr. Shalini?
Thank you so much. I would first like to thank the organizers for inviting me to this conference, and especially Dr. Nutan Kaushik Madam for having me here. And it is an honor for me to share the same platform with eminent experts and key entrepreneurs of my area. Today, I would be sharing some insights on my journey for my startup, and also some little challenges I would be discussing, so that those who are willing to take up their own startup venture ahead can learn and gain some insights from my presentation today. Okay, so like entrepreneurship, as you say, it is a way forward to economic growth. Entrepreneurs are innovators, so if you have that zeal into you, you are an innovator, and India gives you an impetus opportunity to explore your entrepreneurship skills, and there is no dearth for opportunities. Like Sir mentioned during his keynote address, India is supporting, the government is extending support to a lot of startups, and we must try to have an idea which can turn into action. So there are several characteristics related to horticulture entrepreneurship per se, which is as diverse as we could think of, like planning and organization, problem solving, creative, multitasking. You all get to learn all these attributes once you are building your own venture or you're working towards your own startup. The feasible opportunities in the entire landscape of horticulture sector could be in various facets, like horticulture produce processing units. It can extend to horticulture inputs manufacturing units, like horticulture service centers, miscellaneous, or product development per se. Now, the Sumaco Agro Foods Private Limited, a dream venture of mine, which actually translated from an basic research I did at lab level and later on turned into an full-fledged venture. It stands for Sustainable Unique Micronutrient Augmented Key Organics. And I would be sharing the journey from ideation to action as a real-time experience. So the journey so far for Sumaco Agro Foods has been like it was during the pandemic that we bootstrapped startup idea. I happened to have my PhD focusing on key organics. Like I did my PhD on mushroom research, and I was working with a private firm. Later on, I went to my hometown when the pandemic started. So there I could realize that there is huge potential. I belong from Jharkhand. There is huge potential to trap the natural resources and convert them into key organics. And Jharkhand has been known to have a lot of potential in mushroom production as well as other nutraceutical crops and medicinal plants. So I bootstrapped the idea, startup idea, registered in Startup India. The very first step was to get a registration at Startup India program, and I joined the Association of Women Entrepreneurship program, which was a co-sister event organized by the Startup India, and I was a part of the Bihar and Jharkhand cohort. There, the US consulate extended its support to the promising startups, and we had certain rounds of pitches going on. There I could crack the angel investor, and also I received close to $3,000 grant from the US consulate in the first round of my funding. Upon receiving that funding, the logistical was completed, because if you are willing to have your own startup or your venture, you have to adhere to the government guidelines, and you have to have all the compliance in place, because you are going to register your company. So you need to have all the compliance in place and all the due approvals and licensing done. And apart from that, while you are exploring your funding opportunities, it is important to establish the market linkages. By market linkages, I mean that we should be able to identify the potential market opportunities for our product, where we can plug in the solution. Like, there are already a lot of products already existing in the market, in the area of agriculture, in the area of horticulture, in the area of nutraceutical foods, superfoods. You go to any supermart, you will see n number of food items coming up. So it is very important to narrow down your research to a solution which is either available, either you are improvising the available solution, or you are coming up with a solution which is non-existing. Both ways, the startup or your idea can work. So that was a major a major step in my journey. And then I reported market traction via retail outlets, since I belong to a small place, and the building of the entire platform or the hitting the consumer market by online means require a lot of funding and back-end marketing and digital marketing, and excessive campaigning. So we reported our market traction via retail outlets. And this journey started when I tried to identify the market. The first key organic that the company picked up was the mushrooms, because I was well versed with the science and the research involved into it. So we tried to zero down the total market capacity in India, and we tried to narrow it down to Jharkhand, the state where we had an inception for our enterprise. So we calculated the total amount of market size, because it is very important that we know what is our target market and how much scope is there for our existence. So we tried to zero down basic the total number of districts, then number of production unit that are already existing in producing the mushrooms, because if at all you are not entering into the production quickly, you will have to procure it from the existing farmers or the existing vendors. The first phase is like targeting 5% of the total population, because you cannot cover the entire population in the first phase of your venture. Now, once you have highlighted the target site and the target population, even if you are targeting 5% of the pan India population, you will have a customer base in lakhs. Now, what were the major challenges that any startup come across or any business model come across? That is failure to plan. If you are planning for your own startup, or if you are planning to have your own venture, you need to have a very robust plan. Like, if plan A doesn't work for you, what is the plan B? If plan B doesn't work, how are you going to, escape the risk? Then there are knowledge and skill gaps. You have an idea, but you don't have ample amount of knowledge, and there is a skill gap. First, if you have an idea, you need to equip yourself well enough with the knowledge, the market size. You need to liaise with people who are into that sector. You need to speak to experts to get their insights. It has to be research oriented action. And time and again, we need to improvise on our own plan. You might have to go back to your blackboard, work on your business model, again come back, make some changes, and then again you start. Time management and productivity, everything involves a lot of time. So we have to be very, very sure of our time management, as to what milestones are we actually targeting to achieve, and the productivity. Even if you could establish and speak to one expert related to your venture, that is your productivity. You should never scale your productivity only with the parameter of revenue generation. Even attending a conference, or even meeting 10 experts, sharing your idea with them, is a productivity for your venture. Then the major challenge is lack of proper team, funds, and mentorship. If you don't have a proper team with you, you don't know the funds channeling and the mentorship, then the idea is liable to fail. Now, Samaco's business model, if we take a look at how I cracked the business model for my venture, we first thought of the sources of revenue, because any business is done to generate revenue, or any business model is actually focused on revenue streams. So the first was the sources of revenue, which we could identify was the direct sales, because that was easily approachable. Then the training programs, And then the services which comprises of consultancy and other things like direct sales. We had our vision very clearly that we would be making and hitting the market traction via the direct sales, which can be displayed at the prominent retail outlets, the local distributions, and sale of the product directly. The second one is the services, where we have lab setup consultancy, and we provide our consultancy to the existing farmers and someone who is already into product development. And third one, which we have not even explored, is the training programs. Like once we have established our venture in a full-fledged model, we would be able to host students at our base.
Dr. Shalini, due to paucity of time, we would request you to wrap up in another 3-4 minutes.
Yes, sir. I'm just about to finish. So the milestones achieved so far, I didn't see the company got registered only in 2022-23, but the process, if you see, we started way back in 2020 with problem identification, inception of the idea plus market research. 2021, we acquired the site where we are going to have our micro enterprise. Currently, we are working with the farmers at their own base, and we identified the potential raw materials and completed the registration and due approvals. All the government approvals have been taken, and we are ready to have our own manufacturing unit soon in the second half of this year. Sumaco has been recognized at various global competitions and pitches. We have been bootstrapped we have attended the boot camp under the HERD startup program recently, which was organized by the GUSEC Gujarat University. We have been the first prize holders and first women entrepreneur promising startup from the entire state of Jharkhand, and we represented at US Consulate Kolkata, and we received close to $3,000 grant in our first phase. The second phase, again, we raised $2,000 grant, and in totality we have raised grants worth $5,000. We are also in process of getting 20 lakh seed grant from the government of India under the Startup India program, and we are already DPIIT recognized. So this is our journey so far. We are ready to soon hit the market through the online portal, and we hope, and we are very hopeful that you guys would be, everybody in here and the world will be able to purchase our products through the online market. And hence we have not shown the product pictures here, because we are ready to launch in the second half of this year. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Shalini. It was a wonderful journey that you have described, full of optimism, and the initial struggle also, which you have come up so successful, becoming an entrepreneur, which is a role model for many of the young students here who have listened to you with a lot of concentration and care. Wish you all the best for your endeavor.
Thank you, sir.
Our next speaker is a farmer and a horti entrepreneur who is going to speak on dragon fruit cultivation. He's from Solapur, Maharashtra. Mr. Rajendra Deshmukh ji. Online link? Okay, meanwhile, I invite Mr. Abhishek Singh, who is going to speak on horti entrepreneurship success stories in India and abroad. Yes, sir. जी सर, बोलिए सर.
हाँ सर, नमस्कार. मैं किसान हूँ सोलापुर से. तो कृषि विज्ञान केंद्र सोलापुर, अटारी, लाखन सिंह और आप सब डायस के लोग और जो स्टूडेंट है वो और जो किसान लाइव जुड़े हैं उनको मेरा नमस्ते. हमारा जो इलाका है वो कम बारिश गिरने वाला इलाका है. तो शुरू से मेरा नाम जो है राजेंद्र प्रताप देशमुख. मेरा ईमेल आईडी है राजेंद्र पी देशमुख, अंजानाबाग, सोलापुर रोड, बारिशें हैं और मेरे पास जो फसल है वो कम पानी की लागत में आने वाली फसलें है। उसमें एक नंबर जो है मेरे पास, उसमें अभी मैं 7 साल से ड्रैगन फ्रूट में काम करता हूँ, कस्टर्ड एप्पल में काम करता हूँ, खजूर में काम करता हूँ और एप्पल बेर है मेरे पास और आवाकाडो भी लगाया है। तो ये 4-5 जामुन है, स्वीट टेम्बरिन है, इतने 7-8 क्रॉप मेरे पास है, ड्रम स्टिक है मेरे पास। तो पिछले 30 साल से मैं इसमें काम करता हूँ। तो मेरा जो काम करने का जो तरीका है, तो कम पानी की लागत, कम मजदूरी और गारंटी मुनाफा मिलने के लिए ये ऐसे क्रॉप का मैं चुनाव किया। तो पानी नहीं रहते हुए, लेबर कम रहते हुए कैसे आमदनी होना चाहिए। तो मेरे पास जब से मैं काम करता हूँ 2000 साल से, तो अभी तक खेती में कुछ मिलता नहीं, ऐसा कुछ बात नहीं है। हर साल अच्छा मुनाफा मिलता है, अच्छी मेहनत लगन से मैं काम करता हूँ, इसलिए मेरे में तरक्की हो गई है सर। तो कम पानी की लागत में जो जो चीज बनती है, उसमें 10-12 साल पहले मैंने खजूर लगाया है और 12 साल पहले मैं ड्रैगन फ्रूट लगाया है। तो दिक्कत में शुरुआत में मैं ट्रायल के लिए 80 पोल लगाया था मैंने। तो 80 पोल लगाने के बाद 80 पोल लगाने के बाद उसमें 4 साल उसमें अध्ययन किया मैंने। 4 साल अध्ययन करने के बाद वो उसमें कितनी लागत आती है, क्या आती है, वो देखकर अगले साल मैंने और थोड़ा थोड़ा काम करके उसमें ज्यादा से ज्यादा कैसा काम करने आएगा वैसा मैंने वो ट्राई किया। तो ड्रैगन फ्रूट में जितना बहुत अच्छा काम है, तो उसमें 6 महीने पानी देने का नहीं है, 4 साल तक वो 20 साल तक जिंदा रहती है वो गार्डन। तो कम पानी की लागत में अच्छा मुनाफा देने वाला वो क्रॉप है। तो वो क्रॉप के लिए मैंने 10-12 साल में बहुत सा काम किया है। वैसे मेरे पास अंगूर भी है, मगर उसमें ज्यादा लागत आती है, दिक्कत आती है, इसलिए मैंने पहले 80 पोल लगाया, उसके ऊपर रिसर्च करके मैंने बाद में 1.5-2 एकड़ लगाया। तो उसके बाद मैंने एक वियतनाम ट्रिप किया। तो 7-8 किसान मिलके हम अपना खुद का पैसा लेके वियतनाम गए थे। वहां जाकर देखा तो कहीं भी देखे तो ड्रैगन फ्रूट है। तो वो देखकर मैं बहुत एक्साइटेड हुआ और मुझे लगा कि अपन ये सब छोड़ के ड्रैगन फ्रूट में जाना चाहिए। तो जब से मैंने हर साल आधा हेक्टर करके मेरे पास अभी 8 हेक्टर ड्रैगन फ्रूट की खेती है। तो उसमें मेरे पास अभी 5 वैरायटी है। तो उसमें व्हाइट में 2 वैरायटी है, रेड में 3 वैरायटी है और येलो में 1 वैरायटी है। तो वियतनाम का जो काम करने का तरीका है वो बहुत भारी तरीका है उनका, वो देखने के लिए मैं वहां जाकर आया हूँ सर। तो अभी जो मुझे प्रमोट किया है, तो वो प्रमोट जो किया है मुझे ज्यादा कृषि विज्ञान केंद्र से मैं प्रमोट होकर मुझे अच्छी जानकारी मिलने के लिए मैं काम करता हूँ सर। तो अभी मेरा जो उत्पादन है वो 20 से 25 3 हेक्टर में ड्रैगन फ्रूट का जो उत्पादन है वो 25 लाख रुपए तक होता है सर। तो सब खर्चा वगैरह जाके मुझे 20-21 लाख रुपए ये साल में मुझे बिल्कुल आमदनी हो गई है सर। तो जो अभी जो आने वाले दिनों में जो अपने को काम करना है, तो अभी महाराष्ट्र या गुजरात में देश में पूरे ड्रैगन फ्रूट की लागत भी बहुत ज्यादा हो गई है और ड्रैगन फ्रूट पब्लिक के लिए, लोगों के लिए पॉपुलर फूड बन गया है। जैसा पहले बनाना केले बिकते थे, अभी ड्रैगन फ्रूट उतना ही ज्यादा बिक रहा है। मेरी जानकारी जब तक है, मैं थोड़ा अनपढ़ किसान हूँ, अभी जो वियतनाम से अपने पास ड्रैगन फ्रूट जो आता है वो अपना माल खत्म होने के बाद ही आता है। अभी जो वियतनाम का ड्रैगन फ्रूट इंडिया मार्केट में है वो 100 रुपए किलो बिकता है सर। तो वो अध्ययन करके हमने अपना ड्रैगन फ्रूट उसका शेल्फ लाइफ कैसा बढ़ना चाहिए, उसके लिए क्या काम करना चाहिए, यह अध्ययन के लिए भी मैं दूसरे बार और एक बार मैं वियतनाम अगस्त महीने में जाकर आया हूँ सर। मैं अभी तक इजराइल, वियतनाम और ऑस्ट्रेलिया का दौरा कर चुका हूँ और हमारे एक 10-15 किसान की जोड़ी है, वो बहुत मजबूती से काम करती है सर। तो जितनी जितनी नई नई जानकारी मेरे लिए
आपकी
चाहिए।
जानकारी से के लिए बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। हमारे समय के अभाव के कारण हम आपको, लेकिन आप ये अपने आप कभी भी मत कहना कि मैं अनपढ़ किसान हूँ। आप अनपढ़ नहीं है। आपने तोगरी का जहाँ पूरा इलाका है, अक्कलकोट, दूधनी और ये शोलापुर में, अगर आपने ड्रैगन फ्रूट और कस्टर्ड एप्पल लगा दिया तो फिर आप अनपढ़ कैसे हो गए? आप तो हमारे लिए अन्नदाता हैं और हमको सीखना ही आपसे है। हमको तो सीखना ही आपसे है, और वो भी रेन फेड एरिया में। आप मले जास्ती बढ़ता ही रहे देशमुख साहेब रहो, मले जास्ती बढ़ता ही रहे शोलापुर जिला। थैंक यू वेरी मच। आपको बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। आप इसी तरीके से प्रोत्साहन देते रहें सभी किसानों को। और सारा एरिया जो है ये गुलबर्गा से जुड़ा हुआ, और इधर लातूर और ये सारा का सारा जो सिर्फ तोगरी का एरिया था, विच वॉज रेड ग्राम एंड खजानस खजान पिजन पी पर सिर्फ उगाते थे, आपने तो कमाल कर दिया।
ये ड्रैगन फ्रूट की बात कर रहे थे। ड्रैगन फ्रूट से मुझे याद आता है कि ये तो खैर किसान है, हमारे एक साइंटिस्ट थे, बहुत बड़े साइंटिस्ट, प्रिंसिपल साइंटिस्ट रिटायर हुए IRI से। ड्रैगन फ्रूट की उनके बहुत पैशन था, ही हैड अ पैशन फॉर द ड्रैगन फ्रूट कल्टीवेशन एंड फ्लोरिकल्चर. Now he has started his own venture with dragon fruit, and he is saying that I'm earning much more than why I earned the whole of my life. So after retirement, he has converted into an entrepreneur. Dragon fruit he's doing on the rooftop and earning billions of rupees. So this is the success of the खेती में कहते हैं ना, फार्मिंग जो है इज अ वेरी बिग, जैसे सुबह कहा था कि जब तक हम इसको इंडस्ट्री नहीं बनाएंगे हम इसमें कुछ नहीं कर सकते. सो दिस इज अ सक्सेसफुल एग्जांपल ऑफ द इंडस्ट्रियलाइजेशन और द एंटरप्रेन्योरशिप इन द एग्रीकल्चर. सो वेरी गुड, बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद आपका, आपने बहुत अच्छा काम किया, बहुत अच्छा इनिशिएटिव लिया, एंड ऐसे ही काम करते रहिए और आगे किसानों को बढ़ाते रहिए.
मैडम मैं एक रिक्वेस्ट करता हूँ, वो कोल्ड लेंच की चैन है, सेल्फ लाइफ बढ़ाने के लिए किसानों को आपकी मदद की बहुत जरूरत है सर.
हाँ
तो
जी.
हाँ, उसके लिए मुझे बहुत आपकी जरूरत है. तो आपने मुझे इतना बोलने का मौका दिया, लाखन सिंह साहब का और आपका.
बात करेंगे, बिल्कुल
सेल्फ लाइफ बढ़ाने के लिए हमको काम आपकी मदद की जरूरत है.
जी जरूर जरूर. थैंक यू सो मच.
भगवान दत्तात्रेय स्वामी जो आपके भगवान है, आपके ऊपर सबका उनका आशीर्वाद रहे, हम तो यही दुआ करते हैं.
धन्यवाद.
तो ये पर्टिकुलरली मैं यंग जनरेशन को कहना चाहती हूँ, आप सिर्फ ये मत सोचिए कि पढ़ लिख करके हमें नौकरी करनी है. आपके पास जो एग्रीकल्चर आपकी नॉलेज दे रहे हैं यहाँ पर, हॉर्टिकल्चर की जो नॉलेज दे रहे हैं, इससे आप क्या कर सकते हैं आपको खुद ही नहीं पता होगा. तो यहाँ पर अगर ये कॉन्फ्रेंस है, ये प्लेटफॉर्म है, ऐसे प्लेटफॉर्म आपको मिल रहे हैं जहाँ से आप इनोवेटिव आइडियाज ले सकते हैं. और आजकल एंटरप्रेन्योरशिप आपको अपना, हमारे खुद 4 पे पुराने स्टूडेंट्स हैं, एलुमनाई हैं जो एंटरप्रेन्योर बने हैं. तो आपकी ये ताकत, इसकी मत भूलिए. और ये आपके लिए एक मैसेज है, प्लीज अगर आप सीरियसली इसको सुनेंगे तो इसमें बहुत जान है और इसमें आप बहुत आगे बढ़ सकते हैं, किसी के सहारे से नहीं, अपने आप. So that's the power of the agriculture, and that's the power of the horticulture, that you can do and you can feed. This is human energy. What you are working on is the human energy. We talk about the energy, but this is the biggest energy. If we don't have the human energy, we don't have the planet. Okay? We don't have the humans on the planet. Okay? Thank you so much. Thank you.
Speaker. Just 5 minutes. He's a PhD scholar from CSA University, Kanpur.
Good evening, everyone. I won't take much time. I only covered the introduction and a conclusion part of every story. So my topic is Horti entrepreneurship success stories in India and abroad. Horti entrepreneurship in India has witnessed remarkable growth driven by innovative solutions to address food security, economic empowerment, and environmental sustainability. This examines 5 inspiring success stories in India and abroad horti entrepreneurship. So the first one is Future Farms. Future Farms, founded in 2017 in Bangalore, Karnataka, has emerged as a trailblazer in hydroponic farming technology, revolutionizing agriculture through controlled environment solution. Here is an overview of Future Farms success story. They follow the hydroponic technology, controlled environment agriculture, land footprint organizations. The Future Farm success story exemplifies how innovative agriculture technologies, coupled with a commitment to sustainability, can redefine the landscape of modern farming. By addressing water scarcity, land constraints, and environmental impact, Future Farms stand as a leader in the quest for more efficient and sustainable food production. For the most recent developments, it's advisable to check the latest updates from Future Farms directly. The next one is ProFarm. ProFarm, founded in 2016 by Varun Khurana and Prasant Jain, is an Indian agri-tech company that has made significant strides in transforming the agricultural supply chain. The success of ProFarm can be attributed to its innovative approach to connecting farms directly with retailers through a technology-driven platform. Profound success story is a testament to the transformative impact of technology on traditional agricultural practices. By creating a more efficient, transparent, and equitable supply chain, the company has not only benefited farmers and retailers but has also played a vital role in shaping the future of agri-tech in India. The next one is Desai Fruits and Vegetables. Desai Fruits and Vegetables, founded in 2005 in Pune, Maharashtra, has scripted a remarkable success story in the realm of organic farming and agro-processing. In conclusion, Desai Fruits and Vegetables success story is a testament to its commitment to organic farming, innovation in agro-processing, community engagement, and sustainability. So these efforts, the company has not only thrived in the organic produce market, but has also set a benchmark for ethical and environmentally responsible agribusiness. The next one is Gotham Greens. Gotham Greens has been a pioneering force in urban agriculture, particularly in the field of hydroponic and rooftop farming. Here is a detailed overview of the success story of Gotham Greens. So, just going to conclusion. Gotham Green's success story exemplifies how innovation, sustainability, and a commitment to localized production can reshape the landscape of urban agriculture, providing fresh quality produce to urban communities. While minimizing environmental impact, for the most recent development, it's advisable to check the latest news and updates from Gotham Greens. The last one is Aeroforms. Aeroforms, founded in 2004 in Newark, New Jersey, has become a global leader in vertical farming, utilizing advanced aeroponic technology to revolutionizing agriculture. Here is there is a conclusion of Aeroform's success story. It exemplifies the transformative potential of vertical farming, combining cutting-edge technology, sustainability, and a commitment to local and global food security. For the latest developments and expansions, it's recommended to check the most recent update from Aeroform. Thank you.
Vote of thanks. Now I invite Mr. Abhishek Shukla to propose a vote of thanks.
Good evening, everybody. I would like to take this opportunity for the vote of thanks with the blessings of our Founder President, sir, and guidance of Chancellor and Vice Chancellor, ma'am. I would like to thank Mr. Kamal Kumar, sir, from the Dhanuka Agri-Tech Limited. You are very own to us altogether and supportive to MIT University as well. I also would like to thank Dr. Gonzalez, who has joined from Spain. I also would like to thank Professor Naveen Kumar Arora I would also like to thank Professor Lakhan Singh, Dr. Shalini, Deshpande ji, आपका बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद, and Mr. Abhishek also. And at the end, I would like to thank all the IT supports, students, faculty, research scholars, Joint Coordinator Dr. Durgesh Tripathi, and Nutan Kaushik ma'am also. Okay. Now, I would like to invite Kamal sir for the facilitation. Nutan ma'am. Sir. Nutan ma'am, please join us. Perfectly. May I also request Dr. Lakhan Singh, please come.
Good afternoon, everyone. The International Conference on Recent Advances in Horticulture Research, ICRAHoR 2024, has finally come to an end. How fulfilling and successful these 2 days were. We are so grateful for we had an opportunity to exchange knowledge and ideas with you all and meet and listen to great dignitaries who enlightened us with their words. With this, let's begin with the valedictory session. On this special occasion, I would like to call our leader, our flag bearer, Dr. Nutan Kaushik Ma'am, DG AFAF, Chairperson ICRAHoR, to address the audience.
Thank you, sir. A very good evening to all of you. Every good thing has to come to an end, but I would say this is not the end. This is the beginning of our mission horticulture, as Founder President has given to us. So I would like to welcome each one of you to this valedictory session, which is the end of our this second edition of the International Conference on Horticulture. I just, since the time is short, I will just like to brief you about the which has been we had 2 days deliberations. We have 11 keynotes and nine invited, and 15 oral presentation, and 80 poster presentations. So that's the some of the 23 were offline posters, and rest of the were the 23 were the online, and rest of the posters was online. So so Behemoth paper presentations happened during this conference, and I'm sure that the students who has presented the poster must have gained the knowledge from the discussion which has happened with the jury members, because they must have questioned them quite seriously. So with that expectation, I will not go into detail, but I just like to thank our honorable founder president for giving his support throughout this conference. He has been listening to this conference since the beginning. So, sir, thank you so much, sir, for blessing this conference and blessing all of us with your presence, kind presence. Though you have been constant, like you have been listening this conference continuously. So thank you so much for giving so much of time to us. And right now also you have been listening, and you will be joining at any time. So, and also I would like to thank Dr. Silvamurthy sir for his continuous support. He has been always supportive to us. So I'm really thankful to you, sir. Wherever we require, you always provide the guidance, and you also support us. And I was thankful to Dr. Neeraj Sharma sir and Dr. A.K. Singh sir for their kind presence over here. And I'm sure that with your support of all of you and from your warriors, science S&T warriors, we'll make this mission, horticulture mission, a great success. So I'll stop here because the time is short, so I'll not speak too much. So I once again welcome you to this session, and I have please take over these proceedings. Thank you so much.
I would now like to make this moment more special and call Dr. Neeraj Sharma, Deputy Director General, Amity Foundation for Science, Technology and Innovation Alliances, to say a few words.
Thank you, and good evening all. Honorable Founder President, Honorable Chancellor, Honorable Vice Chancellor, my colleague Dr. Nutan Kaushik, Dr. Silvamurthy, Dr. A.K. Singh, all these students, S&T warriors who have come here for this important international conference on recent advances in horticulture research. It's a very important and a very interesting topic. I could collect some information about this, and I would like to read some of the important areas and the recent trends which are going to take shape in the horticulture domain. One is the urban gardening and green spaces. Now, these are the topics which I'm talking about, will take shape in terms of not only research, technology development, but entrepreneurship. All of you can think about starting your own ventures, startup companies on that. Indoor gardening and vertical gardening, sustainable and organic practices, and there are native plants and biodiversity we can work on. We can work on the climate resilient gardening. Then there is plant-based medicines and herbal plants. There are house plants. There are hybrids. And so there are many variety of things which can be done under the horticulture domain. Many of the entrepreneurs, many of the people are already doing research.
and it's the right time and right moment for our country, especially for this particular university where you are given all this information under one roof. So with that, I would like to close because the time is very short. I am given just 2 minutes. Thank you very much and wish you all the best for this. I think you have taken very valuable inputs from this conference. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for your enlightening words. Present here with us are Honorable Dr. A.K. Singh, Senior VP, Amity Foundation for Science, Technology and Innovation Alliance. Sir, may we please have you on the dais to speak a few words?
Good evening to all of you. I think there is no end to any good thing, and this is, I'll say, not a valedictory function. This is the starting of the mission, and it should continue to happen. I think I need not to elaborate any aspect on the horticulture. You must have heard for 2-3 days, but I'll say as a non-specialist in this area that this is expanding in length and breadth. If you see its contribution in gross domestic production or in terms of earning, any dimension you see, horticulture is expanding. I think we have these students who may be the tomorrow's entrepreneurs. You have to see that not only the production or the income, but you have to see the water health, soil health, environmental health, and various horticulture new technologies, what we heard, aeroponics, hydroponics, vertical farming, roof farming, protective farming, etc. Why I'm saying this, or genetic engineering, CRISPR-Cas9, genetic engineer techniques, ultimately you have to see which technology is suitable for our context or for our conditions. We should not get bogged down by the technologies. Let's select which technology will be most suitable. This is one point which I want to drive, and I think this is the area where you learn, you earn, and you also serve. Because you learn, then you have the income and you serve the nation. Thank you very much. And I will say thanks, Madam, Dr. Nutan Kaushik and her team to give me this opportunity. And at the end, I'll also say thanks and my salute to the Honorable Founder President, who must be listening, I suppose. Thank you.
Thank you for your kind words, sir. Making this afternoon more surreal, we have with us Dr. Markanday sir, Head and Principal, Scientist Division of Floriculture and Landscaping, IARI. Dr. Markanday Singh is a head scientist and has more than 22 years of experience in floriculture, research and development. Sir, may we please allow you to speak a few words? Sir, you're not audible. Sir, may we please have you to
Hello. Hello.
minutes?
I am audible.
Yes, sir, you're audible now. Sir, may we please have you to address the audience for 10 minutes?
Okay. Very good afternoon to all of you. First of all, I would like to thanks to Dr. Nutan Kaushik ma'am for giving the opportunity to me as a keynote speaker of valedictory session of 2 days international conference on recent advances in horticulture research 2024. So I am going to present about the horticulture and production of the flower crops. We know horticulture sector is a second largest producer of the horticulture crops, and its contribution about the 30% of the total agri GDP, while using the only 13% of the area of the grass cropped area. And in the horticulture sector, major area covered by the fruit and vegetable, and it is a constitutively 90% share in the horticulture sector. And we know horticulture production is surpassed in 2022-23. In case of food grains, the production was 329 million ton, and in case of horticulture, the production was 352 million ton, with the ranking of the second in the international production. And in flower power floriculture areas covered around 3,22,000 hectare. And this is a strongly domestic trade is around 22,000 crores and in USD around 2.8 million, and around 65% young peoples are involved in the floriculture industry, and it is already cultivated in the almost every state of the country. And in the export trade, our export trade value is around 500 crore, and out of this around 71% of the dry flower, major share, and second largest share of the fresh flower, live plant, fresh bulbous and foliage are also exporting from the India. And in case of horticulture, total export is around 13,185 crore. Out of these, the major share of the fruit and vegetable from the India. Despite of being second largest producer, India's share is a global in export is a less than 2%. If you are talking about the bulbous crop is a very important group of the flower crop, and it is already cultivated in the hilly area as well as in the plain area. And recently one crop is introduced, Alstomeria, in 2001 as a commercial flower crops, and this crop is going to very popular in the hilly area. Region wise, this is a typically temperate flower crops. And in the our country, near about 9 very good quality of the varieties of the Alstomeria, and it is already commercially cultivated in the Himachal Pradesh, Uttarakhand, Nilgiri and Northeast. Another bulbous group, tuberose is also commercially cultivated by the farmers in the plain as well as in the low hill area. This is utilized as a loose flower, as a cut flowers in the our domestic market, and this is also very popular bulbous flower groups for the cut flower as well as for the loose flower production. Another is agapanthus. In case of the flower, blue color is a very rare flower. Agapanthus is a bulbous group, and it is also paying the very good value in the domestic market as a cut flower, as a ornamental potted plants. And we know Calla lily, Gentedacea, is also very important crop, bulbous group crops, and cultivated under the protected conditions, and farmers are gaining the very good value for the as a cut flowers. And another is a saffron. Saffron is also producing in the ornamental, but major share of the saffron in the spice, and in JNK Pampur area is very popular for the cultivation of saffron as a spice. But in the European country, it is also planted as a bedding plant in the roadside or in the beds in the lawn. And tulip is also very important cut flowers and ornamental potted plant and bedding plant. And in the last few years, it is also very popularly known in the tulip garden, in the largest tulip garden established in the Srinagar, and now one tulip garden is also becoming in the IHPT Palampur in the Himachal Pradesh. And in last year during G20 times in the Delhi, NDMC is also imported a large quantity of tulip and planted in the Delhi round circles for the beautification. And another crop is a hyacinth. Hyacinth in the domestic market, the flowers of hyacinth importing and selling the flowers more than 200 rupees of the per spike. And this is also very good future crops. But now need is the production of the quality planting material of all these bulbous crops. And another crop is a iris. Iris is also belonging to bulbous, and this is also in the blue color. And this is very popular in the garden for the landscaping purpose. And gladiolus is we can say this is a queen of the bulbous flower crop, and it is also cultivated in the plain and the hilly area in the large scale by the farmers, and farmers are getting the very good value by the cultivation of gladiolus. And one thing is in the scientific way, we can produce the round the year bulbous flowers in the our country. Region wise, the diversified climatic condition in our country from the hill to high altitude, and this is a region all flowers available in the domestic market every time. So now need is a further standardize the forcing mechanism and produce the quality planting material for the supply to our growers. And lilium is a very important cut flower crops. It is classified in the 4 major groups. One is a Asiatic and LA hybrid lily, Oriental hybrid lily, and longiflorum. This is also produced by the farmers in the hilly area as well as in the plain area, and this is mostly utilized in the landscaping purpose for the making of the bouquet and arrangement of the flowers in the during the event time. And I want to share our experience in the lilium cultivation in the Himachal Pradesh. The Himachal Pradesh is a number 1 in the cultivation of lilium during the off season, and you can see in this picture high altitude, mid hill and low hill. This is a picture of the Delhi. This is a Palampur and this is a Rampur Valley, and this crop is a also high value cut flower crop, but this crop is a growing only under the protected conditions like shade net and polyhouse conditions. And now need in the develop the technology for the heating system and cooling system both for the round the year production of the flowers of lilium in case of typical temperate climate conditions and plain conditions during the winter season and during the summer season in the high altitude area. And another, you can see this is a picture of the intercropping of lilium in high altitude in the Lahaul Spiti under the apple orchard. When the apple orchard is too young, in between we can utilize the area for the commercial cultivation of the bulbous crop like Oriental hybrid lily or Asiatic hybrid lily. Farmers are getting the very good remuneration by the intercropping of the lilium in the new orchard in the Lahaul Spiti. And another, this is also old orchard of the apples in the Himachal Pradesh, Udaipur. The farmers are also growing the lilium cultivation in between the orchard. And this is a demonstration plots of the lilium behind the Rohtang Pass nearby the Koksar area. In the Lahaul Spiti, farmers are producing successfully lilium cultivation. And in the earlier, we are producing the lilium in the soil beds. Now farmers are growing the lilium in the coco pit also with the high density in the protected cultivation during the winter season. And in the coco pit, the result is better as compared to the our soil media, because in the coco pit is 100% sterilized, no chances of the soil-borne disease contamination in the planting material, because this crop and tulip is also very sensitive to soil-borne disease like Fusarium, Pythium and Rhizoctonia. In the selection of the planting material, very important in case of Oriental and Asiatic hybrid lily. This is a expensive planting material, mostly utilized in the imported planting material. So at the time of selection of the planting material, the variety and the size of planting material are also going to play very important role to remunerate the value of the flower in the domestic market. And you can see this is a actually sometimes the planted in the open field condition. When the chance of the snowfall, then we can go for the plantation in the open field condition in the high altitude area. And density is also very important factor, because it is going to grow in the high costly infrastructure like polyhouse. So high density plantation is a recommendation around in 1 acre area, 4,000 acre area. In case of Asiatic hybrid lily, recommended 80 to 1 lakhs bulbs in the 1 acre area, but in case of Oriental hybrid lily, 65 to 70,000 numbers of the bulbs recommended in the protected condition.
Sir, may I request you to wind up in a few minutes, because
2 minutes, yes. Just I am going to show the one success story of the lilium.
वो दिखा दीजिए,
Yeah, Lahaul Spiti.
Yes.
Yes, Lahore Spiti is a earlier known for the off-season cultivation of potato and pea. By the intervention of the Institute of Himalayan Bioresource Technology, Palampur, because in 2008 I was posted in the ISBT, and we started the search the area for the demonstrate the our technology of the lilium in for production of the quality flower in the off season. And we visited in the month of June, and that time the all area covered with the potato and pea. And then we demonstrated the lilium cultivation in the Lahore Spiti village Kinang on the plots of Mr. Dhoni Chand. And that time the income by the cultivation of potato and pea around 5,000 rupees in 1 bigha land. But 1 bigha means 1,000 square meter area. But we demonstrated the our 1,000 bulb in 100 square meter area, and they generated the value around 27,500 in 2008. This value was more than 10 times the income from the traditional crop, the cultivation of potato and pea. And after the successful of the demonstration, we organized the number of training program for the peoples of the Lahore Spiti in off campus and on campus. And after the providing the planting material, training program, and now the valley is known for the cultivation of the off season lilium for the cut flower as well as for the planting material, because the natural climatic condition of the Lahore Spiti is very suitable for the cultivation of the lilium. And after the snowfall, no need of the forcing mechanism for the lilium bulbs. So no need storage the planting material under the cold storage. The natural forcing mechanism is completed in the field condition after senescence of the leaves. And in the present and the future, what are the challenges? Reducing the post-harvest losses, because in case of horticulture, 20 to 30% losses. And now need is a production of the quality seed and planting material, selective import of the elite planting material, good agriculture practices, and organic farming, especially in case of horticulture for fruit and vegetable crops, effective quantifying of processing and value addition, coping with the climate change, and mechanization for the increasing the efficiency. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you. Thank you. For successful story in the floriculture, sir. Thank you so much for sharing this one. Yeah, please carry on.
Thank you.
Present with us here are Dr. Selvamurthy Sir, President ASTIF and Director General for ADSI. Dr. Selvamurthy Sir has served DRDO for 40 years and now is a part of the Amity Army.
So students, I am aware that you have to catch your buses, cabs. I want one of the students who have attended most of the session. How many of you have attended most of the sessions? Just raise your hands. Okay, very good. Now I want one male student and one female student to come and tell for 1 minute what exactly you learned from this 2 days deliberation. So I would take one of the girl students from here and one of the boys who raised their hands. Please come. And any girl students, I think you raised. Come. Introduce yourself. Come over here. You have to tell us what all you learned and then how is it going to transform you? What is that you want to do now, being a student, when you grow big? And something must have been seeded in your thought. What is that?
Good afternoon. I'm Arjun. I'm first year MBA Agriculture and Food Business Management student. And first of all, I have to thank the coordinates for arranging such a wonderful program here. And it is so informational about the things that are going on in a current scenario. So I actually want to be an agripreneur. So for me, it was so informative, and the persons that I have met here is actually so inspiring, and talks are also inspiring for me. For it gives me a very good confidence that I can be uh, a successful in this particular sector. So thank you all for conducting such a great event.
One thing which you learned from the deliberation, this is generic. Any of these paper, any idea that struck you, if anything comes to your head.
Anything that um, some of the post-harvest management techniques that are actually interesting, that are use of edible covering materials that can be used for processing. That is actually such a needed thing nowadays. So it was for helpful for my improving my knowledge.
Excellent. Let's give a big clap to Arjun. You will be a wonderful leader. My blessings to you in your field. Now, please introduce yourself.
Good evening, everyone. Good evening, sir. I am Sneha from AIHSR department, like horticulture in post-harvest technology. And through this program, I learned that we can't be like job seekers. Other than that, we can be interested in farming and take inspiration from different entrepreneurs like sir, and like we can start various farming by our own and earn more money and uh, increase the production in our state. Like I'm from Bihar, so I can do there my own work rather than seeking for companies to jobs. Thank you.
Let's give a big clap to Sneha. You know, we want women entrepreneurs. You will become a great entrepreneur. God bless you. God bless you. See, this is the purpose of such kind of workshops or conferences or meetings. That you people, it is for you. It is not, you know, people like the dawn. You are the dawn and we are as the dusk of our life. So you people are going to be the future. That's when it is not for filling up the hall you are here. We want you to give the opportunity to learn, assimilate, make a dream, generate a dream, what your life is going to be, what is the area in which you are going to do specialization. Because your responsibility is not 1.4 billion people, 7 billion people is your responsibility. So isn't it necessary that you should prepare yourself? That is why we give you this opportunity to come and attend conferences, meetings. So please ensure that when you attend this, also ruminate this thought when you go back to the hostels or home, that you should see what I learned, how do I become. This is how you will become a like founder president Dr. Ashok Chauhan, or you find here the experts like Markandeya Singh Saab, who is here now, who just gave the lecture, just gave a plenary talk now. So all this is possible only when you do that. Everybody will get a job, everybody will make a family and then leave the world after some time. But some people leave a mark. But we want all Amitians like you and all the participants here who are attending online to make a mark in life, because life is precious. So let us spend it usefully. I'm so happy my brilliant students, our brilliant students were so attentive and they shared their dreams with us. Now I must appreciate the whole Amity Food and Agricultural Foundation led by Dr. Nutan Kaushik, the Director General, and also the whole team of faculties under this directorate who have done a wonderful job. The people whom you have invited for these lectures, all the participant speakers, they're all chosen. They are experts in their own disciplines. Every one of them is an achiever from the government, universities, academia, industry. So you have brought a cross section of the people. So having brought them, that we should not lose this opportunity. That is why founder president Dr. Ashok Chauhan has announced Amity Horticulture Mission. Amity Horticulture Mission. Let's clap. Yes, let's give us a big clap. So this Amity Horticulture Mission is just not only a title, but it is going to serve the nation, contribute to Viksit Bharat at 2047 when we meet at that time. This mission, horticulture mission, would have augmented the India's position in terms of production, productivity, and also at the global level, reaching the top position, the leadership position, be it in vegetables, fruits, floriculture, or it is mushroom cultivation, or spices cultivation, or even honey, which comes under this. I am told that ICAR has put this also, even honey, bees, and their coming, floriculture is another area. So my suggestion is 2, 3 areas where in terms of horticulture, we must focus and research. The first part should be protected cultivation. In my opinion, that we have not really realized, even though our Dr. Markandeya Singh showed some of those polyhouses, greenhouses, which he presented. So there is a tremendous opportunity for greenhouse, polyhouse, glass house, trench house in high altitude, trench house. So you can have lot of protected cultivation. So here is an area where if you want to have a startup, entrepreneurship, there is an opportunity to propagate, promote, and also the horizontal growth of the protected cultivation. The second is precision agriculture. Water is becoming a rare commodity now for irrigation purposes, and the rainfall is sometimes it is erratic. We don't have the rainfall, proper rainfall. So you need to look at how do you conserve the water available. So can we have the moisture sensors and apply them because you have already technologies. But how do you adapt it to small marginal farmers who are almost about 85 to 90% small and marginal farmers? So how do you bring frugal innovations to these farmers who can afford, access, and apply these in our cultivations?
below Joshi. सर आवाज नहीं आ रही वहां पे
था जब फाउंडर का मैसेज आया तो दोबारा खोल रहे हैं
5 मिनट में भी हो जाएगा।
उन्हें खबर करो फटाफट, उन्हें खबर कर दो।
सर अब आपकी आवाज आ रही है सर, आवाज आ रही है सर। नमस्कार सर, नमस्कार सर। आपकी ब्लेसिंग्स के लिए सर हम लोग सब वेट कर रहे हैं सर आपकी।
सब छोड़ के आगे आपके। वेरी गुड। So first of all, Nutan ji, I must compliment you and congratulate you. This was a wonderful 2 days.
Yes sir.
I really enjoyed because throughout my laptop was running your program throughout yesterday and today, but I could only partly concentrate as 4 or 5 programs were going on simultaneously. But the speakers, all those speakers, I must tell you, how do you find such experience, such innovative speakers? Each one, which I heard partly, was really worth appreciating. Each one. And I think by Chalaya also I intervened, and I heard a little more about his address. So I would say this is a great 2 days conference, because when I hear recent advances in anything, that is my interest. Because what has happened, what is going on, but you have done recent advances in horticulture research. I spoke to Dr. Murthy ji that this is a very prospective area.
Yes, sir.
स्कोप है। देखिए ना, हम सबका जो आज यहाँ आए हैं, जो अटेंड कर रहे हैं, जो पोस्टर प्रेजेंटेशन कर रहे हैं,
जी सर,
एक ही ध्येय है, एक ही मिशन है कि भारत के उत्थान के लिए और इंडिया के डेवलपमेंट के लिए काम करना है। एक ही मिशन है, एक ही विचार है। तो इस हॉर्टिकल्चर में जो आपने करा है, कल से आज जो बताया है, इमीडिएटली आई रैंग अप डॉक्टर मूर्ति एंड AK सिंह एंड नीरज शर्मा, एक मिशन बनाओ। वी हैव वेरियस, आई वर्क ऑन मिशन मोड, नथिंग विदाउट मिशन।
जी सर।
कल मिशन हॉर्टिकल्चर एंड डॉक्टर मूर्ति, द फॉर लीज बाय नूतन कौशिक, she has given me extra work, and I think horticulture is so important. People were telling about farmers, horticulture. So I will see the recording again, and Dr. He has just now deliberated what are the future areas. He is a scientist and researcher beyond any example in the country. So very happy. But one example, Salamurthy, I had today, that one can live without breathing. One can live without breathing, because I was so second to second busy on various programs, so I had no time to even breathe.
But you still live very energetically.
So, Nutaji, my compliment to all those who have spoken, but I will once again hear everybody, because out of that, also my FCTR and SNT War Room and Silamurti, ST people will hear it, because there is great to learn from speech of everybody. I don't know how you gathered and invited such people. Dr. Moti, I have really partly heard everybody. It was so innovative, so useful, so that we have to now practice all in the life and do it. Utanji, this all problem you are creating because of your excellent governance, leadership, and aim. So, Dr. Moti, I think you can tell, you must have told that we have made mission. Yes. Mission horticulture.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yesterday I asked Nutanji what all comes under horticulture. There are about 12 areas which come under horticulture, and the few rest are in agriculture. So I did not know myself what all is the outreach of horticulture. But yes, I know, and every field is very important.
Yes,
so I compliment all those who are sitting over here, and I told to my photographers to take the film of every poster which has been demonstrated. And we study the poster with the name, and we'll invite them again. I think Dr. Nikhil Kaushik, ये आपके पूरे साल की one of the most important conference रही है.
Thank you, sir.
Conference
Thank you so much, sir. Sir, thank you so much, sir.
तारीफ सुनने से जिम्मेदारी बढ़ जाती है. अगर मैं तारीफ कर रहा हूँ तो ये जिम्मेदारी भी बढ़ रही है आपकी.
सर अब सर 23 ऑनलाइन पोस्टर्स भी थे जो पहले सेशन में चले थे, वो ऑनलाइन प्रेजेंटेशन हुए थे सर.
बात है, ठीक बात है. वो तो फोटो ले ली होगी, मेरे फोटोग्राफर ने उनकी फोटो तो ले ली होगी ऑनलाइन.
सर ऑनलाइन कुछ पार्टली रिकॉर्ड हुए हैं, कुछ पार्टली नहीं हुए, बट हम लोग सबके प्रेजेंटेशंस मंगा लिए सर. मंगा लिए सर.
क्योंकि ना पोस्टर में कई नए आइडिया होते हैं.
जी सर।
आइडिया होते हैं जो इनोवेटर है, दे डोंट नो कि पेटेंट करवाना है, क्या करना है, तो उन आइडियाज को हम लोग, टू ऑल माय लिसनर्स हियर, ऑल गेस्ट्स, आई मस्ट टेल यू, एमिटी इज यूनिक। आज आप बताएं, कल मैं पेटेंट करवा देता हूँ, क्योंकि मेरे इतने साइंटिस्ट, राउती जी कितने पेटेंट हो गए 2020?
2088 is the correct number today. 2088.
राइट राइट। अभी कई स्पीकर ने कहा दिन में कि आज एमईटी के बराबर की कोई यूनिवर्सिटी नहीं है पूरे कंट्री में, विच इज अवर रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी बिकम मोर। जो कोई तारीफ कहता है तो उससे मेरी जिम्मेदारी और बढ़ जाती है, वी शुड जस्टिफाई। एंड डॉक्टर टेल टू ऑल दोज हु आर हियर, दोज हु आर देयर, टेल आई एम सो एक्सट्रीमली हैप्पी एंड सेटिस्फाइड that in horticulture we'll make a real mark. And now the Jimmedari of Sulmamurthy ji, Gopal Bhushan, A.K. Singh, Neeraj Sharma, Khatri, I can name all, they have more responsibility to work in this area. और बहुत से लोग हमारे किसान फैमिली से भी आते हैं जो हमारे यहाँ काम कर रहे हैं। They know what is the meaning of the farmer family. So Nutan ji, thank you, and once again my compliment, my appreciation to all those who have come to this. It will be really one of your best time utilization that they came to us. It will be very fruitful, outcome based, result oriented. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you for your blessing, sir. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Founder President. Now it is for us to realize the mission which you have already announced, the Amity Horticulture Mission. We will make the core group to formulate the roadmap and also strategies to realize this mission on a consortium mode, working with ICAR scientists, universities, even foreign collaborators. So we will give you the blueprint very soon. Thank you very much. And let's give a big clap to Founder President.
मित्र कौशिक, कल मैं अनाउंस कर रहा हूँ, यूपी गवर्नमेंट के बड़े लोग आ रहे हैं स्टूडेंट से बात करने के लिए। एक यूथ पावर क्रूसेड फॉर विकसित भारत, यूथ पावर क्रूसेड फॉर विकसित भारत। क्योंकि मुझे जो है ना, मेरा मिशन का एम यही है कि इंडिया को सुपर पावर बनाना है। आई ब्रीथ, आई थिंक, आई ईट, आई स्लीप, आई गेट अप विद दिस। इंडिया को सुपर पावर बनाना है much earlier than thought. तो डॉक्टर मोदी, मिशन क्या बनाया हमने? यूथ पावर क्रूसेड फॉर विकसित भारत।
Youth Power Crusade for Viksit Bharat. It's a great, the crusade. You people are part of, we are all part of the crusade, particularly the youth. You students, you have a big role to transform India to this developed India, Viksit Bharat. So that is the mission which founder has just mentioned, that tomorrow is going to be a big event here, which is going to happen in Amity University. Very important UP government officials are going to be here from 11 a.m. to about 1:30 p.m. So founder is now looking at who all should attend. And so this just to tell you that you all have to contribute immensely, significantly for this transformation of India into a developed India, Viksit Bharat. So with this, your message, can we close the session, sir?
Dr. Sadi, tell to them that tomorrow we will try to put this event from 11 to 1 on YouTube, on the Amity YouTube, if possible. Right. They should try to listen. And secondly, this idea of the Viksit Bharat, this mission came during this program of Nutan Kaushik. This will be interconnected. My brain works 7 things at a time. So today, listening this program, I told, oh my goodness, we have such people. So and youth. Tomorrow, more than 1,200 students are coming on Saturday. Would you find other universities where on Saturday students come, 1200 students आगे बैठेंगे? So that is why Youth Power Crusade for Viksit Bharat. और वो ये दिमाग में आया जब मैं इन लोगों को सुन रहा था, मैंने कहा कमाल के लोग हैं, विचार है। तो लूथर कौशिक जी, credit will go to your program, that this idea came during your program. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Founder President. And with that positive note of Viksit Bharat, we thank all the participants online, offline, and who have been part of this mission, and all the faculties of Amity Food and Agricultural Foundation and the institutions under the foundation. And now over to Dr. Nutan Kaushik to give the concluding remarks.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. So, as you said, we will definitely make this mission a great success. Within a year, you will see the fruits of this mission, sir. So, this is our promise with the help of everyone, the Dr. Silvamurthy sir, Dr. A.K. Singh sir, Neeraj Sharma sir, and with this SNT's warrior and my faculty and my students. I think we will do a wonderful job. And today we have like during this conference, lot of new ideas has come up. Like they're untouched avenues which we need to tap now. So those things we will test through this horticulture mission, and all those who have participated, not only from MIT but for also the speakers, we will brainstorm together, and then we will find out what is our target for next 1 year, and we'll try to achieve those targets, meeting your mission expectations, sir.
Dr. Nutanji, to all your students, faculty member, researchers, take them on a small picnic for 1 day picnic nearby to some temple, some religious place, and they will be all guests, my guest. You hire a good bus and take them to, because I'm telling you, I'm so pleased that it has been done. तो बोलना founder president हम सबको एक दिन का picnic.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much, sir. Big clap to founder president, sir.
क्योंकि देखो ना ये जो आप अकेला नहीं
Thank
आपने
you so much, sir. You have made our day, sir.
cooperation है सब है.
And that will be the brainstorming session with the picnic, sir.
Great, great. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, sir. Thank you. Thank you, everyone. Can we have a group photo before we disperse? Sir, can we have a group photo before you disperse, sir? Please. Group photo, please.
Madam, last one.